Chapter 1, The Fallen Prince. Prologue. Ha 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 ha. Ruoyin, I was finally able to refine the channel opening solution. I've succeeded. Inside a messy lab, Mo Wuji started laughing, clutching a porcelain bottle in his hand as if he had gone mad. Ding, a glass cup fell onto the ground, spilling tea everywhere. A beautiful girl in a crimson-red cheongsam stood by the doorway, blankly staring at the hysterical Mo Wuji. Only after a good while did she speak in a shivering voice, "Wuji, did you succeed? Did you really succeed?" Mo Wuji stared at the beautiful girl standing at the entrance. He knew that Xia Ruoyin had come to serve him a cup of tea. This piece of information had shocked Xia Ruoyin greatly. Due to her excitement, the cup slipped from her hands and fell to the ground. "Ruoyin, there is absolutely no error this time around. I just tried half of the bottle, but I could clearly feel as if a fire was burning down my meridians as they are gradually being opened and expanded. At the moment, my meridians are still in the process of opening, but we have succeeded." Mo Wuji, while holding the porcelain bottle, excitedly walked up to the girl and grabbed her hands. "Ruoyin, it has been hard for you. In all these years, I have been dedicated to researching the channel opening solution and I did not take care of you. Instead, you had to take care of me. Let us marry. Afterward, we will start a company specializing in the production of the channel opening solution. I believe our business will soon be a sensation throughout the world." The girl finally calmed down, but she still spoke in a shivering voice. "Did you take down the drug formula?" Mo Wuji nodded his head. "Ruoyin, don't worry. I have all the information on my laptop. Here, take a look." After Mo Wuji finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards his laptop. Suddenly, he felt something cold, followed by an excruciating pain from his back. Upon seeing the tip of a blade emerging from his chest, he realized that someone had stabbed him through his heart from his back. The pain caused him to feel extremely dizzy and his strength started to fade away. Mo Wuji slowly turned his head around as he unconsciously looked at the hands clasping the blade. It was Xia Ruoyin's. With his eyes wide open, he muttered, "Ruoyin. Why? Why?" He still could not believe that his lover whom he had loved dearly for many years would stab him. "I'm sorry, Wuji. I'm sorry." Xia Ruoyin's hands were trembling as a shudder went through her whole body. She had killed her lover. He was the man who she had loved for over a decade and the one who had showered her with endless affection. 2 teardrops appeared at the corners of Mo Wuji's eyes. He felt his body becoming colder by the second. He gradually lost his consciousness and his eyes began to lose its luster. However, he still did not want to close his eyes. He kept on staring at Xia Ruoyin as he murmured, "If you wanted the formula, you just had to say it and I would have given it to you. Why?" Mo Wuji did not shed his tears because he was dying. For as long as he could remember, he had never cried in his life. However, today, what hurt the most was not the injury on his back, but the pain caused by the betrayal of his lover. Perhaps even Xia Ruoyin did not know her position in Mo Wuji's heart. If she had asked for it, Mo Wuji would have willingly died for her. However, Xia Ruoyin, the woman who he would have gladly died for, had stabbed him on this fateful day. Maybe the question would remain unanswered for a long time. Perhaps he would not even be able to rest in his grave. His dim eyes finally closed, leaving the 2 teardrops by the corners of his eyes. Padav Xia Ruoyin also shed 2 lines of tears, which fell on the corners of Mo Wuji's eyes, washing away his teardrops. The Fallen Prince. Gua! The shrill sound of a crow woke Mo Wuji up. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a single crow flying above him, quickly disappearing together with its shrill cries. "Where am I?" Mo Wuji felt strange. He seemed to be sitting on a newly piled-up tomb, surrounded by 7 to 8 children kneeling in front of him. Among them, a young girl wearing a floral blue skirt was holding a bamboo basket beside him. As Mo Wuji was still confused about the situation, the young girl whispered with a gentle voice, "Everyone behaved well today, However, there are no more sweets left, so let us call it a day and come back tomorrow to continue playing. Were these games played in the previous emperor's dynasty? Why does this scene feel so familiar? Mo Wuji was shocked because this scene resembled the last scene of the novel in which Mu Rongfu was in. Mu Rongfu became crazy because of what he had to do for his country. His beautiful cousin and childhood sweetheart Wang Yuyan left him for another man, and in the end, all he had left by his side was a servant named Abi. This present scene is the scene after Mu Rongfu went crazy because of his lost country and Abi gathered a few children to play with him. Long live my king, goodbye my king. We will be back for more sweets tomorrow. The children dispersed after chanting these words in a non-orderly manner. Mo Wuji gazed all over the place, and he noticed a few young men and women were walking by. When he rested his eyes on a lady wearing a purple skirt, he was so infatuated by her beauty that he completely forgot about his current situation. The lady in the purple skirt exchanged looks with Mo Wuji. She looked confused, sympathetic and was disappointed with him. The other young and attractive men and women seemed to be discussing and laughing about him while they passed by. Can't be. All of a sudden, Mo Wuji thought of a horrible scenario. Could it be that after my death, I was reborn into Mu Rongfu's body? Did our souls really cross over to other bodies in this world? And why would my soul cross over? What was I doing before this? At this point, Mo Wuji started to have a headache. He finally recalled that after he successfully developed the solution, his lover who he was willing to die for backstabbed him. With this thought, Mo Wuji's entire spirit was overwhelmed with sadness. His throbbing headache caused him to think of this matter no further. There was an excessive amount of information flooding into his head. It was only after 2 full hours that Mo Wuji finally understood what was actually happening. He realized that this was not the Song dynasty anymore, and he was not just reborn into Mu Rongfu's body. This was not even Earth. He was currently in Raozhou City, the national capital of Chengyu State. He was called Mo Xinghe, the Prince of Northern Qin Prefecture. His father named him Mo Xinghe after the Qing Han Empire. Mo Xinghe could not recall exactly how big this world was, but he knew that Qing Han Empire is not the only empire. Every empire was divided into states, and every states were further divided into many prefectures. Mo Xinghe belonged to Northern Qin Prefecture under Chengyu State, and Chengyu belonged to the Qing Han Empire. 19 years ago, Mo Xinghe's grandfather, Mo Tianchang, was the Northern Qin Prefecture's lord. After he arrived at Chengyu State, he suddenly disappeared. As a result, Northern Qin Prefecture needed a new lord, and this lord needed to have the approval of the state lord. If it was not for Mo Tianchang's sudden disappearance, Mo Tianchang could have passed the throne directly to his children and reported it to the state lord. However, Mo Tianchang was missing and he did not pass his throne to anyone officially. Hence, the successor must now personally head to the state to take over the throne in front of all the other prefecture and state lords. Mo Xinghe's parents decided to bring Mo Xinghe to Raozhou City for 2 reasons. Firstly, they wanted to locate Mo Tianchang. Secondly, Mo Xinghe's father, Mo Guangyuan, had always wanted to gain recognition from the other lords and succeed his father's throne. Originally, succeeding the throne was a simple affair. Nobody expected it to turn out to be filled with so many different obstacles. Mo Xinghe's parents have spent countless amounts of money, and ran around for more than a decade, however, they were still unable to succeed the throne. Mo Xinghe's parents died of illness and Mo Xinghe inherited his father's obsession to succeed the throne. With the death of Mo Xinghe's parents, the Mo family finally exhausted all their money. Mo Xinghe was then on the move for several years without achieving anything meaningful. When he found out that Northern Qin Prefecture had been taken over by Changyu's lord, Mo Xinghe went crazy and was then reborn as Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji also managed to recall who the lady in a purple skirt was. Her name was Wen Manju and her father was very close friends with Mo Xinghe's parents. Mo Xinghe and Wen Manju were childhood sweethearts, and even though they were not promised to one another, everyone agreed that both of them would grow up and be together. Ever since the Mo clan lost their opportunity to ascend the throne, along with the death of Mo Xinghe's parents and the loss of Mo Xinghe's sanity, the Wen clan gradually disregarded Mo Xinghe. As when Manju grew up, she grew apart from Mo Xinghe and went closer to the princes from other more influential families. Upon feeling 2 drops of tears on the back of the hand, Mo Wuji raised his head from his knees and saw that it was a sad young girl, marked with a scar on her face. Just like how Abi faithfully stayed beside Mu Rongfu, this girl called Yen Er was the only person who stayed by him despite only being his servant. If not for Yen Er, Mo Wuji would have never been reborn and no one would have known how long the original Mo Xinghe would have been dead. Other than the scar on her face, Yen Er also suffered from malnutrition. She was pale, her hair was all blonde, and she lacked the vibrant energy of a typical young lady. It still doesn't make sense, Mo Wuji shivered. The Mo clan was still a part of the royal clan, so even if Mo Xinghe's father was not able to succeed the throne, in this rich country, he still should not have died of illness and poverty. Was it not possible for him to leave Raozhou City and return to the northern Qin prefecture as soon as possible? Alternatively, was it that there was no escorts or money given to the Mo clan? There was certainly something wrong here. Mo Wuji looked up and saw Yen Er wiping her slightly reddish eyes as she gently asked, "My king, can we return now?" Mo Wuji bowed his head and sighed, for not only Yen Er but also his current state and body. Even while playing such a childish game, Yen Er still had to be polite and ask for permission as if she was really in an empire state. However, Mo Wuji recuperated very quickly and felt that he should be upset at himself the most. He had mixed feelings about whether he should be grateful that he was not dead, heartbroken that his lover was the one who plotted against him, or saddened that he could no longer return to Earth. Seeing Mo Wuji not say anything after a while, the overly cautious Yen Er spoke again, "My king, the sky is getting darker." Mo Wuji sighed as he looked at the distant setting sun. He was unsure of whether it was because he thought of Mo Xinghe, or if he was just lamenting about his own destiny. He eventually said, "Let's go back." He saw Yen Er's surprised look on her face. Without feeling the need to explain any further, he sighed and said, "Let's go back to the dynasty." Having said that, he wanted to stand up, pat off the soil on his legs, and leave. However, as his legs were crossed for a long time, they were numb and asleep. Fortunately, Yen Er was there to help him up. As Yen Er helped him out of the sparse forest, Mo Wuji was busy rearranging the thoughts that remained on his mind. What kind of world is this? The two quietly walked for a few minutes, when Mo Wuji mumbled this to himself. "My king, what did you just say?" Yen Er asked as she did not quite understand what Mo Wuji said earlier. Mo Wuji shook his head. "Yen Er, please do not call me your king anymore. Address me by my name. Because both Mo Wuji and Yen Er will still be living together in the future, there was still some explaining left to do." Feeling a bit touched, Yen Er asked excitedly while carrying a bamboo basket with her trembling hands and teary eyes, "Young master, are you feeling better?" Mo Wuji replied with a slightly hesitant smile, "Perhaps I have not completely recovered or remembered everything, but I will not act and dream like an idiot as before anymore." Mo Wuji was afraid he would let the cat out of the bag, so he simply stated that he had not completely recovered. Then, Yen Er seemed like she wanted to say something, yet she did not dare to. Mo Wuji knew Yen Er wanted to ask if he still wanted to play with these children tomorrow, but she was afraid that after playing these games, it would remind him of the previous dynasty's incident and make him crazy again. Patting Yen Er's back, Mo Wuji laughed and said, "I have lived the emperor's life before and I am now sick of it already. Let us not come tomorrow, and instead, we should think about how to carry on living tomorrow." Yen Er dropped the bamboo basket she was holding, tears rolling down her cheeks with her knees on the floor. She can't seem to stop mumbling to herself. Chapter 2, Living is Difficult. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji did not help Yen Er up. He could feel that after Mo Xinghe went crazy, Yen Er bore a lot of pressure and suffering. At the moment, he just watched the distant shadows of the high-rise buildings as he secretly clenched his fist. Even if I have to start from scratch, what's wrong with that? Although it seemed to be a monarchy in this world, the levels of science and technology were similar to that of Earth. There was a public transport system and electronic devices and equipments. How could he still be afraid that he cannot survive? Yenair, let's go back first, Mo said, watching the tall buildings as he pulled up Yenair, who was still at a loss. Even if he was reborn from Earth, he probably cannot recapture the northern Qin prefecture back. He may not be able to dream about being a king, but Mo still had the confidence that he could establish a foothold here. After all, he was a top biological and botanist in the past. It was precisely because he was able to extract the essence from a number of plants and concoct it into a solution that could open the meridians, which caused his lover to plot against him. Consequently, this was why he was ultimately reborn in this place. He was still unsure about the value of his solution. The existence of meridians had always been in a gray area, even though meridians were often mentioned in traditional Chinese medicine. In actuality, how many people could prove the existence of meridians and even write a research paper about it? But, could one imagine? What if the meridians could be expanded to the point where they could actually be felt? How much more powerful would one be? One could participate in the Olympic long-distance running or weightlifting events and still have a chance of winning. The only thing he did not expect, however, was that his lover, whom he would have spent his life and death with, would plot against him. Until now, he did not understand why she would, at the moment of his success, backstab him with a dagger. Yes, master, Yenair finally calmed down, her eyes containing a glimmer. Mo helplessly said, Yenair, do I look like a young master? From now on, call me by my name. The past is the past. Today is a new beginning. My name will no longer be Mo Xinghe, but Mo Wuji. Yes, master. Yenair quickly responded. Mo Wuji did not continue to persuade her, some habits were too hard to change. The sky's going to be dark, let's go back. Tomorrow, I will go find a job. Although Mo Wuji had not returned home, he had some ideas. With his parents' death and his family's wealth emptied, the Mo family had long gone bankrupt. Afterward, Mo Xinghe went mad. In addition to work, Yenair also had to play this silly game with Mo Wuji. The fact that they could survive was already not bad. Master, you don't have to find a job. From now on, just don't come out every day. I can find another job. That will be enough. After hearing Mo Wuji say he wanted to find a job, Yenair hastened to stop him. Mo Wuji just looked at Yenair's faded dress and the simple hair ornament on her yellow hair. He did not say anything. Some things could not be said clearly by words alone. Until his death, Mo Xinghe did not understand the difficulty Yenair went through with him. Although there were castle gates and walls at Raozhou City, there were no guards. Regardless if it was day or night, anyone was free to come and go. In other words, the city gate and walls of Raozhou City were a symbol of status rather than a form of defense for war. Mo Xinghe was determined on restoring his country and did not care about the workings of Raozhou City. Mo Wuji could only uncover from the faint memories of Mo Xinghe that Raozhou City was very busy. After following Yenair into the city, Mo Wuji immediately felt the wild, booming bustle of Raozhou City. Spacious streets were filled with a dense flow of people, along with brightly lit shops on both sides of the street. Mo Wuji even suspected that this was a modern city from Earth. This bustling area was naturally not a place where Mo Wuji could afford to live. After the two bypassed the busy streets and walked for nearly an hour, they came to a messy residential area. Here, the lights looked faint and dim. Mo Wuji could see from afar the messy space that they lived in. Even though the rent is almost equal to zero, it was still not what they could afford. If it was not for the sympathy of the landlord, they might not even have a place to sleep. Io, the king is back. We better quickly make way for this one, an abrupt voice interrupted Mo Wuji's chain of thought. Hu Fei, you get out of the way. Yenair, who was originally half a step behind Mo Wuji, suddenly stepped forward, like an angry little leopard, pushing Mo Wuji behind her. Under the dim light, Mo Wuji saw a youth with thickly gelled hair. Although he said to make way for Mo Wuji, he stood in the middle of the street without showing the slightest intention of doing so. Little Yenair, big brother who specially bought half a caddy of pig meat for you. You doing this to me makes me feel sad, said Hu Fei while he fiddled around with the lotus leaf packet in his hands. TL, Chinese food is sometimes wrapped up in lotus/pandan/banana leaves. Mo Wuji's belly disappointingly rumbled loudly. Yenair, who originally wanted to have Hu Fei move out of the way, hesitated while looking at the lotus leaf packet. Isn't this better? You and big brother who aren't strangers, Hu Fei said, coming over as he moved to put his hand around Yenair's shoulders. Although there was a scar on Yenair's face along with her having an undeveloped body due to poor nutrition, she still had a set of pretty facial features. Yenair's eyes showed signs of hesitation. If she was alone, she would not be bothered about Hu Fei. But today, the young master has not eaten for the whole day, and his stomach was rumbling. Furthermore, there was not even a grain of rice at home. What could she do even if she went back? Mo Wuji did not know what Yenair was thinking. He did not wait for Hu Fei's hands to reach Yenair's shoulders before he kicked out with his foot. Hu Fei did not expect Mo Wuji to react this way. Mo Wuji kicked him squarely in the chest. Mo Wuji felt like he kicked a piece of steel, and he had to take a series of steps back from the strong rebound. Master, are you alright? Yenair quickly ran over, supporting Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji looked at Hu Fei, who was only forced back by a single step and could not help but become shocked. His current body was indeed very weak as it was not even able to kick down Hu Fei. Is Hu Fei a martial artist? You're courting death. Hu Fei did not expect the weak Mo Xinghe, who only dreamt of being a king, to suddenly act against him. He went into a fury and pulled out a foot-long knife from his waist and rushed towards Mo Wuji. Several bystanders saw Hu Fei rushing towards Mo Wuji, but no one came forward to help. They did not even say a word. Hu Fei, hurry up and stop. It's broad daylight and you dare to commit murder? Yenair's face turned pale white, and she did not notice that it was already night time. Haha, I have long wanted to get rid of this idiot. Today, this idiot acted against me first. Even if I kill him, I will at most get only a fine. Yenair, I am doing this for you. If you follow me, you can have food to eat and clothes to wear. Hu Fei apparently did not intend to stop. Yenair turned anxious. There was no other way, she could only use her body to protect Mo Wuji. At this moment, Mo Wuji completely calmed down. From his recollection, Chengyu State indeed had such a law. Whether you are right or wrong, if someone acted upon you first and you killed him, you would only receive a small fine. Knowing that it was too late for regrets, Mo Wuji quickly pulled Yenair to the side. He calmly stared at Hu Fei and said, Hu Fei, if you dare to even touch a single hair of mine, you will die a horrible death. Chapter 3, Mortal Roots. Mo Wuji calmly told Hu Fei, I am still part of the Northern Qin Prefecture royal clan. Even though I did not manage to succeed the throne, I still have my aristocratic title. Do you dare hurt a noble like me? Hu Fei, I'm warning you, even tearing your body from limb to limb by 5 horses or cutting you up into 1,000 pieces would be too light a punishment for you. Hu Fei startled as he realized that even the weakened duke like him still belonged to the royal clan and that he was not someone a lowly personnel like Hu Fei could mess with. Whether or not Mo Wuji was still considered to be part of the royal clan was not for someone like Hu Fei to find out. However, Mo Wuji was right in stating that if someone were to hurt a noble, punishments such as tearing the body from limb to limb by 5 horses would indeed be going easy on the offender. Hu Fei realized the consequence of hurting a noble and quickly responded, My king, I am just joking with you, I would never dare to lay a finger on you. There was no rush to get rid of Mo Wuji. Hu Fei had nothing but time on his side to do a thorough check on whether Mo Wuji's title was still valid. Mo Wuji calmly walked over to Hu Fei and took the knife from his hand. What a good knife! Mo Wuji knew this knife was exceptionally sharp the moment he got his hands on it. Having let go of the knife in his hands, Hu Fei subconsciously took a few steps back and cautiously observed Mo Wuji. Yenair watched over the two of them nervously. Even though the knife is with Mo Wuji now, Yen still could not help but panic. Having served Mo Wuji for a long time, she clearly knew that Mo Wuji was just a civilian like the rest and no longer held any aristocratic title. In other words, since Mo Wuji attacked Hu Fei first, even if Hu Fei were to indeed kill Mo Wuji, Hu Fei would at most be punished with a small fine. Looking at the knife in his hands, Mo Wuji stared at Hu Fei's eyes and said, "Hu Fei, I am not trying to use my position to threaten you. Even if I am no longer part of the royal clan, my ancestors were once dukes and you would not get away by hurting their descendant. Hurting the descendant of a royal blood, isn't it equivalent to not showing any form of respect for the Chinese state?" Mo Wuji gave a cold smirk as he finished his sentence. Hu Fei kept pondering if Mo Wuji was really part of the royal clan. Because if he was not, Hu Fei was confident of finishing him off even though the knife was with Mo Wuji. Upon hearing what Mo Wuji just said, this thought of his disappeared quickly without a trace and he replied, "My king, a lowly personnel like me was just joking with you earlier." Hu Fei also wondered how Mo Wuji's change in attitude could be so drastic. "I am no longer the king now, scram before I change my mind." Mo Wuji kept Hu Fei's knife in his boot tube. Yes, Master Mo, please take care," Hu Fei's heart ached as he watched Mo Wuji keep his knife and walk away. That knife had always been with Hu Fei and little did he expect someone to take it away from him today. He would be lying if he said his heart did not ache. "Master, you are no longer." As Hu Fei left, Yen cautiously walked over and whispered to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji interrupted and said, "I know, let's talk when we get back." Even without Yen's reminder, Mo Wuji would have already guessed he was no longer part of the royal clan. They lived in a very cramped space and there was only an old cloth separating the two wooden beds. There was nothing valuable in the house. Mo Wuji knew that anything with worth, even a penny, would have been sold by Yen to buy sweets to play with the children. Mo Wuji saw himself in the scratched mirror hanging in front of his bed. He resembled himself in the past life and his long dry hair was tied very neatly by Yen. Even though his face was pale, it was much better compared it to Yen's yellowish skinny face. Other than the tired eyes, his slick eyebrows and sharp nose made him look decently handsome. "Master, I will go to Aunt Lu's house to borrow some rice," Yen said the moment she stepped into the house. She still felt that Mo Wuji should have taken and kept the packet of pig head meat from Hu Fei instead of the knife. "Hold on," Mo Wuji stopped Yen. Mo Wuji asked Yen the moment he saw her turned her head curiously looking at him. "Yen, Hu Fei seems to be trained in martial arts as he was much stronger than me." "He's a hooligan, but where did he learn them from?" From what Mo Wuji could remember, this world was not a place full of top martial artists. What rights did Hu Fei have that he could learn martial arts when the descendant of a noble like himself could not? Yen revealed an expression of disdain and replied, "Hu Fei barely learned a few moves from others, and he cannot even open his spirit. How can he be considered to be true martial artist? I've heard from your grandfather that your great-grandfather was a true spiritual martial artist. What is opening of the spirit?" Mo Wuji anxiously asked because in his memory, other than his previous country, there was absolutely nothing else. Could it be that he was wrong and that this place was still a place where one can master martial arts? At this moment, he felt excited and fired up to go all out to learn martial arts if it is really possible now. This was so that if one day he could return to Earth, he could ask her in person, why? Yen was not surprised at Mo Wuji not knowing what the opening of spirit is. What surprised Yen the most is that the young master previously could not care less about such things. Why is he so curious about it now? She still decided to tell him all that she knew. Opening of the spirit is helping someone with spiritual roots excite their spiritual roots and open up their spiritual channel. Only those who have excited roots and open channels would be able to cultivate and master martial arts. I've heard that opening more channels during the first try would indicate a greater quality of spiritual roots. Mo Wuji immediately caught two main points from what Yen said. The first is that to learn martial arts, one has to have spiritual roots. Secondly, one must be able to open up their spiritual network. Yen, why did the old master not bring me to open up my spirit? Mo Wuji asked excitedly. Yen'er tone became deeper and said, when Old Master first came to Raozhou City, he was too busy trying to succeed the throne. When he realized that it was not possible anymore, he wanted to let you learn martial arts. Old Master accumulated enough money for you to test your roots and open your spirit. However, after the tests, it was discovered that you possessed mortal roots just like Old Master. People with mortal roots under normal circumstances cannot excite their roots and hence are unable to learn martial arts. What are mortal roots? Mo Wuji's heart sank but asked anyway. Having gone through death, what else can he find unacceptable? Yen'er could feel Mo Wuji's disappointment, sighing as she said, I've heard from Old Master that one's roots will affect one's martial arts future. Normally, those without spiritual roots are called mortal roots, also known as useless roots. Those with mortal roots are just like everyone else. Those with spiritual roots could cultivate, and the grade of one's spiritual roots could be further divided into different levels. There are the low level, medium level, high level, and the top level. I've heard people saying there are some with grades even higher than the top level, but I'm not too sure what are those levels. So I only have mortal roots. Mo Wuji could no longer hide his disappointment after hearing Yen'er. Yen'er tried to comfort Mo Wuji saying, Young Master, even in Changyu State itself there are only a small number of people with spiritual roots. The rest of the people like us only have mortal roots, but they are all living just fine. I am sure we will too. Mo Wuji clenched his fist and said, Yen'er, I will go and find some work tomorrow. I want to accumulate some money and get ready to try and open my spirit once more. Ah! Yen'er seems to be shocked by Mo Wuji's decision but understood what he was trying to do. Young Master, please don't do it. Back then, Old Master saved up money to test for your roots, and despite knowing you have mortal roots, he still tried to open up your spirit only to realize mortal roots will never turn into spiritual roots. After this attempt, Old Master passed away with an illness not long later. Yen'er's words might be a little obscured, but Mo Wuji understood what she was trying to point out. Back then, if the Old Master did not try and open Mo Wuji's spirit, even if he might be poor, he would probably not die of illness. This also proved that the amount of money needed was not a small sum. However, having lived in two different worlds, Mo Wuji was not as innocent as Yen'er. Mo Guanyuan died coincidentally after he tried to open Mo Wuji's spirit. It probably isn't something so straightforward like an illness. From the looks of it, if he were to open his spirit, he had to be extra careful. Do not worry, Yen'er, I have confidence I will be able to earn the money. Tomorrow onwards, you do not have to go borrow rice from Aunt Lu because I will take care of you, Mo Wuji said as he walked over to Yen'er and gently touched Yen'er's undernourished yellowish hair. Yen'er was so young, could you imagine how much she sacrificed when Mo Xing's parents died and she had to take care of a mad Mo Xingyi? Aunt Lu was only their landlord, and she had been very accommodating to them all this while. Aunt Lu was a widow and hence her life had not been exactly very good either. Therefore, to always request for rice from her was a form of burden to Aunt Lu too. Mo Wuji was still a top-notch botanist in this rather advanced country. How could providing 3 meals a day be an obstacle to him? Chapter 4, A Rice Bowl Filled with Gratitude. A change of fate was enough to make one sad, but Mo Wuji did not care. Even if he became a fallen prince, Mo Wuji did not put it to heart. The only thing that made him lost and unwilling was that he is a mortal with mortal roots. On earth, everyone was the same. No one was afraid that they cannot cultivate, and he could excel in other areas. However, in this new world, being unable to cultivate signified a completely lost opportunity. Even if he was determined to be without spiritual roots, without personally testing for it, he will not give up. Harboring such worrying thoughts, Mo Wuji did not know when he actually fell asleep. Mo Wuji was aroused awake by the fragrant smell of rice, and when he opened his eyes, the sun was already out. As he sat up, he saw a big bowl of rice on the old and broken square table. There was even a dish of pickles and half a cucumber. Master, you're awake. Quickly wash up and eat. Without waiting for Mo Wuji to speak, Yen'er, who was constantly concerned for him, cried out with joy. "You did not sleep last night?" Mo Wuji looked at Yener's pale face, dark circles and tired eyes, and knew that Yener did not sleep the whole night. "Yesterday, I went to help Aunt Lu set up her stall, and business was very good." Even though Yener was very tired, Mo Wuji could still feel her happiness. Mo Wuji understood the reason for her happiness. As business was good, Aunt Lu gave her more pay. Mo Wuji came down from his wooden bed, reached out and touched Yener's messy hair, not speaking for a long time. He was certain that this was not the first time Yener worked overnight to feed him. She had long been accustomed to it. This Mo Xinghan must have been a pig. Not only did he stay silent and depended on a young girl, he even spent all his time dreaming about being a king. After returning from work, Yener even had to spend money to buy candy to accompany him to play his king game. "Master, you did not eat much yesterday, quickly wash up and eat." Yener felt that after the young master woke up, there was a lot of change in him, which made her happy. "You go ahead first, I'll wash up right away." Mo Wuji felt both pitiful and touched. In both his lives, no one has ever treated him like this. His past lover had a cold personality. Even though she was nice to him, she had never moved him like Yener. In the end, she even plotted against him. Yener hurriedly said, "I just ate, young master you." Yener did not continue talking as she saw the young master walk towards her wooden bed, slowly bending down and picking up a half-eaten black bun by the pillow side. Mo Wuji did not speak, he held the hard, black bun and started to panic. Previously when Yener said that she had ate, he saw some black crumbs by the side of her mouth. He slowly brought the bread to his nose and smelt a hint of rancidness and staleness. There was a stark contrast between this black bun, which gives off a sour taste, and the bowl of fresh, white rice. No wonder why this growing young girl already has a head of dirty, yellow hair. Maybe the rancid smell incited Mo Wuji's nose, his nose turned sour and his eyes felt itchy. "Master, you can't eat that." Yener thought that Mo Wuji was going to eat the black bun, and quickly called out. Mo Wuji gently grabbed Yener's hands which were rougher than his, and slowly said, "Yener, from now on, whenever I eat, you will eat too. You will never be hungry. Today, don't go out and help out with the stall. Remember the words of Big Brother, I will support you now." This rice bowl filled with gratitude will never be forgotten. "Master," Yener called out with fear. She was worried about how the young master was acting today. Mo Wuji did not dare to continue talking. He patted Yener's hands, went outside to wipe the tear stains at the corner of his eyes, and rushed to wash up. After breakfast, Mo Wuji went out. Even though he forced Yener to share his breakfast, and forced her to rest before leaving, he still felt bad. He wanted to find a job as soon as possible, so that Yener could live an easier life. In the entire Changyu state, Raozhou City is the largest and most prosperous city. Walking in the bustling streets, Mo Wuji felt the rhythm of life in Raozhou City, and it is not slower than those on Earth. Raozhou Association is where Mo Wuji came to find work. This is where everybody would go to find work or employment. Walking into the association, Mo Wuji saw many recruitment windows. Some are long-term job opportunities in some large workshops, and some are temporary job opportunities. In addition, there were many recruit posters, as well as various types of information. In Earth terms, this would be called a multifunctional talent market. The association is enormous. Even though there were more than 1,000 people wandering inside, it still felt spacious. Mo Wuji circled around the association for a while, and could see the two jobs which were highly sought after. One was planting medicinal herbs, the other was mineral exploration. Mo Wuji shook his head. Even though this world could be considered a world of science and technology, there was no variety in the advanced home appliances. As such, people do not value electronic experts. The pay of a mechanic is 1/3 that of a medicinal herb planter, and 1/5 that of a mineral explorer. Mo Wuji did not mind. On Earth, he was a biology expert and he was proficient in botany. Finding a job here was simply too easy. After some simple comparisons, Mo Wuji soon found many suitable jobs. Raozhou Pharmaceutical Field was hiring a herb grafter, with a monthly pay of 30 silver coins. They were also hiring people proficient in herbs to engage in garden work for 10 silver coins per month. On the other hand, Copper Hill Mining Square was hiring a prospector to appraise their minerals for 50 silver coins per month. As a top biologist, Mo Wuji was confident in appraising minerals and determining their composition. Now, he was looking for a job, and did not care about the job suitability or the workshop state. To him, the one with the highest pay is the best, as he would not be working in that job for long. That would be the prospector job. Mo Wuji walked toward the Copper Hill Mining Square booth, and just as he was about to stand at the back of the queue, a nearby window suddenly posted a new job. Changling Pill Workshop, urgently hiring several assistant refiners, monthly pay of 10 gold coins. Mo Wuji immediately stopped walking. He knew the currency here are gold, silver and copper coins. 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 100 silver coins, and that is the equivalent of 10,000 copper coins. A monthly pay of 10 gold coins simply outbeats all the rest by miles. Not doing this job is simply not giving face to his previous expertise as a first-class biologist. Isn't refining medicine simply pharmacy? On Earth, due to the increased resistance towards virus, the rich gradually gave up on Western medicine. On the contrary, due to the variety of Chinese medicine, and that Chinese medicine contains natural plant extracts, it was more popular. As a top biologist and pharmaceutical master, he knew many companies' Chinese medicine formulas. Every time he appeared, it was as a mentor. Each time, did he not get a pay of at least 1 million? Mo Wuji walked to the water tower, towards where the Changling Pill Workshop recruitment window was, and sat down. Giving a gentle smile to give himself the aura of an expert, he said, "I want to apply for your companies, for the high-paying job." The recruitment officer was a middle-aged woman who looked smart and capable. She saw Mo Wuji sitting in front of the window without taking anything out. Feeling slightly puzzled, she asked, "May I ask which job you are applying for?" "I would like to apply for the drug refining assistant job which was just posted." Mo Wuji did not complete his sentence before feeling something was wrong. The moment he said that sentence, there was an obvious silence around him. At that moment, almost all eyes were on him. The middle-aged woman looked at Mo Wuji with a face of shock, before recovering her composure, and said in a respectful tone, "May I see your qualification certificates?" Chapter 5, Things That Are Taboo to Me. No wonder why the recruitment officer was astounded. No wonder why the surrounding crowd got a shock after hearing that Mo Wuji wanted to apply to be a drug refiner assistant. Although Raozhou City was the capital of Chengyu State, there were few drug refiner assistants, and much fewer drug refiners. For drug refiner assistants, many were elderly men. Thus it was rare to find a drug refiner assistant as young as Mo Wuji. This was not only in Chengyu State, but even in the whole Xinghan Empire. Such a young drug refiner must have great potential and an unimaginable future ahead. It could be said that for a drug refiner assistant as young as Mo Wuji, he will become an actual drug refiner a few decades' time if nothing goes wrong. The original copy of a drug refiner assistant qualification? Mo Wuji's heart sank. Where would he get such a thing? He subconsciously looked at the shocked expressions and skeptical looks of the surrounding crowd, and finally understood. Mo Wuji continued, speaking as though nothing happened. "I have not had the time to take part in the drug refiner assistant qualification test, but I had already reached the level of 1. Mo Wuji sensed that the looks from the crowd changed. The recruitment officer settled down, and the cautious look on her face disappeared completely. She did not get angry, but instead calmly asked, "So which drug refiner school did you graduate from? Which drug refiner was your teacher?" Mo Wuji scanned the room again. He finally discovered that many applicants were holding a small book in their hands. From this short a distance, he could make out the words on the book held by the applicant closest to him, Raozhou Mining Research School Graduating Certificate. Mo Wuji never expected that applying for a job here would be the same as on Earth, requiring qualifications. Looking at the circumstances, even if he went to apply for other jobs, without any qualifications, he would still fail. Seeing that the recruitment officer appeared to be increasingly unhappy over time, Mo Wuji could only give an awkward laugh. Well, I am self-taught, so I have neither any graduate certificate nor a teacher. Ha ha ha, someone in the crowd finally burst into laughter this time. Surprisingly, this seemingly impressive drug refiner assistant was only a lying fellow. Changling Pill Workshop's recruitment officer did not laugh, but instead had an ominous and scary look on her face. Changling Pill Workshop was one of the top drug refineries in the whole of Chengyu State. How could someone come to make a fool out of her? Seeing that this middle-aged woman was in a bad mood and was about to explode, Mo Wuji thought to himself, this is not good. Right at this moment, a sudden noise interrupted Mo Wuji, who was about to speak. Isn't this our king? My king, why have you come to the association in person? Don't you have to attend court in the forest outside of the city? Oh, that's right, my king is here to inspect this place. Look at me, where are my manners? Quickly pay respects to the king. The voice was filled with mockery and frivolity, without any of the respect or manners he was talking about. Mo Wuji turned around and saw that it was a young man in gray leisurely clothing walking over. He had seen this man before. It seemed that he was one of the few youngsters walking with Wen Manju last night. He had a decent appearance, and looked rather vain. He's the Northern Qin Prefecture, the middle-aged recruitment officer suddenly understood, and the anger shown on her face disappeared. The man was a lunatic. What's there to get angry about? The surrounding crowd burst into laughter, obviously thinking that Mo Wuji was here as a joke. Xiaoxiu, do you think this is very funny? A cold voice rang out, and the laughter in the association suddenly died down as though it was locked away. A lady in a purple dress stood at the door of the association. She had a slender waist and long hair, and her stunning looks immediately caused the whole association to turn pale. These details were actually not of much significance. What was significant was that the girl was someone that most of them knew. Wen Manju, the only child of Chengyu State's Raoxian Prefecture Marquis, Wenju. A prefecture marquis in the whole of Xinghan Empire was like a drop of water in the ocean, a nobody. But in this association and in Raozhou, he was of the greatest importance. Manju, Xiaoxiu awkwardly called out, and only because when Manju was in a bad mood, he dared not continue. He felt some regret, as he did not notice when Manju approaching, destroying any good impression he had left previously on her. He once commented on Mo Wuji in front of Wen Manju, saying that Mo Wuji was excusable based on the circumstances he was in. But his single sentence of mockery caused him to reveal his true self to her. Wen Manju ignored Kai Xiaoxiu, but instead walked in front of Mo Wuji, took out a cloth pouch and handed it to him. Xingha, take this back and give it to Yan. The cloth pouch jingled, so Mo Wuji knew that it was from the clashing of gold coins. For Mo Wuji, who was desperately in need of money, he longed for even a single silver coin. What more these gold coins? Mo Wuji felt no animosity towards nor good impression of Wen Manju. Regarding her abandonment of the spiritless and crazy Mo Xingha, Mo Wuji did not feel angry either. There are too many of this type of people on Earth, too many realists. If the Mo family fell, and Mo Xingha went insane, Wen Manju would definitely leave. There are too many people who will share good fortune with you, but how many would be willing to share your troubles? Because of his current situation and the experiences of his past life, it caused him to have no interest to get to know someone like Wen Manju. It doesn't matter how pretty Wen Manju is, he still did not want to get involved with a woman like that. Even if he thirsts for money, he won't take Wen Manju's money. Mo Wuji lives by his own way, and he has his pride too. Mo Wuji thought of Yan, who will never leave him. How many women out there can be like Yan? You can only meet someone like that once in your life, and it was after praying for it by striking and breaking countless Buddhist wooden fish. Having experienced it, Mo Wuji could only know more clearly how precious this is. Since it is for Yenair, then you should go give it to her yourself. Mo Warji turned and left after speaking. After walking 2 steps, he halted, turned around once again and said, "That's right, I am called Mo Warji, not Mo Xinghe. The Jian by Wu Jin Ji, but of course I am not without any taboos, some things are still taboo to me. TL, by Wu Jin Ji means to be without taboo." When Manju heard Mo Wuji's words, and her heart unexpectedly throbbed. Is this a change in name? Seeing that Mo Wuji was about to leave, she reacted, quickly shouting, "Xinghe. Wuji, Yenair is not willing to take it, you should take it." Yenair was not willing to take it? Mo Wuji suddenly wanted to burst out laughing. This wrenches attitude towards me. Good, this is good. My one family's refinery is hiring, if you're interested, you can go. When Manju suddenly had a feeling from the bottom of her heart, the Mo Xinghe before her, no, it's Mo Wuji, was no longer the prince who skived and dreamed of becoming king until he went crazy. He changed, his pride filled with passion let her clearly feel the changes in him. Mo Wuji stopped again, looking at Wen Manju and said, "Look to the sky and laugh your way out, how could I be a refiner? I'm already too lazy to be a drug refiner assistant. If I could be anything it will be a drug refiner." Ha ha, Mo Wuji laughed after he finished speaking, showing off his majestic aura. He was not nonsensically majestic, but had some thoughts about the issue. Compared to the woman who backstabbed him, Wen Manju was many times better. But alas, he focused wholeheartedly on his biology and medical research, until the point that he did not know what the women by his side were like. Coming back to life, Mo Wuji swore not to let this happen again, never again. Haha, the association was once again filled with laughter. Obviously no one thought that Mo Wuji was speaking the truth. More thought that Mo Wuji had not recovered yet, and it was only his crazy side that changed from wanting to be king into wanting to be a drug refiner. One could say that Mo Wuji had a sliver of hope of becoming a king. But becoming a drug refiner, there was no hope at all. Chapter 6, Dan Han Drug Refinery. Young man, please wait. Just as Mo Wuji was about to leave the association, an old voice stopped him. Mo Wuji turned to see a middle-aged man. His face looked as old as his voice. "You called me?" Mo Wuji sized up this middle-aged man. He was a man with sharp eyes, as though everything he saw was within his grasps. "Yes, I called you. If you do not mind, we can find a quiet place to talk," the middle-aged man said, pointing towards a tea room at the side of the association hall. Mo Wuji smiled, "Of course I don't mind." Seeing Mo Wuji walking to the tea room with the middle-aged man, many people in the association started their small discussions. "Isn't that the owner of Dan Han Drug Refinery, Lu Jiujuan? Everyone here knows that guy is a fake drug refining assistant. Is he trying to recruit that madman? Isn't he afraid that his workshop will close down again? He isn't that bright after all, ah. He, you know it, yet you still say it. If Lu Jiujuan was bright, he would not have led Dan Han Drug Refinery to its fall. At first glance, that man looks shrewd, but he actually isn't. Just look at what happened to Dan Han Drug Refinery. Who doesn't know Lu Jiujuan is stupid? But what happened to Dan Han Drug Refinery was really a pity. It was one of the best drug refinery workshops in Shangyu State, maybe even in Xinghan Empire. Now, it is just a small workshop. Maybe after some time, it will just disappear. Who allowed Lu Jiujuan to be so lucky, being able to inherit Dan Han Drug Refinery? Even though it failed, at least he did possess it. At least he doesn't have to be like us, coming here to find jobs. Those discussions were not heard by Mo Wuji. At this moment, he was already with Lu Jiujuan sitting in the tea room. Lu Jiujuan called a pot of Rao City's chunshao. The light green tea was poured out, emitting a light fragrance. Mo Wuji drank a mouthful of tea, his mouth was full of fragrance, and his whole body felt comfortable. He could not help but to praise, "Good tea." The past Mo Wuji did not research about tea, but something of greater difficulty. Even though he had tried all kinds of tea, none of them could compare to what he just drank. Moreover, Mo Wuji could see that this tea was casually rushed out, with no attention to the intricate details. Otherwise, the flavor would reach a wholly different level. Lu Jiujuan smiled. Rao City Chunshao is one of the 3 major teas of Chunyu State, which will be presented annually as a tribute to the royal clan. What we're drinking is made from old leaves, and these old leaves are not what an average person can afford. Let me first introduce myself. I am Lu Jiujuan, the current owner of Danhan Drug Refinery. At this point, Lu Jiujuan deliberately stopped and looked at Mo Wuji. He believed Mo Wuji will inevitably respond, "Oh, it's Danhan Drug Refinery, I know that." Mo Wuji could understand the meaning behind Lu Jiujuan's words. It appeared that Danhan Drug Refinery was not that simple, but he still said apologetically, "Sorry owner Lu, I really have not heard of Danhan Drug Refinery." Lu Jiujuan's mouth hung wide open, seemingly not trusting the words of Mo Wuji. In Raozhou, who had not heard of Danhan Drug Refinery? Even though it had already fallen, and many stores and workshops have been swallowed up by others, all these happened recently. Its past fame should not have faded so quickly? After a moment of surprise, Lu Jiujuan came to understand and said self-deprecatingly, "It seems like I was overthinking. Prince Mo was too involved in restoring his country, naturally he would not notice commercial matters." Seeing that Lu Jiujuan understood, Mo Wuji directly said, "Lu Jiujuan knows my history. You would not be here to hire me to be a drug refiner, right?" Just now, he raved about being a drug refiner in the association, but Mo Wuji was very clear. No one would put his ravings to heart. Lu Jiujuan drank a mouthful of tea, calmly put down the cup, and said with a smile, "Prince Mo is right, I am here to hire Prince Mo to be my chief drug refiner." Now, the one to be surprised is Mo Wuji. He subconsciously paused his hand at the side of his cup, and said in disbelief, "Perhaps owner Lu has not heard of me? Are you sure what I said just now was not mere bragging? Or the words of an average person?" Lu Jiujuan said calmly, "I may not be able to refine drugs, but I have a good pair of eyes." When the prince was saying his mad words, these eyes saw a man filled with substance and self-confidence. That definitely isn't boasting or the words of something without a brain. Furthermore, your recent words gave me confidence that those aren't the words that an abnormal person would say. Thus, I decided to place a bet that what Prince Mo said is true. How about that, Prince Mo? Are you interested in working with me this once? Lu Jiujuan further added, "Oh right, I also have a nickname, Mad Lu. The reason why my Danhan Drug Refinery fell so fast was because I made crazy decisions." Lu Jiujuan did not even believe the words he just said. Naturally, he wasn't employing Mo Wuji because of self-confidence. Although it played a part, there was another more important reason which he knew clearly. That is, Mo Wuji's grandfather, Mo Tianchang, had an identity that no one else knew. An identity of a drug refiner, a high-level one at that. His Lu family's Danhan Drug Refinery was able to be famous in Raozhou, was simply because of the northern Qin prefecture lord, Mo Tianchang. Even though his grandfather and Mo Tianchang were friends, the Lu clan still paid a high price to get the support of Mo Tianchang. In other words, if not for the vast majority of the profits going to Mo Tianchang, Danhan Drug Refinery may not have fallen so quickly. So even if others did not believe it when Mo Wuji said that he is a drug refiner, Lu Jiujuan was still a little convinced. If he was in the position of Mo Tianchang, he would also have imparted his skills to his descendants. Not to mention the self-confidence that Mo Wuji had. Of course, this matter which Mo Wuji did not know, he would not go and explain it to him. Hearing Lu Jiujuan, Mo Wuji calmed down. He did not believe that Lu Jiujuan wanted to hire him to be a chief drug refiner because Lu Jiujuan was determined that he wasn't lying. There's no such thing as a free meal in this world, Mo Wuji was very clear about that. If the other party was really so bold, there probably wouldn't even be a Danhan Drug Refinery. What? Don't tell me that Prince Mo was really lying? When I now offer a position, you're actually backing out? Lu Jiujuan saw that Mo Wuji did not speak, and added another sentence. Mo Wuji did not get triggered by Lu Jiujuan's words, drinking a mouthful of tea and said, I can join, but what would be my pay? 50 gold coins per month, with all accommodations provided. In addition, as long as they are not unreasonable, Dan Han Drug Refinery will try to satisfy your demands. Lu Jiujuan finished and stared at Mo Wuji. He did not believe that Mo Wuji would reject such a high pay. Naturally, this pay is not as high as an actual drug refiner's pay, but was several times higher than Changling Pill Workshop. According to his conjecture, with this offer, Mo Wuji would stand up in excitement. The reality, however, made him feel lost. Mo Wuji did not seem to hear his words, calmly drinking another mouthful of tea. Just when Lu Jiujuan was about to lose his patience, he asked an irrelevant question, Owner Lu, I heard that opening the spirit is extremely expensive. I wonder how much it actually is? Mo Wuji is not someone who has not seen money. He was previously excited about the 10 gold coins as no one knew him at that time. He simply wanted to find a quick job to feed Yen Er and himself. Even if he did get the job, he would at most do it for a month before leaving. However, the person in front of him, Lu Jiujuan, will certainly not let him leave after 1 month, and he definitely had to sign some sort of contract. Lu Jiujuan gave Mo Wuji a puzzled look. Even he has heard that Mo Wuji had tried to open his spirit before, and only resulted in a mortal root. What was the meaning behind this question? Even though he did not know Mo Wuji's intentions, he still gave a detailed response. There are 3 ways to open the spirit. The first is to use an elixir, and that is also the most common way. The price depends on the grade of the elixir, and the cheapest one costs at least 10,000 gold coins. The second is. Mo Wuji apologetically interrupted Lu Jiujuan, Owner Lu, if the cheapest price is 10,000 gold coins, then there must be a highest price? May I ask what is it? Lu Jiujuan chuckled, there is no highest price. I heard that not even the entire Chengyu state is able to afford the most precious elixir. So that is the case. Mo Wuji did not know how much Mo Xing his parents paid to buy him an elixir to open his spirit. From what he can guess, the cheaper the elixir, the outcome of the spirit opening would be worse. Lu Jiujuan continued, the second is to request an expert to help open the spirit. The fee depends on the feelings of the expert. Generally, they will not stoop to 10,000 gold coins, and a starting price of 1 million gold coins is already considered cheap. The third is something that cannot be found in Chengyu State. I heard that Xinghan Empire has an array which can open the spirit, and only the qualified can enter the array. Mo Wuji stayed silent. Regardless of the method, even if he earned 100 gold coins, to earn the amount of money to open the spirit will take donkey years. Owner Lu, have you opened your spirit? The minimum price is 10,000 gold bids. I'm sure few people can afford that, right? Doesn't that mean that the poor don't even have a chance to open their spirits? After a long while, Mo Wuji finally spoke. Lu Jiujuan shook his head. I went to test, and I only had mortal roots. In addition, I do not care about cultivation, so I did not try and open my spirit. The test before opening the spirit also costs money? Mo Wuji asked. Of course it costs money, usually about 500 gold coins. Even if it is tested to have spiritual roots, and you open your spirit, that does not necessarily mean you are able to cultivate. What if the test shows that you have mortal roots, can you still open the spirit? Lu Jiujuan laughed. Although I know little about this, I know that the probability of success would be less than 1%. Only those who are not resigned to not having spiritual roots, knowing that they have mortal roots, would still spend money to open the spirit. Mo Wuji finally understood. His poor father was so desperate, knowing that Mo Wuji had mortal roots, but he still spent money trying to help Mo Wuji open the spirit. Chapter 7, The Chief Drug Refiner. Owner Lu, the fact that you hired me, does that mean you need me to help Dan Han Drug Refinery research on a new drug? Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief and made a decision to gamble on it. The amount of gold coins he needed was way too much, not even tens or hundreds of it is enough to solve the problem. Lu Jojuan hesitated. I do not exactly need you to develop a whole new drug. The reason why Dan Han Drug Refinery is failed is that we spent too much resource trying to develop a new drug. The development of the new drugs failed and was unable to be produced in time, hence our competitor took the opportunity. Maybe you can start with our original creations as a base, saving a lot of time and effort. What Lu Jojuan mentioned was not wrong at all. After Mo Tianchang went missing, Dan Han Drug Refinery was left with excess profits. As Lu Jojuan was never a person who would settle for mediocrity, he immediately hired a few famous drug refiners to start developing a new drug. The pity is that after Mo Tianchang plundered away most of Dan Han Drug Refinery's profits, the amount left were not enough to develop a new drug. In the end, all the effort came to naught. The new drug was not developed and Dan Han Drug Refinery fell. Many believe that it was due to the crazy prodigal Lu Jojuan who made Dan Han Drug Refinery fail. However, only Lu Jojuan himself knows that even if he did not insist on developing a new drug, Dan Han Drug Refinery will sooner or later close down as well. What Mo Wuji was concerned about was not Dan Han Drug Refinery, as its products have already lost its competitive advantage over the past few years. Changlin Pill Workshop's drug had the same efficacy and its pricing was a lot more competitive. What he was doing was just putting on a fight. If I am the sole researcher for developing this new drug, I want 70% of the profits from the earnings of this drug. Mo Wuji asked directly after realizing that he needed a huge amount of gold coins. He was not even intending to start with the drug that Dan Han Drug Refinery was previously developing. Impossible. You do not even possess any qualifications and you dare ask for 70% of the profits. What logic is this? Even if I were to randomly hire a drug refiner outside, I would only need to pay 200 to 300 gold coins a month. Lu Jojuan stood up and said in a slightly angry manner. Mo Wuji was not taken aback at all. He had been through way too many of these negotiations in his past life that a sentence like this would not frighten him. Owner Lu, are you sure you will be able to develop a new drug with a pharmacist who was paid 200 to 300 gold coins? Next, even if he manages to develop the new drug successfully, he just needs to quit and switch to another refinery with this drug. Are you sure you still can profit? Okay, even if you signed a contract with him, if the development takes a long time, will you have enough coins to pay his monthly fee? I am different. Before the new drug is developed, I will only receive 10 gold coins per month from you. Mo Wuji noticed that Lu Jojuan did not have much excess gold coins to hire a proper drug refiner, hence wanted to try his luck with this deal. In addition to the splitting of profits of the new drug, you still want me to pay you 10 gold coins per month? Lu Jojuan realized that his words were getting softer. That's for sure, Owner Lu. The fact that you found me already proves your wisdom. Since this is the case, and you understand the current situation I'm in, you should know that I cannot possibly try and develop a new drug on an empty stomach. Moreover, even if I fail to develop a new drug, your losses will not be that significant. However, if you were to spend a few hundreds of gold coins to hire a drug refiner, if he fails to develop the drug, I am afraid you and I would be neighbors then, Mo Wuji said while laughing. Lu Jojuan felt angered at the sight of Mo Wuji's smile, and he swore he would rush to kick whoever said that this person was crazy and autistic, because he was clearly not. No, I'll at most give you 50%. Lu Jojuan hesitated for a while before answering very clearly. What Mo Wuji said made perfect sense, as even if he fails to develop a new drug, the most Lu Jojuan loses was tens of gold coins. However, if a proper drug refiner fails, he would possibly lose up to a few thousand gold coins. At that point, Lu Jojuan might really end up being neighbors with this fallen prince. Mo Wuji scratched his chin and says, 50% is fine, but not 50% of the profits now. I want 50% of Dan Han Drug Refinery's shares. If you are agreeable, we will sign the contract now. If you're not, I will go and take the drug refiner test and get the certificate. Don't tell me without a graduation certificate I cannot take the test. I have nothing but ways to do it. Once I get the certificate, Lu Jojuan sighed and knew Mo Wuji hit his weak spot. Even if he did not find Mo Wuji, no one will believe him if he were to find other pharmacists and offer 80% of the profits to him. Alright, I agree. Prince Mo, you have to make sure you put your heart and mind in this because the future of my Dan Han drug refinery is now dependent on you. From today onwards, you will be the chief drug refiner of Dan Han drug refinery. Lu Jiujuan no longer wanted to bargain. After Dan Han Drug Refinery's new drug was developed, the sale of the new drug will be Dan Han Drug Refinery entire profit. So Dan Han Drug Refinery Workshop's share and the new drug's share would be the same, the new drug's share might even be much more. Mo Wuji patted the shoulder of Lu Jiujuan. Brother, you are a smart guy, watch how I'll bring you good fortune and revive Dan Han Drug Refinery. Old Lu, lend me 10 gold coins first, I'm short of rice at home. Lu Jiujuan's mouth twitched a few times but still took out a small pouch and gave it Mo Wuji saying, Brother Mo, we are going to be one family very soon, there's no need to be so polite. If you don't have enough gold coins, you can always get your monthly salary prepaid. I'll go back and prepare, you just have to come down to my workshop tomorrow to sign the contract. Mo Wuji received the pouch and felt that there were exactly 10 gold coins in the pouch. He was elated just as he saw everyone in the association staring at Yen Er, who looked worried. Yen Er was probably worried about him, that's why she came to the association again. Fine, I will be there at Dan Han Drug Refinery tomorrow. Mo Wuji was already out of the tea room while waving his hands exclaiming, Girl. After the first meeting's confusion and concerns and the tug-of-war between Mo Wuji and Lu Jiujuan, Mo Wuji had finally restored his original composure. Young master, Yen Er saw Mo Wuji and hurried over. Come on, let's go home and buy something nice to eat on our way. Mo Wuji pulled Yen Er, said goodbye to Lu Jiujuan and left the association. Honestly, the half a bowl of rice in the morning did not fill his stomach at all. With the gold coins he had now, it would be letting his stomach down if he did not go and have a feast. Changling Spirit Opening Tower? Just as Mo Wuji left the association, he stopped in his tracks as he saw a light gold-colored tall tower opposite the street with a few huge words saying Changling Spirit Opening Tower. When he first came to look for a job, he only saw Raozhou Association and did not notice the Changling Spirit Opening Tower behind him. Yen Er saw Mo Wuji stopped at the sight of Changling Spirit Opening Tower, sighed and said, Young master, that is where you open your spirit. Young master went there before. Yen Er was subtly reminding him that he has mortal roots. Mo Wuji understood Yen Er's intention but still said, Yen Er, eating can wait, let us go visit the spirit opening tower first. To Mo Wuji, the most important thing was that he would be able to obtain spiritual roots and then cultivate. The tug-of-war argument with Lu Jiujuan was also for the sole purpose of being able to cultivate. If not, given his ability, he would easily be able to earn money for a living. Ah! Yen Er let out a cry before being pulled by Mo Wuji over to the tower on the other side of the street. Hold it there, this is the place where people measure and open their spirit, those not involved are not allowed in there. Mo Wuji and Yen Er were stopped just as they were about to enter the tower's door. Young master, to open your spirit, you have to first register then pay the required gold coins to be granted the permission to enter. If anyone is caught cheating, the punishment will be very severe. Yen Er was worried Mo Wuji might do something stupid, hence whispered softly at his ear. Mo Wuji nodded as he understood the importance of not messing around here as it involves his life. He came just to find out what are the procedures needed to open a spirit and how much gold coins was required. Ha! Someone said before Mo Wuji said anything. Little girl, are you here to open your spirit? Someone with a rather hoarse voice asked. Mo Wuji and Yen Er only just realized that there were a couple beside them. The man has a fluttering white beard and looked different from everyone else. The woman has a beautiful face, and had a noble aura around her, making people around her to dared not stare. The one who spoke was the man. Yen Er subconsciously took a step back and shook her head. Chapter 8, Supreme Spiritual Roots. Mo Wuji quickly went forward and greeted the man and woman respectfully. The two of us were just curious. We heard that it costs a lot of gold coins to open the spirit. We don't even have rice to eat. nor do we even have one silver coin. Where can we find the gold coins? The two of will leave now. The white-bearded man had a terrifying gaze. Mo Wuji had an indescribable feeling that he should not continue to stay here. The woman gave a cold snort, looking at the cloth bag in the hands of Mo Wuji, and a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. Obviously, she knew that there were gold coins in the cloth bag, and felt both disdain and disgust towards the lying Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji could also be considered to be experienced, and was able to tell the disgust in the woman's eyes. He even suspected that there was a hole in the cloth bag. Otherwise, how did this woman see through his bag? Don't be in a rush to leave. Since you're here, why don't you go in and test for your spiritual roots? The white-bearded man hoarsely continued. Mo Wuji calmed down. He naturally felt that the white-bearded man was not targeting him, but Yenair who was beside him. But when it comes to Yenair's spiritual roots, they have not been tested, unless he has a way to see the spiritual roots? If he wasn't here for Yenair, then what was his purpose? Mo Wuji pulled Yenair behind him, cautiously said, "Sir and ma'am, us siblings do not have gold coins, and do not intend to open the spirits. We will take our leave now." The white-bearded man said with a smile, "I'm not asking you to open your spirits, and the test does not cost much money, just go in." The test does not cost much money? Mo Wuji had some doubts. Doesn't the test to determine the spiritual roots cost at least a few hundred gold coins? Senior, I heard that just the test alone would cost 500 gold coins. Some people with mortal roots have to spend tens of thousands of gold coins to open the spirits, and that is using the worst elixirs. If not for the two's extraordinary bearings, Mo Wuji would have suspected that they were human traffickers. The white-bearded man laughed. Normally, people only decide to whether to open the spirits when they are determined to have spiritual roots. But whenever people are determined to have mortal roots, they will say that the spirit opening tower is unable to detect all kinds of spiritual roots, and confuse people to directly open the spirits. Either way, the people with mortal roots suffer. Mo Wuji completely understood. Opening the spirits will need tens of thousands to millions of gold coins? All this is a scheme by the spirit opening tower. They say they are unable to determine all kinds of spiritual roots, and convince those tested to have mortal roots to truly determine it by opening their spirits. And to open the spirit will require gold coins. Some people have the same thoughts as them, believing that the elixir they used the first time was not good enough to arouse their undetermined spiritual roots, and they spend more money to open their spirits for a second time. At this moment, Mo Wuji was 100% sure that his poor father must have been cheated the first time around. He did not have spiritual roots, and the schemers at the spirit opening tower still wanted to earn the spirit opening fee. In addition, with Mo Guanyuan's desperate desire for Mo Wuji to cultivate, Mo Guanyuan spent a large sum of money to open the spirit. Of course, all those who got cheated like him were rich lords. Stop! The guard of the spirit opening tower did not know the man and the woman, and stopped them accordingly. The white-bearded man snorted, "Who's in charge here? Get out here right now." The white-bearded man's snort did not sound loud, but Mo Wuji still felt as though his eardrums were about to be shattered. Panic filled his heart. In just a few seconds, an obese middle-aged man rushed out. He went to open the entrance to the tower, giving the man and the woman a puzzled look. Apparently, even he did not recognize them. The white-bearded man lifted a jade medallion and said, "Take me to the best spiritual test room here." When the obese man saw the jade medallion, his hands trembled slightly, and quickly said respectfully, yes, I am Deacon Lu Chunshan. Please follow me." Mo Wuji felt a powerful force pulling him, causing him to involuntarily follow the man and the woman into the tower. Mo Wuji's face turned black. He did want to test for his spiritual roots, but to be forced in without being able to resist, made him feel very uncomfortable. The spirit opening tower could be considered spacious. Mo Wuji saw a few people paying gold coins. Evidently they were here to test for their spiritual roots or open their spirits. Lu Chunshan soon brought them to the second floor. Once on the second floor, Mo Wuji saw a crystal column which was about 10 feet wide. You can go and be tested first. Just stand behind that, the white-bearded man pointed to the space behind the crystal column and said half-heartedly. Mo Wuji was clear about his intentions. Letting Mo Wuji test was for the sake of Yenair. By this time, Mo Wuji could guess that the white-bearded man was optimistic about Yenair's spiritual roots, though he did not know how the white-bearded man was able to casually see it. Even though he had been tested before, and he knew that he did not have spiritual roots, Mo Wuji was still apprehensive. He wished that the previous test was wrong, and he actually had spiritual roots. At this moment, he even desired that those who cheated his poor father had let him test for a second time. Mo Wuji was also clear that the possibility was low. Young master, please go for the test. The words which Mo Wuji said yesterday made it very clear to Yenair that her young master was very eager to have spiritual roots. Mo Wuji nodded, taking in a deep breath, went to the testing platform and stepped up. The crystal column flashed a gray light, and it stopped moving. Mo Wuji did not know what the response should be like, but seeing how slightly the crystal column responded, he definitely knew that was not what a person with spiritual roots would see. Sure enough, the white-bearded man impatiently said, the most common of mortal roots. You're destined to be immortal, come down. Mo Wuji's whole body turned cold, and he felt faint. Using his strong self-control, he walked down the testing platform as though nothing had happened. His trembling hand showed how disappointed he was at the moment. Even the worst grades of spiritual roots would be good. Why did it have to be mortal roots? Young master, it's okay to not have spiritual roots. Old master also did not have them. Yenair quickly came and hugged Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji pretended to be calm and smiled, it's okay. Even without spiritual roots, I still have my hands. In the future, we can still eat and feast. He sighed in his head, not saying another word. It was because his old father did not have spiritual roots that he was eaten up by the scammers at Rao Zhou. The beautiful lady was too lazy to despise Mo Wuji. Eating and feasting, only ant-like mortals have such ideals. The white-bearded man did not care about Mo Wuji, and said smilingly, little girl, now's your turn. Yenair quickly shook her head. I do not have to take the test. I don't want to practice. I want to leave with my young master. Since you're here, just take it. Following the man's words, Yenair involuntarily landed on the testing platform. Mo Wuji secretly clenched his fist. He did want to have Yenair take the test, but seeing how forcefully she was made to do so, make him feel extremely uncomfortable. Mo Wuji took in a deep breath. Even if he was uncomfortable, in front of this man and woman, he was as small as an ant. As Yenair landed on the platform, in just a few seconds, the crystal column suddenly released a burst of green light. Soon, the green light rushed to the top of the crystal column. Just in about a foot more and it would reach the very top. The soft shine of the green light was like a light green rainbow. Supreme spiritual roots. The white-bearded man and the beautiful woman called out at almost the same time. Mo Wuji saw a crazed look in their eyes. Sure enough, they were here for Yenair. Mo Wuji could not help but feel powerless. Chapter 9, No Power, No Respect. Ha ha. The white-bearded man laughed loudly. I did not expect that I, Li Yuanhua, would find such a qualified disciple while passing through this small place. The pretty woman who was silent all this while interrupted the white-bearded man, Li Yuanhua, she is not suitable for yearly fire sect. I've decided to accept her to be my last disciple. Li Yuanhua was like a male duck that got its neck grabbed, his voice stopped short. After a moment, he cried out in anger, Jing Filan, what do you mean? You already have 5 disciples, while I don't even have one. Jing Filan stayed calm and said, after taking her as my disciple, I will no longer talk about that incident. Li Yuanhua's whole face turned rose red, even his neck was red, but he did not argue. Mo Wuji can see clearly that Jing Filan had something on Li Yuanhua. After a full 10 seconds, Li Yuanhua spoke, one word at a time. Jing Filan, I can promise you other things, but I must have this disciple. You cannot be unreasonable. If I did not suddenly discover her spirit quality, would you even know of her existence? Jing Filan said lightly, she has never cultivated, but her eyebrows are surrounded by spiritual charm. Even if you did not bring her in for the test, I would. Finishing this sentence, Jing Filan did not explain further, taking out a red paper bird. As if she was talking to herself, she said, let me first send a message to the Li Fire sect. Li Yuanhua saw this action, stomped forcefully and bitterly said, how ruthless. Finishing this sentence, he turned around, rushed out, and soon disappeared without a trace. After Li Yuanhua left, Jing Filan tenderly looked at Yan Er and said, what's your name? Be my disciple and cultivate with me, okay? Yan Er single-handedly cared for Mo Wuji for so many years. Her mind was far more mature than others her age. After that scene, how could she not know that she has spiritual roots, and her roots are so good that this woman wants her to be her disciple? Despite her happiness from having good spiritual roots, Yan Er was clear that once she becomes this woman's disciple, she would have to leave the young master. Raozhou City rarely saw people with spiritual roots. She has never even heard of people being brought away to learn the spiritual arts. I'm Yan Er. I cannot go with you to cultivate as I want to be with my young master. Without hesitation, Yan Er shook her head. Have you heard of immortals? Do you know many people yearn for such an opportunity but do not get it? Let's not talk about them, even your young master probably wishes to cultivate, right? Once you enter realm of being an immortal, you will have a long life, and dominate over the mortal world, Jing Filan still patiently explained. Yan Er did not respond to Jing Filan's words. She simply shook her head. Jing Filan could see the key person here is Mo Wuji. Her eyes fell on Mo Wuji, and although they looked warm, they held deep contempt which could not be covered. Yan Er's spiritual roots are very good. Having her stay here will only delay her. If she follows me, one day, she will become one of the immortals of legend. Staying with you will only hurt her. I believe, you do not want to force her to stay. If you know what's good for her, tell her what she should do. After finishing this sentence, Jing Filan stared straight at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji took in a deep breath. He was very unhappy with the way this woman looked at him. Yan Er has good qualifications, she can cultivate anywhere she wants. Didn't that Li Yuanhua desperately want to have Yan Er to be his disciple? Moreover, this woman has unknown origins. Who knows what she will do to Yan Er? If it was detrimental to Yan Er, Mo Wuji would rather have Yan Er stay with him. He believed that with his knowledge and abilities, he would not waste Yan Er's spiritual roots. Actually, he would not mind having this woman as Yan Er's teacher as long as she brings them to see the school, and convinced him that Yan Er would not be cheated. However, this woman acted very aggressively, and had no intentions to explain her identity. Naturally, Mo Wuji did not want Yan Er to leave with a stranger. I do not want bother you, Yan Er and I have a good life here. Little girl, let's go. As Mo Wuji finished, he pulled Yan Er's hand to leave. There was a killing intent in Jing Filan's eyes for a brief moment. She immediately sidestepped and stopped in front of Mo Wuji and Yan Er. You keeping Yan Er is a selfish act. Mo Wuji sneered, who are you to care about my family's business? Yan Er was not clueless about what was happening. She felt that Jing Filan was about to erupt in anger, and quickly said, Sister, is it possible to transfer my spiritual roots to my young master? If that's possible, I come. Without waiting for Yan Er to finish, Jing Filan grabbed her arm and took off. Master! Yan Er screamed out. Mo Wuji felt as though someone dug his heart out, and momentarily blanked out. By the time he rushed out, the shadows of Yan Er and Jing Filan could no longer be seen. Bang! Mo Wuji forcefully punched a wooden frame beside him. Fresh blood flowed down the wooden frame, but he did not feel the slightest of pain. This was his first day in this world, and he could not help but feel weak and powerless. The strength he felt from negotiating with Lu Jojuan was now gone. Here, without power, there would not be respect. The next day, Mo Wuji hid his grievances deep in his heart, and decided to go to Danhan Drug Refinery. Danhan Drug Refinery was once the #1 drug workshop in Chengdu State. Now, there's only one store and one workshop. Mo Wuji had to ask a few people, before finding Danhan Drug Refinery hidden away in a remote street. Lu Jojuan was waiting for a long time. Seeing Mo Wuji come over, he quickly laughed and welcomed Mo Wuji into the workshop. "Old Lu, your Danhan Drug Refinery is really not small, ah. I almost couldn't find it." Seeing the abject state of Danhan Drug Refinery, Mo Wuji felt disappointed. Because of his powerlessness, he had to hide what happened yesterday deep in his heart. From the bottom of his heart, Mo Wuji still had an immense desire to cultivate. The previous he was able to concoct a solution which can even expand the meridians. Who dares say that those with mortal roots cannot use elixirs and solutions to form spiritual roots? It is precisely because of this idea, Mo Wuji hoped to have a better research lab to let him create a drug to open spiritual roots. With the condition of Danhan Drug Refinery, it probably would not have a good laboratory. Lu Jojuan smiled embarrassedly. "Brother Mo, besides this workshop, my Danhan Drug Refinery also has a store. Although the store is not big, business can be considered to be busy. Also, this workshop may look small, but there is a large courtyard at the back." Mo Wuji nodded, and did not continue to speak on this matter. In fact, he was also clear that he would not be able to find another person like Lu Jojuan who believes in him and was willing to give him 50% of the shares. "Old Lu, you know my previous situation. Although I know how to refine drugs, I'm unclear about the market demands. Can we talk about that first?" Lu Jojuan said in a forthright manner. "Brother Mo, even if you did not ask, I will still discuss with you about that. Please come in first." Following Lu Jojuan to the second floor of the workshop, Mo Wuji saw more than a dozen fairly new machines on the work table. Mo Wuji did not come into contact with the technology from this world, and was unclear about how these machines worked. Seeing so many machines in this small space, Mo Wuji had a better impression of Lu Jojuan. Obviously, Lu Jojuan also believed that discovering new drugs was the only way to revive Danhan Drug Refinery. From the second floor window, Mo Wuji could see the backyard. It turns out Lu Jojuan was right about the size. Furthermore, the backyard was surrounded by houses, providing a quiet environment. Mo Wuji was satisfied about these conditions. This is a good place for him to research a new drug. Lu Jojuan looked at these machines, his eyes flashed a trace of disappointment, but he cheered up and said, "Brother Mo, these machines are the most valuable things in Danhan Drug Refinery." Mo Wuji nodded. "I can see that." Chapter 10, A Glimmer of Hope. My Danhan Drug Refinery has 3 main products. The first is the blood replenishing pill. This pill is very good at treating physical injuries. You were born in the northern Qin prefecture. Naturally, you should know that Chengdu State and the neighboring states have wars every year. That's why our blood replenishing pill is very popular. Mo Wuji did not express his views. He really did not know about the regular wars. Lu Jojuan continued. The second is the bone strengthening pill. This pill is for martial artists who do not have spiritual roots. It will help in their martial arts practice and enhance their abilities. Martial artists? Mo Wuji asked in doubt. Lu Jojuan nodded. Brother Mo is of nobility. Naturally, you would not have heard about this. In fact, there are few people with spiritual roots. Most people only have mortal roots, and to enhance their strength, they practice martial arts. Practicing martial arts to the peak can make you comparable to the experts with spiritual roots. In Lu Jojuan's view, Mo Wuji's grandfather was a drug refiner and a cultivator with spiritual roots. This kind of family probably looks down on martial arts, and it was normal for them not to know of it. Mo Wuji's heart skipped a beat. If he is really unable to have spiritual roots, isn't it possible for him to practice martial arts? The third pill is the most famous one in Dan Han Drug Refinery. It's the spirit elevating pill. This pill contains many rare medicinal ingredients, and it even contains a kind of spiritual ingredient. It is useful to cultivators who have opened their spirits. It can help them quickly gather the essence from heaven and earth. My Dan Han Drug Refinery was able to gain some reputation in the entire Qing Han Empire due to this spirit elevating pill, Lu Jiujuan proudly said. Obviously, this pill had quite a good reputation. Mo Wuji asked again, Old Lu, I heard that elixirs have different grades. I wonder what grade of elixir is this spirit elevating pill? Hearing Mo Wuji's words, Lu Jiujuan's old face turned red, embarrassedly said, if it is of top grade, wouldn't that be great? But the spirit elevating cannot be considered an actual elixir. However, it is one of the few drugs in Chengyu State which can help cultivators. Later on, my Dan Han Drug Refinery was not able to keep up in discovering new drugs, and lost out to others in price. Regarding the spirit elevating pill, it requires some spiritual ingredients which we cannot typically get, resulting in where we are today. Mo Wuji came to understand, Dan Han Drug Refinery did not even have its best product, the spirit elevating pill, to sell. And from another perspective, the spirit elevating pill was not even considered an elixir. How much does Brother Lu know about cultivators and cultivation? Mo Wuji did not care about what Dan Han Drug Refinery used to produce. He cared more about what he can develop here. As long as he can develop something good, he can make a lot of money. In turn, with more money, he can attempt to open his spirit. Lu Jiujuan heard Mo Wuji's words, and suddenly started questioning whether he was right about Mo Wuji. If Mo Wuji inherited the skills from Mo Tiancheng, why would he ask such questions? Mo Wuji immediately felt Lu Jiujuan's doubts, hurriedly said, Old Lu, even though I am unable to create elixirs for cultivators, I intend to work in this direction. Previously, I was bent on restoring my country, and did not care about these things. Now that I have decided to be a drug refiner, I naturally need to know more. Lu Jiujuan agreed with these words. Mo Wuji was right, the real way to earn money was not through ordinary drugs, but elixirs which cultivators could use. After pondering for a moment, Lu Jiujuan said, I do not know much about cultivators, but I heard that the Chengyu State Protector is an expert who is infinitely close to the Earth realm. Wait, what is an Earth realm expert? Mo Wuji quickly asked. Lu Jiujuan helplessly explained, I am also not very clear, but I know that he is very, very strong. Most of the cultivators in Chengyu State are merely in the human realm. The human realm has 3 stages, meridian expansion, spirit building, and escaping mortality. One will enter into the earth realm only after exceeding the escaping mortality stage. Meridian expansion is first stage after opening the spirit. I heard that the strongest geniuses open 99 spirit channels during the meridian expansion stage. To a person with spiritual roots, more spirit channels and tougher and wider ones would result in faster cultivation. Among others in the same stage, he will be stronger, and he will have greater potential. For people like us, with mortal roots, are generally unable to open any spirit channels. Mo Wuji suddenly had a great idea, and got really excited. Brother Lu, is it only those with spiritual roots can open and expand the meridians? Lu Jiujuan gave Mo Wuji a blank look, it's spirit channels, not meridians. Oh, aren't spirit channels the same as meridians? Arteries and veins, aren't they also the same thing? Mo Wuji laughed. He was also not very sure, but he guessed that it should be so. Lu Jiujuan got confused, and can only say, but it's for sure, people with mortal roots do not have meridians. Only those with spiritual roots and opened their spirits have them, and can open their meridians. Influenced by Mo Wuji, Lu Jiujuan started saying meridians instead of spirit channels. Mo Wuji secretly clenched his fist. In his previous life, His lover plotted against him because he developed a solution which can open and expand the meridians. If he could develop the same solution here, isn't it possible for him to cultivate like those with spiritual roots? The moment this idea came out, it was like a burning flame which Imo Wuji could not contain. This rash hope became more and more exuberant. Brother Lu, I am sure I can have Dan Han Drug Refinery regain its past fame. However, I have two requests. Imo Wuji no longer asked about cultivation. He could see that Lu Jiujuan did not know much about it. Hearing Imo Wuji's words, Lu Jiujuan's spirits were lifted, immediately saying, as long as Master Mo was able to bring Dan Han Drug Refinery back to its past glory, not just 2, I will even agree to 10 requests. As Imo Wuji's words deeply excited him, Lu Jiujuan started to call him Master Mo, instead of Brother Mo. Imo Wuji nodded. First, this laboratory is my personal territory. No one is allowed to enter without my orders. No problem. Even if Imo Wuji did not mention this request, Lu Jiujuan would also not be able to hire another drug refiner. Secondly, I will need a variety of medicinal ingredients for my research. I may even need spiritual ingredients. I hope that Dan Han Drug Refinery will be able to meet these needs. This was Imo Wuji's main focus. Imo Wuji did not know whether the solution he developed on Earth can open spirit channels and allow essence to be absorbed, but he must try. If he succeeds, it means that he would be able to cultivate despite not having spiritual roots. Lu Jiujuan hesitated before saying, Master Mo, if Dan Han Drug Refinery is able to make profits, this will also not a problem. Mo Wuji stood up, smiled and offered his hand. Old Lu, I look forward to working with you. Choosing me to be your chief drug refiner was a very wise decision. Lu Jiujuan did not understand the meaning behind Mo Wuji's hands, but he bitterly smiled and shook Missouri Wuji's hand. Whether this was a wise choice, he did not know. Chapter 11, You're the One. After signing a contract with Lu Jiujuan, Mo Wuji did not stay in the laboratory for long. He simply took a look at the machines, and had a general understanding of how they worked. Not only are there quite a few machines, they have also been preserved well. However, these machines are far from those he had on Earth. In his previous laboratory, he could directly extract and combine his ingredients in precise amounts. Obviously, that would not be possible here. Mo Wuji did not care. In his past life, concocting a solution which could expand the meridians was not by accident. Even without the machines, with his proficiency built on thousands of experiments, he would be able to recreate the solution. Now, with these machines, he was even more confident of doing so. No matter the reason why that woman plotted against him, she would not get his ingredient extraction technique and concoct the solution. This was because his method was not focused on the exact genetic combination, but the refining. Furthermore, he did not record down several critical data, as well as some important plant extracts. All of these were remembered in his mind. In the absence of these plant extracts, the solution acts normally. After adding these extracts, the entire molecular structure changes, and even the DNA tests get disorganized. The results of each test were always different. But the solution was still able to achieve the effect of opening the meridians. Even Mo Wuji did not understand the logic behind that. This made Mo Wuji believe that science was really mysterious. There were still many things in the world which could not be explained by science. Mo Wuji was very clear. Whether it is being plotted by his lover, or Yen Er being taken away, without strength, he will never be able to find the answer. If he was doomed in this new life to not be able to cultivate, he would just accept his fate. However, until he was fully sure that he could not cultivate, he would not let go of even the smallest of chances. After signing the contract, Mo Wuji began to wander around Raozhou City. Before deciding his research direction, he must first do market research. Which drugs could earn money, and which couldn't? This was what he needed to know the most. Wandering from morning to the evening, Mo Wuji's initial enthusiasm slowly died down. He knew that this world's technological level was beneath Earth's, coupled with his skills in biology, it should be easy to develop 1 or 2 money-making products. But the results of the survey made one thing clear to Mo Wuji: though the technology here was beneath Earth, the pharmaceutical level were not. The variety of cosmetics and fitness products was even more than on Earth. Mo Wuji did not test the efficacy of these drugs, but the fact that people could openly sell them showed that these products would not be bad. Without a product, even if he is good at marketing, Mo Wuji cannot save Dan Han Drug Refinery. If he could not save Dan Han Drug Refinery, the research that he needed to produce drugs which can allow him to cultivate was but a dream. Seeing such results, Mo Wuji went into a daze. He did not even notice when a thin youth bumped into him. "You want to leave after stealing?" A cold voice woke Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji looked up and saw a young man grabbing the wrist of the thin youth. This young man carried a large package. He had a sharp face and a fierce aura. "Nonsense, quickly let's go," the thin youth called out. Only then did Mo Wuji check his pockets and discovered that his coin purse was missing. Mo Wuji did not even know when this youth stole his coin purse. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, grabbed the other hand of the youth, and extended his hands to search the youth's chest. The youth did not have pockets, so his stolen purse must be on her chest. Mo Wuji felt a small, soft bun, and by the side, he grabbed his purse. The youth's face turned rose red, and did not dare to struggle. "Friend, thank you for helping. If not for you, I am afraid I won't even have money to eat." Mo Wuji kept his purse and thanked the young man. The young man saw Mo Wuji retrieve his wallet, nodded and let go of the thin youth. The thief was slightly shocked to be released, and quickly disappeared into the crowd in just a few seconds. The process was very short and many of the passers-by did not see what happened. The young man did not respond to Mo Wuji's gratitude, but looked at Mo Wuji and asked, "Why did you let the thief go?" Just now, he released his hands. If Mo Wuji wanted the thief to stay, he could have continued grabbing the thief. Mo Wuji laughed. That thief was so thin, and obviously she was very hungry. "If I kept her, besides beating her, what can I do?" The thin thief was a girl, and was starving desperately. Just now, when Mo Wuji was holding the thief, he saw the image of Yen Erener, and felt pity for the little girl. But he had always disliked thieves. Even if he sympathized with her, he would not purposely offer her some money. At the same time, he also could not bear to teach the little girl a hard lesson. "If you do not mind, how about we go to the nearby tavern and I'll play host?" Mo Wuji casually said this sentence to change the topic. The young man said lightly, "I only put in a little effort, you don't have to do this much." Mo Wuji said again, "I am a drug refiner. I wonder if this friend here has medicinal herbs to be sold. If so, I am in need of them." As a biologist who regularly dealt with botanical herbs and medicinal ingredients, Mo Wuji could easily identify the smell of herbs on the young man. "How did you know?" The young man gave Mo Wuji a puzzled look. Mo Wuji smiled, "You have the smell of herbs. Also, the herbs are very fresh." The young man nodded. "The tavern in front, Raojiangxian Tavern, is not bad. Let's go there." Raojiangxian Tavern was not bad. When the waiter brought up the wine, Mo Wuji could smell a chilly fragrance without even drinking it. "My name is Mo Wuji, may I know what I call you, friend?" Mo Wuji poured a cup and asked. Lanyu, the young man did not say much. After saying his name, he drained his glass of wine. "I'm Dan Han Drug Refinery's drug refiner. If Brother Lan has any medicinal herbs in the future, you can send them directly to Dan Han Drug Refinery. If you find some special herbs that I need, the price can also." Mo Wuji suddenly paused. He has not found a suitable product for Dan Han Drug Refinery. Where will he find the money to buy the herbs he needs? Lanyu saw that Mo Wuji did not continue, and thought that Mo Wuji was insinuating that the price will rise, then said, "Of course, but I will be leaving Raozhou soon. Chengyu State and Shangyan State have already started warring. There is an urgent need for healing herbs. I will be going somewhere close to the battlefield. War? Healing herbs? Emowoji felt like his mind was struck by lightning, and everything suddenly became clear. He saw a lot of healing drugs in the pharmacies and pill rooms. No matter how good the drugs are at healing physical injuries, how could they be as good as penicillin? In fact, Lu Jiujuan mentioned healing drugs in the morning. Before, he was confident and did not care. Now that he could not find suitable products, hearing about the war and healing drugs, he immediately thought of penicillin. It can be said that the war situation in World War II was reversed, largely due to penicillin. It saved millions of lives during World War II. Emowoji clapped. Penicillin, you're the one. Chapter 12, Causing an Uproar in the Drug Industry. Seeing how Lan Yu gave him a puzzled look, Emowoji laughed while saying, "Brother Lan, you are about to sell this medicinal herb to our refinery for a price even higher than the battlefield nearby, so why go the extra mile?" The thought of penicillin made Emowoji felt great. No matter the quality of any drug, is there one better than penicillin in preventing bacterial infection? Most importantly, penicillin is a drug he could use Dan Han Drug Refinery's equipment to produce. Lan Yu looked at Emowoji suspiciously. In fact, from the moment Emowoji mentioned he is the drug refiner of Dan Han Drug Refinery, Lan Yu had his doubts about him already. Drug refiner Mo, I've heard that things have been difficult at Dan Han Drug Refinery recently. Lan Yu's tone was a little tactful, but his intention was very obvious. He meant to say that Emowoji was not capable. If it was before he thought of penicillin, Emowoji would not dare to boast. However, he said without any hesitation, "Brother Lan, you will soon realize that Dan Han Drug Refinery will cause an uproar in China because there is a successful businessman who has directly invested millions of gold coins into Dan Han Drug Refinery." Lan Yu did not bother to find out whether this is real because even if it is fake, he could just sell the drug to someone else. Alright, it's a deal then. In addition to the general herbs, I would need some special herbs too. I will write it on a piece of paper for you shortly and I would need to trouble you to find it for me. 2 months later, no matter how many herbs you have, you can bring them to Dan Han Drug Refinery and I will offer you a price higher than any refinery at the cities at the warfront can offer, Emowoji said while getting pen and paper from the table. The production of penicillin did not require many herbs. The herbs he had were either used for medical research or given to Dan Han Drug Refinery as additional products. He cannot possibly just sell penicillin. Of course, his main goal was to continue refining the solution which can open up the meridians. Lan Yu frowned slightly. "Hold on, 2 months is way too long, I cannot wait till then." Emowoji laughed while saying, "Brother Lan, are you in urgent need of money? If you're not, why can't you wait? It is not as if the war will end anytime soon." Lan Yu gave it a little thought and realized what Emowoji said was right. Even though he would be able to fetch a slightly higher price at the warfront cities, it was indeed more dangerous. It was after all only 2 months. "We will do as you wish, just write down the herbs you need." Lan Yu was a very simple and straightforward person. Since he agreed to it, he would not hesitate. Lan Yu felt Emowoji's extreme self-confidence as he spoke. Emowoji knew from the start Lan Yu would agree because unless he did not have a choice, why would anyone enter the battlefield? After Lan Yu agreed, Emowoji wrote on paper a list of 10 herbs for Lan Yu. Long yen grass, Beihua fruit, vine of Artemisia, militia, dark yellow ginseng, vein of thousand-year pine tree, fire essence stone. Lan Yu frowned at the moment he saw the list that Emowoji was writing because he had never heard of most of these herbs. "Drug refiner Mo, maybe the herbs you wrote down are of the top grade because I do not recognize most of them like the Beihua fruit, vine of Artemisia, dusk needle flower." After reading it twice, Lan Yu was finally so annoyed that he returned the paper back to Emowoji. Emowoji immediately understood what the problem was. The names of these herbs should be different here and on Earth. At the thought of this, Emowoji hurried to grab another piece of paper, started drawing and at the same time explained the growth characteristics. For example, fire essence stones were normally found below dry volcanic rocks, vine of artemisia grew in wetter regions, and purple flowers would only bloom from dusk needle flower at midnight. So the Manhwa fruit you mentioned is kai fruit, dusk needle fruit is night purple. Lan Yu finally understood but was still suspicious of Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji was a drug refiner, how could he possibly not recognize a herb? Unless he really made a mistake? That's not possible, all these years he has not heard anyone recognize kai fruit as Manhwa fruit before. I was wrong. What I've learnt are ancient drugs and I've forgotten that all their names were changed. There are many drugs today which I am still unfamiliar with, I might have to go buy a book about herbs to memorize, Mo Wuji said with a straight face. Oh, no wonder. Lan Yu did not suspect Mo Wuji anymore. Mo Wuji did explain the characteristics of the different herbs and even drew out some pictures, he should not be lying. Alright, I will take my leave now and come back to Dan Han Drug Refinery 2 months later. Lan Yu nodded his head, took the paper from Mo Wuji and bid farewell to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief and slowly left the hotel. A day of testing the market was finally not for nothing. He was not worried that Lan Yu might obtain the formula he was researching on, not to mention the few important herbs he had on his hands that Lan Yu did not. Even if he were to give these herbs to Lan Yu, this solution could not be developed by any normal person. Mo Wuji just returned to Dan Han Drug Refinery when Lu Jiujuan hurried over. Brother Mo, when are you going to start researching on the new drug? I do have a few half-completed drug formulae. Mo Wuji shook his hand, I already have a new formula, and let us just forget about these half-completed ones. I do want to take a look at Dan Han Drug Refinery's pharmaceutical classics, though. Oh yes, I'm still short of some gold coins to purchase some herbs for my research. All these are not a problem, I will first bring you to Dan Han's only drug record room, Lu Jiujuan said without any hesitation. He was also very anxious about the development of this new drug. Although Dan Han Drug Refinery failed previously, they had quite a few rare pharmaceutical classics, some which could no longer be found in the market. Mo Wuji took a look at these pharmaceutical books and he knew he did not need to buy any additional books to memorize the herbs' names. He casually told Lu Jiujuan, Old Lu, I need you to help me find a few reliable workers. Once the new drug is developed, it will be produced in our backyard. Remember, I want the development of our new drug to be confidential, therefore the workers must be reliable and trustworthy. 2 days later, we start work. 2 months from now, that will be when Dan Han Drug Refinery will rise again. No, I mean will cause an uproar in the drug industry. After Lu Jiujuan's Dan Han Drug Refinery's decline, it did not leave much behind, and this backyard alone was already spacious enough. In fact, Mo Wuji knew very clearly that no matter how secretive he was, the penicillin fermentation process cannot be kept a secret for too long because it was way too simple. The only thing that can be kept secret was the method of producing the nutrient solution. However, the process to produce nutrient solution was also too simple. Once it is leaked, it can be imitated easily. However, Mo Wuji did not care less. As long as he was able to make his first bucket of gold coins, he would find ways to increase it. Regarding the fact that penicillin will cause an uproar in the drug industry, he was not lying at all, because penicillin was after all a drug that did not belong to this particular period. This sentence acted almost like an elixir of life to Lu Jiujuan as he seemed to be revived immediately, hitting his chest and said, Brother Mo, do not worry, I will personally make sure no one leaks any secrets of my Dan Han Drug Refinery. Hold up. Without waiting for Lu Jiujuan to leave, Mo Wuji found a piece of paper and wrote a list of equipment and passed it to Lu Jiujuan. I would need these pieces of equipment to prepare for the production of the new drug. Lu Jiujuan gave Mo Wuji a puzzled look. What do you need all these different types of glass bottles and test tubes for? Mo Wuji shook his hand. You do not have to bother with all these, and just listen to what I say. In 2 months, Dan Han Drug Refinery will rise from the dead. These were not meant for the penicillin, but for the development of his channel opening solution. Chapter 13, Mo Wuji's Worries. Since the start of the production of penicillin, Mo Wuji had always remained at Danhan Drug Refinery. Making something like penicillin was too easy for him. Even some universities would set this as a topic for their final exams. Moreover, Chunyu State's technology was also decent, and all the essential equipment could be procured, requiring minimal modification to work as intended. The only difficulty presented to Mo Wuji would be to change the penicillin from the intramuscular and intravenous injection form to one suitable for consumption. Injection as a method of administering the penicillin was too troublesome, and also brought about all possible after effects linked to injections. Orally administered penicillin, similar to amoxicillin, ampicillin, potassium chloride tablets, etc., was not something that he could not produce, but rather, 2 months was too short a period for him to be able to complete the production of it. If you consumed the penicillin meant for injections, the acid in your stomach would destroy 99.9% of the medicine. Even though the process of converting penicillin from one form to another would seem difficult to someone else, it only mildly irritated Mo Wuji. Back on Earth, he had already stood on the pinnacle of pharmaceutical research. He may not be able to completely prevent the potency of penicillin from being lost after converting it to oral form, but at least would manage to preserve 30 to 40% of it. For a place where no antibiotics have appeared before, even if 5% of penicillin's potency remained, its effect would be overwhelming, what more of 30 to 40%? As for the antibody and allergic reaction that the penicillin may incite, they have been completely ignored by Mo Wuji. Compared to the benefits of penicillin, these side effects meant nothing. At most he would note it down in the drug's information sheet. For the people of Raozhou City, Danhan Drug Refinery underwent the greatest transformation recently. Danhan Drug Refinery originally was downsized until only one shop and one workshop, and the only shop also closed down 1 month ago, not selling any drugs anymore. Logically speaking, Danhan Drug Refinery would be about to close down, then sell off the shop. But what puzzles people the most was that they not only didn't sell the shop, instead releasing new ads for it in the whole of Raozhou City. 9 Lives Healing Solution, Danhan Drug Refinery spent tens of millions to come up with this new product. It's the savior of mankind. With the 9 Lives Healing Solution you never have to worry about your wounds getting infected, and its effects is many times more than any product ever made in the refinery. The slogan of the 9 Lives Healing Solution was that even if your wounds are infected, as long as you still have a single breath in you, it can bring you back to life. Of course, the ads never mentioned anything about whether the research budget was tens of millions of gold, silver, or bronze coins. The past products of Danhan Drug Refinery worked about the same as other healing medicines out there. The current ads for 9 Lives Healing Solution claimed that it greatly exceeds the effects of any previous healing products by many times, implying that it was superior to other healing products in the market. One small splash like this created a whole wave of reaction. This ad caused the whole Raozhou City to set their sights on Danhan Drug Refinery. Raozhou is Chunyu State's capital, which meant that the whole Chunyu State had their eyes on Danhan Drug Refinery. Overnight, countless people swarmed to Danhan Drug Refinery's shop, wanting to buy a bottle of 9 Lives Healing Solution, wanting to know if it was real. Chengyu State was in a perpetual state of war, with large numbers dying of infected wounds daily. Not only soldiers, but also mercenaries, hunters, herb pickers, prospectors, these people frequently get injured and face the risk of death by infection after. If there was a healing solution like 9 Lives, who wouldn't want it? On the second floor of Danhan Drug Refinery workshop, Lu Jiujuan rushed in excitedly, "Brother Mo, our promotion has been too successful. If 9 Lives Healing Solution really that good, no, or even only 1/3 as good, on the 10th of September Danhan Drug Refinery would have succeeded." Lu Jiujuan suddenly stopped, observing that Mo Wuji was not in a celebratory mood, even showing signs of worry. Lu Jiujuan's heart skipped a beat. Did the new drug fail? But didn't Missouri Wuji place large metal buckets one after the other in the yard, even with some boilers? Those can't be fake, can they? Whether the new drug was a success, he was not entirely sure. Going full force with promotion efforts was Mo Wuji's intention, saying that there was no chance of failure. But now, Mo Wuji stood up, walked beside Lu Jiujuan and pat his shoulders. Old Lu, you need not worry, nothing's wrong with the drug. Then why do you look like you have something on your mind? Lu Jiujuan was half relieved after hearing that the drug had no issues. As long as the drug was okay, anything else could be resolved. Mo Wuji sighed. Old Lu, have you thought about whether we have the ability to protect our turf once the 9 Lives healing solution goes into the market and brings us lots of wealth? There'll definitely be people who are jealous of us. Truthfully, Mo Wuji never thought that this small promotion campaign could have incited such a large response. He also did not expect that people of this world would desire drugs that can cure infections to such a great extent. He was skeptical if at this rate he had the chance to earn the first bucket of gold after the drug goes on the market. Even though no one other than himself knew that the production of penicillin is easily copied, what if someone took action against Dan Han Drug Refinery in secret before they have earned the first bucket of gold? It wouldn't be good. Lu Jiujuan was momentarily stunned after hearing Mo Wuji's words, and proceeded to burst into laughter. Brother Mo, because you were born into the royal family, it is natural that you do not understand how Changyu State's laws work. Not only for Changyu State, in the whole Xinghan Empire, our workshop business is protected, as long as you pay a certain amount of taxes. The initial reputation of Dan Han Drug Refinery has spread all the way into the Xinghan Empire. Who would dare to take action against us? Dan Han was about to collapse due to my incompetence before. Mo Wuji did not let up because of what he heard from Lu Jiujuan. Dan Han Drug Refinery was only as strong as a bum. Without any fists backing it up, it would be weird not to have anyone eyeing this business. On Earth there was a company involved in the production of fruit phones, which looked very big, with many employees. However, it was really only earning sweatshop money, having to bear with the atrocious attitudes of others. The day that company stopped taking up outsourced jobs would be the day it becomes the next Dan Han Drug Refinery. As for Lu Jiujuan saying that they would be protected by Xinghan Empire, Mo Wuji did not believe in it at all. As long as enough profits were at stake, anything could happen. From his experience of his longtime lover backstabbing him, he knew that some things cannot be regulated by laws and morals. But he wanted to become a big shot, and this would need him to earn lots of money, making him unable to keep a low profile. Logically speaking, even if someone were to compete with Dan Han Drug Refinery for profits, they should be using the soft approach before the hard approach. As long as he controlled the core products, and sold them when he needs some money, then there would be no danger. After thinking until this point, old Lu, I'll put it across bluntly first. If someone wants a share of this, they can take my share in the business, but not any of my share of the money. Sure, no problem. Don't worry about it. Lu Jiujuan agreed to Mo Wuji's demands without a second thought. Mo Wuji sighed in his heart, and did not request for Lu Jiujuan to sign a contract. Sometimes when one's ability is not good enough, what use would a piece of paper have? He's alone in Raozhou City. Even if something were to happen, no one would help him. After discussion with Lu Jiujuan, Mo Wuji fermented penicillin all day and all night. In order to keep the power in his hands, other than for the collection of penicillin which requires large manpower, he personally performed all other steps in the production. 2 months away from home, he was not resting properly at all, other than when purchasing herbs for the drug to open spirit channels. 2 months passed, and he finally produced the first batch of penicillin mixture. Chapter 14, Sensational 9 Lives Healing Solution. Hey, 9 Life Healing Solution. Its effect is several times higher than other healing drugs? On the main street of Raozhou City, several soldiers filled with bloodstains suddenly stopped and looked at the big billboard. It's from Dan Han Drug Refinery. I have heard of that workshop before. Duanhu, immediately carry Cho Fong and the rest of our brothers to Dan Han Drug Refinery. We will wait for you at the store entrance, the sturdy man leading the group instructed. Captain, it says that the sale of the drug will only start on September 10th. Today is already the 9th. We will talk while we're waiting. If this is false advertising, I will immediately demolish this shop. Yes. In Raozhou City, there were many of such soldiers covered with blood. Coupled with the recent war, there are more heavily wounded soldiers who returned to Raozhou. The higher number of injured soldiers also made people aware of the bad situation at the war front lines, causing a tense atmosphere to fall upon Raozhou. As Danhan Drug Refinery's advertisement was too good, coupled with the high death rates of wounded soldiers, it was not uncommon to see injured soldiers being carried to Danhan Drug Refinery. In just a few days' time, besides a few onlookers, there were many bloodied soldiers who came back from the battlefield. As there were too many soldiers, Raozhou City had to send guards to instill some order. The location of Danhan Drug Refinery's store was fairly good. With the gathering of the soldiers, almost the entire street got occupied. Xinghan Calendar, September 10, 2930. There seemed to be a whole sea of people in front of Danhan Drug Refinery's store entrance. Some were there to enjoy the bustling scene, some were suspicious, but most were there to try a bottle of the drug. Open the door. Following the calls of the crowd, Danhan Drug Refinery's store door slowly opened. Being surrounded for a few days, Lu Jiujuan was no longer surprised. With a loudspeaker in his hands, facing the crowd, he said, "Dear friends, all those here to buy the 9 Lives Healing Solution, please form an orderly queue. I guarantee that everyone will get a bottle. This new drug of ours is simply the panacea of all injured patients. There are no false ingredients whatsoever. With every bottle purchased, we will also give a set of white gauze bandages, a bag of Danhan injury powder." Due to the inconvenience of injections, Mo Wuji developed oral penicillin. Naturally, the gauze bandages and powder were to be used together with penicillin. For those allergic to penicillin, there was a small reminder on the instructions. Every day, there were so many soldiers who die from their injuries. Once the efficacy of penicillin is seen, who would care about those with allergies? What's more, oral penicillin was less effective on those with allergies. How much is a bottle? Many voices called out at the same time, interrupting Lu Jiujuan's words. With exception, everyone was only concerned about one thing, the price of a bottle of 9 Lives Healing Solution. Lu Jiujuan slightly clenched his fist. With a face full of smiles, he said, "As our new drug uses the highest grades of herbs, the price is slightly higher. Each bottle costs 2 gold coins." Countless sighs of shock were heard before many people started shouting abuse. 2 gold coins for a bottle of healing drugs? Why not just rob them? Other healing drugs cost only a few silver coins. Some even cost a few dozen bronze coins. After hearing the price, more than half of the queue immediately left. 2 gold coins for a bottle of healing drug was indeed too expensive. An ordinary family may not even earn 2 gold coins in a year. Seeing the queue becoming shorter, Lu Jiujuan's mouth started twitching. His intention was to price the drug at 10 silver coins, but Mo Wuji wanted it to be 5 gold coins. The final price of 2 gold coins was a mutual compromise. But he also had to agree with Mo Wuji that the price of the penicillin of higher purity, which also had a more deluxe glass packaging, should be 10 gold coins. Perhaps Danhan Drug Refinery's advertisement was too effective. Despite the high price, there were still people who bought the drug. Some gathered money to buy a bottle, while there were even some who bought more than 2 bottles. As for the deluxe version, not even 1 bottle was sold. Danhan Drug Refinery, which was crowded for days, became deserted again after a short hour. "Brother Mo, this time." A3. Lu Jiujuan sighed. If he did not want to wait for a few days to see the efficacy of the drug, he would have advised Mo Wuji to slash the price. This time, they produced nearly 50,000 bottles. They even hired 20 people to work overtime to get the drug out for sale. Furthermore, after completing the first batch, Mo Wuji did not stop and started the production of the second batch, which was even more than the first batch. They advertised for nearly a month, but they did not even sell 200 bottles. Even the advertising cost would not be covered. "Don't worry, we'll see in a few days. I'll go and take a walk." Mo Wuji waved his hand, indicating that Lu Jiujuan should not worry. Mo Wuji was not worried about whether penicillin will sell. He was more concerned about the production of his solution. Mo Wuji could predict that penicillin would not continue to earn profits in the future. He might as well set the price high and earn money for now. After a few days, Lan Yu will deliver a few of the herbs which he needs. In addition to the few that he's buying, he would be ready to start. For some unusual things, he needed to go and find them on his own. With the exception of Lan Yu's herbs, he only lacked one thing. Even knowing that others will not be able to develop the solution which can open spirit channels with the drug formula, Mo Wuji still wanted to be careful. Lu Jiujuan could only nod. Things had already come so far, what else could he do? The thing that Mo Wuji was looking for could not even be considered a herb, as this thing was too common. Mo Wuji was looking for lotus silk, the fresher, the better. From Mo Wuji's experiments, he discovered that if lotus silk was not added, the effects of the solution would be significantly reduced. Once lotus silk is added, there would be an entirely different effect. However, the lotus root must be specially selected. It must be the second silk thread from the root. He had personally tested this. The moment he drank the solution, he could clearly feel the spirit channels in his body getting clearer, and his physical strength increasing greatly. Take note, although he learnt martial arts, he was not a master who learned some special arts. Unfortunately, before his meridians were completely expanded, he was murdered by his lover. In the first day, Dan Han Drug Refinery was still able to sell 1 to 200 bottles of 9 Lives healing solution. By the second and third day, not even a bottle was sold. Lu Jiujuan became as agitated as an ant on a hot pan. On the other hand, Mo Wuji was hiding in his laboratory, not even feeling a bit of anxiety. Besides eating and using the toilet, no one saw him come out of his laboratory. Even his food had to be delivered to him. This won't do. We are just simply waiting for death. Lulu, help me call Brother Mo. I would like to discuss with him. Lu Jiujuan could not stand the emptiness of the store. Shop owner, Master Mo told me not to disturb him unless it's something important. The shop clerk, Lulu, said timidly. Never mind. I will go. Lu Jiujuan waved his hand and started to head upstairs. At the time, a tall and big figure blocked the whole door of the store. Who is the treasurer here? Chapter 15, The Return of the Fiery. The voice was accompanied by an inauspicious influence, causing Lu Jiujuan to subconsciously take a few steps back. My friend, I am Dan Han Drug Refinery's owner Lu Jiujuan. Lu Jiujuan paused abruptly as he saw a tall, courageous man with 2 other men behind him. He recognized the 2 men as they were at Dan Han Drug Refinery's opening day carrying a severely wounded man a few days ago. Could it be that the wounded man died and they are now here to find trouble? The thought of this made Lu Jiujuan break out in a cold sweat. Under normal circumstances, as long as there was no common problem with the drug, it should not be that much of an issue. However, if someone were to investigate them, it may become problematic. It would even more problematic if that someone was from the army. Owner Lu, this is our captain. We wish to purchase 300 bottles of the ordinary 9 Lives healing solution and we are wondering if the price is negotiable? The man whom Lu Jiujuan recognized from a few days earlier said. Ah! Lu Jiujuan immediately understood the situation. The 9 Lives healing solution must have been really exceptional to make a captain come down to purchase it personally. Lu Jiujuan instantly calmed himself down. With his many years of experience in this business, he understood the situation perfectly. From today onwards, 9 Lives healing solution will sell like hotcakes with no need to worry about the sales. Lu Jiujuan knew that the large army had nothing but money. There are still some solutions remaining. However, the opening sales price of 2 gold coins has now been changed to. The tall leader raised his hand without hesitation to stop Lu Jiujuan from continuing. Hold on, forget about the negotiation, just sell it to us at 2 gold coins per bottle and we will get 500 bottles. We come from Taipei Army Camp and we will patronize your shop very often. It is a deal then. Lu Zhoujuan did not even think of increasing the price. Taipei Army Camp is one of the 3 camps in Chengyu. Building a good relationship with Taipei Army Camp will ensure good business in the future. In the past, Chengling Pill Workshop was only a small workshop while Dan Han Drug Refinery's shophouses were all over the big cities in Chengyu State. Presently, Chengling Pill Workshop is one of the best drug-dealing workshops in Chengyu State. Almost 40% of the drugs in Chengyu were provided by Chengling Pill Workshop. There were a few people chatting casually over tea in Chengling Pill Workshop's headquarters conference hall. Chengling Pill Workshop had gone on the right track, therefore the meeting was just full of chatter. Dan Han Drug Refinery created such a huge uproar previously such that I thought they were inventing an extraordinary healing drug. Turns out the advertising were just exaggerated. The one speaking was a 60-years-old man who was in charge of Chengling Pill Workshop's sales. His name was Lu Wansheng. To be honest, Dan Han Drug Refinery's advertisement of their new drug did scare him a little. However, now that he found out that Dan Han Drug Refinery was nothing but a paper tiger, he felt more at ease. Sitting on a higher level was a lady named Mei Xiu who was Chengling Pill Workshop's owner. After hearing Lu Wansheng's words, she said, "Deacon Lu, no matter how exaggerated the advertisement by Dan Han Drug Refinery was, salespeople like us must still give them the attention. Furthermore, it has only been a few days, if the 9 lives." Mei Xiu's words were suddenly interrupted as an energetic youth came rushing in to pass Mei Xiu a letter. The conference hall fell silent and all eyes fell on Mei Xiu. Mei Xiu tore open the envelope and took out the letter. The instant she finished reading the letter, she smiled and stood up saying, "Today, a few representatives from the army visited Dan Han Drug Refinery. According to the news, these army representatives bought at least 100 of the 9 lives healing solution. Furthermore, there were a few businessmen who went to Dan Han Drug Refinery as well. These people are those who once bought the drug from Dan Han Drug Refinery previously." Everyone knew what Mei Xiu's words implied. Despite the steep prices of the 9 lives healing solution, people went back for the second time to purchase it. This proved that the effects of the solution were really extraordinary, even more so than the publicity had claimed it to be. If Dan Han Drug Refinery were to really invent such an extraordinary drug, how is Chengling Pill Workshop supposed to compete with them? "Owner Mei, what do we do now?" A plump middle-aged man stood up and asked. "Mei Qi, notify a few of the elders in the workshop to go down to Dan Han Drug Refinery to take a look immediately." Mei Xiu's expression turned serious and her tone became very modest. "All right." The youth who came to deliver the letter answered and then hurried back. Lan Yu carried 2 huge leather bags to Dan Han Drug Refinery but was shocked as he was reaching the entrance. The once empty Dan Han Drug Refinery was now filled with many customers. Everyone was queuing in an orderly fashion despite looking very anxious. The queue stretched from the entrance of Dan Han Drug Refinery to half a street away. Was the 9 lives healing solution really that powerful? He did see it in the advertisements, but he has seen way too many of such exaggerated ones in the past that he did not pay much attention to this one. "What are you doing?" "Please queue from behind." Lan Yu was stopped by a man just as he was about to enter Dan Han Drug Refinery. Lan Yu frowned and said, "I am not here to buy the drugs, I am here to look for Master Mo." A young lady hurried out and said respectfully, "Are you Brother Lan? Master Mo has ordered me to wait for you here." Lan Yu quickly nodded his head. "Yes, I am Lan Yu. Could you please take me to see Master Mo?" The young lady said in a hurry, "Brother Lan, call me Lulu. Master Mo is not around, he is currently over at the workshop. Please follow me." The crowd was envious of Lan Yu as he was brought over by the young lady. They wished they were the ones who knew Master Mo personally. The rumors of the powerful healing ability of 9 lives healing solution soon spread across the city very quickly. Even if one were to purchase the solution, it could be very easily resold for an additional 10 silver coins. Master Mo, Brother Lan is here, Lulu shouted out respectfully as she brought Lan Yu to the entrance of the Mo Wuji laboratory in Dan Han Drug Refinery's workshop. Every worker at Dan Han Drug Refinery knew very well the reason for this fiery situation at Dan Han Drug Refinery these few days. It was because of the arrival of a very capable drug refiner, Master Mo. Master Mo developed a revolutionary drug, the 9 Lives Healing Solution. As long as the sales continue at Dan Han Drug Refinery, it would rise again, this time even better than before. It was a very obvious prediction evident from the number of people queuing every day. Some would even pay more for the drug so they could purchase it earlier than the rest. Lulu, as Mo Wuji's helper, treated Mo Wuji very respectfully. As soon as Lulu's voice died down, a small door opened. Mo Wuji stood at the door's entrance with messy hair, looking in excitement. Brother Lan, you have finally arrived. Lan Yu did not mind Mo Wuji's look or the smell of different drugs from the laboratory because he knew that a truly capable drug refiner, like Mo Wuji, would go crazy once dealing with drugs. Master Mo, you really did not lie to me, your drug has exceeded all expectations and has been very successful, Lan Yu said with admiration. Even though Lan Yu promised Mo Wuji he would stay in Raozhou City, the fact was that he did not fully believe Mo Wuji's words. Today, having witnessed Dan Han Drug Refinery's grand occasion, he was convinced that Mo Wuji's new drug would be able to make them rise again. Thank you for your trust, please take a sit inside Brother Mo Wuji said while his eyes laid on Lan Yu's leather bag. Lan Yu noticed Mo Wuji's looking and knew his intentions were not for him to sit down inside. He smiled and passed the leather bag in his left hand to Mo Wuji. Master Mo, these are the herbs you needed. There are a total of 10, please take a look. Mo Wuji grinned while taking the bag. There is no need, how can I not trust you, Brother Lan? After saying this, he told Lulu, you must help me take good care of Brother Lan. There is no need to check the things he brought over, I trust him. Also, give him double the market price for the goods. It was not that Mo Wuji did not want to entertain Brother Lan, it was just that his current research is too urgent. Mo Wuji knew Lan Yu was a decent person, and if Mo Wuji decided to stay for long at Dan Han Drug Refinery, he would find ways to hire Lan Yu to work at his workshop. Mo Wuji knew that once the price and value of the 9 Lives Healing Solution has been revealed, Dan Han Drug Refinery would not have full control over it. In the face of huge profits, he did not believe Lu Jiujuan and the other drug refineries would still follow the rules of business here. He also knew that he could not blame Lu Jiujuan for this, as he did not expect 9 Lives Healing Solution to be so sought after. This was just the beginning. Once the value of penicillin was revealed, even Lu Jiujuan himself could not guarantee what he promised earlier. Chapter 16, Opening Spirit Channels. 50,000 bottles of 9 Lives Healing Solution. By Lu Jiujuan's calculations, even if it takes 6 months to sell everything, it would still be a great success. In the end, the reality was that a large fraction of the solution was sold by the 5th day, and this was after increasing the price and limiting the amount each individual could buy. Even after limiting the amount of solution they could buy, the 9 Lives Healing Solution was sold out by the 12th day. Including the sales of the deluxe version of the 9 Lives Healing Solution, Dan Han Drug Refinery earned close to 250,000 gold coins in profits alone. One could also say that the 9 Lives Healing Solution had a production cost of close to zero. Hence any sales made were all profits. Seeing that there were many people wanting to purchase medicine outside of the shop, but no medicine was available for sale, Lu Jiujuan became anxious. Lulu, screw it, I better go to find Brother Mo personally. At the moment, Lu Jiujuan was completely convinced that Mo Wuji had inherited from Mo Tiancheng the talent for producing drugs, even surpassing that of his father. Otherwise, how could he have created the 9 Lives Healing Solution? He had a different reason for finding Mo Wuji than 10 days ago. This time, he was anxious to get Mo Wuji to speed up production for the 3rd batch of 9 Lives Healing Solution. The 2nd batch was currently in the fermentation stage and was almost ready. However, Mo Wuji did not seem to have the intention to make a 3rd batch, being holed up in his laboratory all day, saying that he wanted to create a new drug. Actually, according to Lu Jiajuan's plans, Dan Han Drug Refinery was fine with only the 9 Lives Healing solution, and did not need to produce any new drugs. But now Mo Wuji was in charge, and if he wanted to create a new drug, he would create a new drug. Owner, Master Mo said that no one is to look for him before he comes out, even for meal deliveries, they would be placed at the window. If the meal was not consumed, we would replace it with a fresh set, Lulu quickly said. She was worried that the owner of the drug refinery would barge into Master Mo's room, creating an argument between the both of them. Master Mo has been the most capable drug refiner she had ever seen. This is not the sort of master you offend. All right, Lu Jiajuan was helpless and gave himself a pat on the head. A few days ago, a few guys from the Changling Pill workshop came over to discuss with him about the 9 Lives Healing solution, and he pushed it all on Mo Wuji's head. He mentioned that Mo Wuji was still researching on new drugs, and these issues would have to wait until Mo Wuji came out. Mo Wuji's temperament was that as long as he was doing research into drugs, he would flare up if anyone disturbed him. Who knew that this would come round back at him? No matter who he offended, he did not dare to offend Mo Wuji, his money-making machine. Mo Wuji looked at the 10 green glass bottles on the table with a disheveled appearance, feeling content. This was the result of days of continuous hard work. Once he drank the contents of one of the bottles out of the 10, he would go to test if he had spirit roots. If he did, he would continue to earn gold, and prepare to open his spirit. According to what Lan Yu and Lu Jiajuan said, only with spirit channels can one absorb spirit energy, and only those with a spirit roots possess spirit channels. The reason for the absence of a spirit roots in Mo Wuji would be that his spirit channels were blocked, or he did not have spirit channels at all. To Mo Wuji, spirit channels were equivalent to meridians. The drug he developed to open up meridians must also make meridians clear and free of blockages, allowing for the absorption and storage of spirit energy. As long as he could absorb and store spirit energy, doesn't that mean he had spirit roots? Ha ha ha, this medicine will be called the channel opening solution. Mo Wuji could not hold back his laughter. This was the first time he felt this happy ever since he was backstabbed. Hearing Mo Wuji's loud bout of laughter, the anxious Lu Jiajuan did not care about Lu's warning anymore and rushed upstairs. Ha, old Lu, have you been counting money these few days until your hands have cramped up? Mo Wuji opened the door holding a bag in hand, smiling at the approaching Lu Jiajuan. Lu Jiajuan was naturally very happy. Mo Wuji had created the channel opening solution, but he felt a slight sense of unease deep inside about something. What it was, he could not tell. Just don't care about it, leave it for after my spirit channels have been opened. With a face full of excitement, Lu Jiajuan said, Brother Mo, we have succeeded. The 9 Lives Healing solution is selling like hotcakes, really like hotcakes. Mo Wuji gently waved his hand, this I know, and it's a must. Oh yes, change my share of the gold coins into the best gold ticket. Of course, other than this, our shop does not. Not waiting for Lu Jiajuan to complete his sentence, Mo Wuji waved him off. I know, for even bigger news, wait for me to take a bath and rest for a day, then we'll talk. After speaking this sentence, Mo Wuji did not bother with Lu Jiajuan anymore, rushing past him, and heading towards the accommodations at Dan Han Drug Refinery. The channel opening solution had been produced already, and to Mo Wuji, taking a shower and changing into a fresh set of clothes was of the utmost priority, then he would go to sleep. After waking up, he would immediately consume the channel opening solution before doing anything else. Earning money could be done anytime. But the matter of him getting spirit roots, and being able to absorb spirit energy to train, could not be delayed for a single moment. Lu Jiajuan blankly looked at the back of Mo Wuji as he walked away, without feeling angry at all. At Dan Han Drug Refinery, the real owner was not him Lu Jiajuan, but Mo Wuji. After some time, Lu Jiajuan left with his head low. He could not discuss about opening a few moth shops with Mo Wuji nor about producing a third batch of 9 Lives Healing solution. Washing up after he woke up, Mo Wuji was refreshed, taking out one of the green glass bottles. He had drunk this type of channel opening solution once before, knowing that he would feel a burning sensation extending through his body. After that, even those who had never trained in martial arts before would be able to clearly feel one meridian in the body being opened. Even though the feeling of opening meridians was unbearable, an indescribable soothing feeling lingered in his heart. It was a pity that in his past life, Mo Wuji was backstabbed before a single meridian was completely opened after he drank the drug. Calming down his raging emotions, Mo Wuji grabbed the green bottle, opened it and took a deep breath, then tilted his head, drinking its contents all in one shot. Similar to that in his past life, the slightly bitter fluid flowed down his throat, with something like a line of fire extending through his body. All the obstructions in the way of this line of fire would be broken through. Mo Wuji could clearly feel the sensation of one spirit channel being opened, and with the line of fire from the drug, the channels in his body slowly expanded. The feeling of his body breaking apart mixed with a sense of serenity and excitement. It seemed as though as the fire burned a little more, the more the impurities in his body would be burnt away. Mo Wuji clenched his fists. If meridians were spirit channel, and one bottle of the drug would open one of his spirit channels, so wouldn't it be easy for him to become a cultivator with the highest spirit base grade with the use of the drug? So what if there were 99 spirit channels? He could easily achieve it. Chapter 17, Falling Short. 2 hours later, Mo Wuji's anticipation gradually dwindled. Even though the solution did expand one of his meridians, the expansion ceased after 2 hours. The burning sensation disappeared, indicating the limit of the solution. How was this possible? With cold water being poured over his head, Mo Wuji completely forgot about the pain he was in as his channels were expanding. This felt like a rubbish-filled water ditch. When the water came flowing, the rubbish will be washed away by the water. But just when the ditch would be clear of rubbish, there was no more water. The rubbish that was supposed to be washed away was all stuck at the entrance, forming a dam and worsening the clogging. In his previous life, Mo Wuji was assassinated less than 2 hours after he drank the solution. Therefore he had no clue that the solution could not open the channel and that the meridian will be blocked in a specific position. No, the quantity must not have been enough. Mo Wuji clenched his teeth, opened and drank yet another bottle of the solution. If the first time drinking the solution felt like swallowing a line of fire, the second time felt like swallowing a fireball. Mo Wuji felt as if his whole body would be consumed by this fireball and turn to ashes. The pain was so severe that he fell to the ground as if he were paralyzed. In the end, his whole body was suffering from spasms and even breathing became difficult. After another 2 hours, the convulsive pain gradually disappeared. Mo Wuji, despite trembling, managed to get himself up using the bench. His heart was ice cold. He clearly knew that after consuming the second bottle, it only made him feel worse and the blockage remained at the same position as the first time. He was sure that if he were to drink the third bottle, he would lose his life. In short, his development on the meridian expansion solution was a failure. If that woman found out that the solution was unsuccessful, would she have regretted her actions? Maybe she would have regretted killing him before he actually managed to develop the solution successfully. Mo Wuji slowly moved himself to the table where he saw his pale and desperate face in the mirror. He knew he would not have any more chances. It only took 4 hours to go from joy to despair. 4 hours passed and he did not manage to even open any meridian and was still unable to practice. If he was on Earth, he would still be able to spare more time modifying the solution, but not here. It would be a miracle if he was able to produce the solution, given the very poor condition of the laboratory. Previously, he managed to do it as it was based on his experience more than anything else. He sighed, feeling weak and disappointed as he slowly got back to his normal self. Whatever will be, will be. He grabbed the kettle and poured himself a cup of water. No. Mo Wuji said as he put down the cup which was already close to his lips. His face became increasingly pale. After researching on plants for so many years, Mo Wuji became familiar with the smell of many plants. And the water he just poured had very faint scent of Antiaris toxicaria. This was definitely extracted from Antiaris toxicaria, a very poisonous plant. Mo Wuji was so shocked someone wanted to kill him that he was no longer disappointed. At that moment, Mo Wuji understood what was going on. Even though he has from a royal bloodline, people used to not bother about him because he was always acting crazy. But now that he had returned back to normal, coupled with the fact that he will be rich from the overwhelming success of Danhan Drug Refinery, people started to notice him. Nobody would care about a crazy noble, but most people would fear a capable descendant of the northern Qin prefecture king. Or at least those who tried to snatch the king's throne would. Mo Wuji gently placed his cup back on the table and calmed himself down. The entire Xinghan Empire is so huge, even if he could not develop his spiritual roots, it did not mean there was no other way. As long as there was the slightest of chance, he would not give up on himself. On hindsight, having kept the empty bottles, Mo Wuji felt fortunate. If the expansion had succeeded, he probably would have brought the gold bars over to the spirit opening tower, making things much worse. Previously, he was so obsessed with being able to open his channel and neglected the dangers that could come with it. His misfortune might have been a blessing in disguise. Sensing that a crisis was about to befall on him, Mo Wuji knew he would not be able to continue staying at Danhan Drug Refinery. It would be too easy to assassinate an ordinary person like him. But where else could he go? Master Mo, Chengling Pill Workshop's workers are here. Owner Lu is entertaining them and would like to invite you over to join them, Lu asked politely, breaking Mo Wuji's train of thoughts. Sure, I will be there right away, Mo Wuji said as he opened the door. Oh yes, I accidentally dirted this pot of water in the cup. Please help me pour away the water and clean it thoroughly. Lu was the one who took care of Mo Wuji during his time here at Danhan Drug Refinery. Mo Wuji believed that the one who tried to poison him was not Lu because this place was easily accessible to the public. The assassinator would not be so foolish to ask others to do it for him. Yes, Master Mo, Lulu's respect for Mo Wuji came from the bottom of her heart. She knew fully what a difference Mo Wuji had made to life in Danhan Drug Refinery. Haha, brother Mo, let me introduce you. This is Changling Pill Workshop's owner Mei Xiao. Mo Wuji just entered the conference room when Lu Jiujuan came over laughing and pointed to a young lady. By addressing him as brother Mo, Lu Jiujuan seemed to be pointing out his close relationship with Mo Wuji to Mei Xiao. Hey, brother Mo, are you not feeling well? Lu Jiujuan interrupted his own introduction. To him, even though Changling Pill Workshop's owner was here, Mo Wuji was still the most important to him. Mo Wuji's face was very pale and the way he walked showed that he was feeling weak. Mo Wuji shook his hand and said, "No, it is just that these few days have been quite tiring." Finishing his sentence, he said to the young lady, "Owner Mei, it's an honor to meet you." Mei Xiao's eyes swept across Mo Wuji's body and said, "Master Mo, I am very pleased to meet a famous person like you." Mo Wuji knew Mei Xiao's intention and said while laughing, "I am famous and infamous. There are times I still think I am the king. If things really don't work out, he will just continue to pretend to be an idiot." Mei Xiao gave an awkward laugh. "Master Mo is so hilarious. Let me introduce you to someone too." She pointed to a very warm-looking middle-aged man and said, "This is Changling Pill Workshop's elder Wu Hatai." Another elder, close to 60 years old, did not wait for Mei Xiao's introduction and stood up on her own to introduce herself. "I am Changling Pill Workshop Sales Deacon Lu Wansheng. I am very pleased to be able to meet Master Mo." Mo Wuji clearly knew the intention of Changling Pill Workshop's visit to Danhan Drug Refinery. He smiled and casually said, "Let us take a seat and discuss." Chapter 18, Now I Understand. Although Mei Xiao was not considered beautiful, Mo Wuji felt a great sense of affinity with her. After Mo Wuji took a seat, she grabbed the opportunity to serve Mo Wuji a cup of tea even before the waiter could. "I'm really envious of Master Mo's ability to refine drugs, being able to develop a revolutionary product like the 9 Lives Healing Solution. I believe Master Mo understands the intention of my visit, and regardless of whether I'm successful or not, I still need to give you a toast to show my respect. This is because the 9 Lives healing solution has saved countless lives. Master Mo has served a great act of merit. Finishing her words, Mei Xiao drained the cup of tea in her hands. Mo Wuji secretly sighed in his heart. This woman really knows how to speak. But this woman drank a cup right in front of him, so there shouldn't be a problem with the tea. Mo Wuji was very thirsty, so he also quickly drained his cup. After drinking the tea, Mo Wuji turned serious and said, "Owner Mei thinks too highly of me. I simply developed an average drug. On the other hand, cultivators who have opened their spirits can casually come up with any drug which would be far superior to my 9 Lives healing solution." Mei Xiao laughed in her heart. She had already conducted a thorough investigation on Mo Wuji. She knew that Mo Wuji did not have spiritual roots, but was very keen on cultivation. From Mo Wuji's words, she could infer that Mo Wuji was trying to inquire about cultivators. Mo Wuji underestimates your 9 Lives healing solution. Although cultivators can, in fact, come up with better healing drugs, these drugs cannot be used by ordinary mortals. Furthermore, even if mortals are able to use those drugs will never be able to be mass-produced like the 9 Lives healing solution. That's why I am not wrong when I say that the 9 Lives healing solution is a revolutionary product. The reason why I'm here is to cooperate with Dan Han Drug Refinery to expand the production of the 9 Lives healing solution, Mei Xiao said seriously. 9 Lives healing solution, this money-making machine. Even if Chengling Pill Workshop offers an extravagant price, Lu Zhoujuan would not be willing to share it. So, he constantly gave glances at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji acted as though he did not see Lu Zhoujuan's actions. He was definitely not staying at Dan Han Drug Refinery for long. He had already planned to share penicillin and leave after making a large sum of money. Now that Chengling Pill Workshop had offered him such a huge deal, of course it would be for the best. Owner Mei is indeed correct in her words. The 9 Lives healing solution is definitely a revolutionary product. Master Mo has made an invaluable contribution towards the Chinese state by developing this drug. Elder Wu and Tai, who were sitting by Mei Xiao's side, sounded out. As Lu Zhoujuan heard these words, he could not help but nod his head with a sense of pride. Originally, Mo Wuji wanted to leave after making a sum of money. However, after hearing those words, his heart skipped a beat. He suddenly understood the reason why he had been feeling so uneasy. It wasn't because of the assassin who poisoned his tea, but the Chengyu state. Once penicillin is developed, it will definitely be controlled by the state. The reason why no one had come to find him is because penicillin only appeared in the market for the short time, and in small quantities. Many people only viewed penicillin as a pricey drug. However, once penicillin was used by the army on a large scale, he might lose his rights to freedom. He might be asked to specialize in the development of drugs for the country, or he might be forced to give his penicillin formula before being killed. No one in power would allow this national treasure to be leaked out. Thinking about this, Mo Wuji could no longer sit still. He suddenly stood up and said to Mei Xiao, "I am thankful for Owner Mei's respect. Actually, I created this 9 Lives healing solution was simply because I wanted to do something for ordinary mortals like myself." Before, I wasn't very clear, but the words of Owner Mei and Elder Wu really opened my eyes. How about this? Give me 1 day. After a day, Chengling Pill Workshop will be able to get what it wants. First, let me prepare. Goodbye. Finishing his words, Mo Wuji hurriedly left even before Mei Xiao and the others could say a few words of courtesy. He really wanted to make a huge sum of money from Chengling Pill Workshop, but he did not dare take the risk. This danger was something he did not want to face. Fortunately, Mei Xiao and the others were business people, and they understood the eccentricities of researches. Thus, they did not mind the actions of Mo Wuji. On the contrary, Mei Xiao was very excited when Mo Wuji said that she would be able to get what she wanted after 1 day. Lu Zhoujuan was anxious, but he could not be like Mo Wuji and leave as and when he wanted. Situ Qian, the lord of Chengyu State. Even though Chengyu State did not count for much in the Qing Han Empire, and was even ranked among the back, Situ Qian was still a supreme existence as the Chengyu State lord. At the moment, Situ Qian was sitting on his golden throne, his eyes hanging low, looking a bit impatient. The people on both sides of the hall were infected by the atmosphere. Dear officials, due to some things at play, the lord would have to leave for now. The eunuch clearly understood Situ Qian's intentions, and quickly said, Official Feihu has an urgent military report for the lord. A sturdy man stepped out the right side of the hall, bowed and said, Urgent military report? Situ Qian suddenly raised his head. His originally low-hanging eyes started to have color. Even his pale white face now seemed to radiate an oppressive and majestic aura. Whether it was the changes in Situ Qian's behavior, or the 3 words urgent military report, the officials in the hall started to act in a more dignified manner. General Feihu, don't tell me that there's a change in the situation in the war with Changyan State? Situ Qian said in a slightly tapering voice. General Feihu quickly said, No, this is about an event that happened in Chengyu State. A great event. If used properly, not only will we exterminate Changyan State, even expanding our territory is not impossible. An elder standing on the left side of the hall coarsely said, Zhao Feihu, since when did you get so long-winded and speak in bits and pieces? Zhao Feihu ignored the old man, and continued, Your Majesty, the army recently discovered a healing solution. This healing solution is amazing, and it can cure all sorts of complicated infections. According to the news I heard from the Ironword branch, out of 1,000 injured soldiers who consumed the solution, only 1 died so far. Furthermore, his death is not due to infection but severe blood loss. So to speak, no one died after consuming the solution. On the other hand, when we were without this solution, our death rates were as high as 30 to 40%. We can say that the effects of this new solution is more than 10 times better than our best drugs now. What? Situ Qian stood up agitatedly, and did not notice that the jade rui in his hands had already fallen to the ground. Not only just Situ Qian, the other officials looked at General Feihu in shock, and all started to breathe heavily. In every war that occurred, the deaths of injured soldiers due to infection were always in the millions. If this drug could prevent the deaths of the soldiers, it would be absolutely revolutionary. What is the most precious thing in war? It is the soldier. No, it should be a combat-experienced soldier. Just one soldier who survived a war is far more worthy than a few inexperienced recruits. If the drug was as magical as he says, Zhao Feihu's words about exterminating the Changyan State may not be impossible. It could even help Chengyu State vastly expand its territories. General Feihu, are you referring to the 9 lives healing solution? The elder who previously ridiculed Zhao Feihu asked in surprise. Chapter 19, Push him out and kill him. Prefecture Dukan, what's the 9 lives healing solution? Situ Qian, the lord of Chengyu State, evidently did come across this type of healing solution before. This elder was Chengyu State's #1 prefecture head Han Shengan. Other than Qing Han Empire's king, the rest of the nobility was split into 9 levels: State Duke, State Lord, State Marquis, State Count, Prefecture Lord, Prefecture Duke, Prefecture Marquis, County Marquis, and Prefecture Count. Lingzhou State's Prefecture Duke seemed to be beneath Yifang's Prefecture Lord, but in reality within Lingzhou State Hall, the position of Prefecture Duke was definitely higher than the position of Prefecture Lord. A State Lord like Situ Qian would seem to be second to only a State Duke in the Qing Han Empire, but if he replaced Qing Han Empire's Jinluan Hall, a State Lord's position would not necessarily match up to that of a State Count. The only difference they had with the Dukes, Marquis, and Counts was that State and Prefecture Lords would have greater honor, their own armies and speaking rights. Outside of the Empire's Jinluan Hall, the power there wielded was not something the Dukes and Marquis could compare with. Han Shengan quickly stood out and replied, My lord, a few months back, Dan Han Drug Refinery once advertised a new drug all around Raozhou. They developed a new healing drug, called the 9 Lives Healing Solution. Situ Qian nodded his head. He had heard of this before, but did not take the matter seriously. In some sense, Dan Han Drug Refinery was making a contribution to Chengyu State. Even though the naming of the drug was a little over the top, it was not illegal. Han Shingang continued, the advertisements of the 9 Lives Healing Solution had extravagant claims, saying that as long as the wounded had a single breath left in him, the 9 Lives Healing Solution would be able to save his life. This issue was a hot topic back then, and this resulted in the 9 Lives Healing Solution selling like hotcakes. I even sent some men to buy some of it, but as there were no further inquiries into this issue, I thought that these rumors were false. However, based on what General Feihu said today, the healing effects of such a drug seem to be real. General Feihu, do you think what you and Prefecture Dukan said are true? Situ Qian's eyes turned green with envy. Being a state lord, how could his sensitivity to issues be something that Imo Wuji could compare to? He immediately picked up that this sort of healing medicine would be a great weapon of the military. He would have to act to allow Chengyu State to gain as many benefits as possible before the empire reacted. More importantly, he had to put a lockdown on the production method of this drug, as well as lock up the drug refiner responsible for creating it. It is the complete truth. This issue was brought up to me truthfully by the Ironwood branch, Zhou. Feihu answered with confidence. Men, immediately take control of all personnel involved with Dan Han Drug Refinery, and bring me the drug refiner responsible for creating the 9 Lives Healing Solution. After confirming the truth, Situ Qian gave the command without hesitation. Wait for a moment, my lord. An obese man suddenly walked out, bowed and said. Situ Qian's hands paused for a moment, halting the personal guards that were about to execute his orders, and asked while holding back his anger, Ji Aiqing, what do you have to say at a time? Like this? The fat man carefully took out a piece of paper scribbled full of words from his pocket, presenting it with a pair of shivering hands. My lord, when I went to the imperial court this morning, there was someone spreading this around, claiming that it is the recipe for the 9 Lives Healing Solution. The creator of the 9 Lives Healing Solution, Mo Wuji, specially gave it away in remembrance of his parents and to better the lives of the poor. What? Situ Qian frantically opened up the piece of paper. Lo and behold, there were many lines of words squeezed on it. Its contents was the method to produce 9 Lives Healing Solution, which was extremely detailed, and even explained the concept behind the drug very clearly. Even he knew where to start for the production of such a thing. This piece of paper even introduced in depth why the 9 Lives Healing Solution was able to kill bacteria and fight infection, with another name to it, which was penicillin. Bang! Situ Qian slammed the paper down with his hand, and furiously demanded, men, immediately capture this Mo Wuji and bring him to me. At the same time, investigate how long this recipe has been distributed for, and who it has been distributed to. If you can control them, get those who possess the recipe under control. One thing that Situ Qian left out was to kill everyone who had laid eyes on the drug's recipe, and for those who could not be killed, throw them into the new drug refinery to produce 9 Lives Healing Solution. There was absolute silence in the imperial court, and no one dared to make a sound. All those who were not stupid could see that the state lord's methods would not work at all. When did they start their imperial court session? It was when the sky was still dark, and now it was already about to reach lunchtime. With only one morning, it was impossible for them to collect all copies of the 9 Lives Healing Solution recipe. As expected, the guard's leader soon came to report, Lord, I have an update, that Mo Wuji hired many printing workshops and produced tens of thousands of the drug recipe, and also hired over 100 people to distribute them at the 4 city entrances of Raozhou. Other than that, he even hired people to leave town to distribute them for free at other important tourist landmarks. At this moment, I'm afraid most people, both outside and within the city, including traveling merchants, have already obtained this drug recipe. Situ Qian's hands lost their strength and drooped down. How many merchants and random people pass through Raozhou in a day? Could he capture them all? Even if he could, what use would that be? Did Raozhou not have spies from other countries? A revolutionary drug like the 9 Lives Healing Solution would definitely have been sent back to their respective countries. What's more, the despicable Mowoji even hired people to distribute the recipe outside of Raozhou City. Even a deity would not be able to gather all of the copies back. My lord, could it be that this Mowoji sensed that something was up, and did this on purpose? A fair-skinned man stood out and spoke. Situ Qian frowned slightly. This is not impossible. Since he could sense it, why wait until now to spread the recipe for the healing drug? It can't be so, right? If Mowoji were really that sensitive, he wouldn't have waited till now to do such a thing. He would have done it once the sales of the 9 Lives Healing Solution started to pick up. He might not even have revealed the 9 Lives Healing Solution. Han Shengan did not really agree with the perspectives of those who just spoke. State Lord Situ Qian calmed down and spoke solemnly. Let's not control Dan Han Drug Refinery for the time being. What is the background of this Mowoji who created the 9 Lives Healing Solution? Our Changling State's drug refiners also mostly have such a background, right? The guard's leader quickly spoke. Mowoji's real name is Mo Xinghe, his father was Mo Guanyuan, and his grandfather was Mo Tianchang. Mo Tianchang? The lord of northern Qin Prefecture? Situ Qian finally remembered. The name of Mo Tianchang sounded very familiar to him. The guard's leader replied, yes, it's him. 20 years ago, after Mo Tianchang arrived in Raozhou, he disappeared. Subsequently, Mo Guanyuan brought his wife and son to Raozhou, and many years ago Mo Guanyuan and his wife passed away, leaving Mo Xinghe. Mo Xinghe eventually went crazy because he was obsessed with becoming the lord of the northern Qin Prefecture. A few months back, Mo Xinghe seemed to have some signs of improvement, and even went to the Raozhou Workers' Union to find work. He changed his name to Mowoji and joined Dan Han Drug Refinery, becoming their chief drug refiner, and developed the 9 Lives Healing Solution. The guard's leader spoke of these things with grandeur, and most of the people in the imperial court knew why. After coming to Raozhou, there was no lack of gifts from Mo Guanyuan. There were only a few in the imperial court who didn't receive a gift from Mo Guanyuan. As for Mo Guanyuan's son, Mo Xinghe, going crazy, they had heard of this before. The only thing they did not anticipate was for Mo Xinghe to do something so groundbreaking after recovering. Situ Qian did not speak. He knew everything about the family of the lord of the northern Qin Prefecture, and also the complexities within. Frankly speaking, he had a hand in making the Mo family lose the prefecture lord position. For the matter of Mo Tianchang's grandson going crazy, he had also heard of it. What he did not expect was that this Mo Xinghe was still alive. At this moment, there was an announcement from outside the court. Mowoji has arrived. No need to bring him in, just push him out and kill him, Situ Qian coldly ordered. Chapter 20, Life and Death. My lord, I thought we should be rewarding him handsomely instead of executing him. Prefecture Duke Han Shengan stood up and responded immediately. Why is that so? Situ Qian frowned and answered. From the very beginning he had never liked Mo Tianchang, the prefecture lord of northern Qin Prefecture. Not only did the Mo clan's descendant not offer the medication which they owned to Chengyu State, he also let everyone know of its formula. Situ Qian did not care about Mowoji's motive but just wanted him dead. My lord, Mowoji's contribution in the form of the 9 Lives Healing Solution has been beneficial to both the country and its people. You could have executed him before he came up with this drug. However, you must not do anything to him now. If word were to spread that he was executed even though he had developed such a miraculous drug for the people, it would ruin your reputation and be very unfavorable towards Chengyu State. On the other hand, if people were to find out that you did not sentence him to death but rewarded him handsomely for saving the lives of many commoners, Chengyu State will be more stable and people will be more united. Prefecture Duke Han Shengan said his piece and retreated to the side. Although his words were not very clear, Situ Qian understood them well. Mowoji offended him, but Situ Qian should look past the offense and reward him handsomely. This act would stabilize his position as the lord and people would love him even more. He could not have cared less about the life of a commoner like Mo Wuji. However, he had to care about how it will affect the stability of his position. Moreover, things had already happened and it was up to him to act upon it to improve or ruin his own reputation. The answer was very clear, even to an idiot. Furthermore, he could have easily executed Mo Wuji after the hype over him dissolved, as everyone would have forgotten about him. The Duke's words makes much sense. Someone bring Mo Wuji to me now. Situ Qian immediately understood the key to this matter. A moment later, a pale-looking young man with messy hair was brought into the hall. Could this be the drug refiner who developed the 9 lives healing solution? Everyone was shocked at the outfit and appearance of Mo Wuji. Yes, normally a drug refiner would not bother about his appearance, but that was only when he was actually doing work in the laboratory. In most cases, a drug refiner would still dress decently outside of work. Even if he was at work, he should not look as pathetic as Mo Wuji did then. Get on your knees, the guard who brought Mo Wuji in shouted as he saw Mo Wuji assessing the situation in the hall. It appeared as though Mo Wuji had not heard him as he continued looking around. As though he had no idea that he was visiting the Lord. You may go back. To succeed as a drug refiner and to have made such a huge contribution to the country, I shall allow him to stand and speak. Situ Qian waved to the guard and spoke in a pleasant tone. After the guard retreated, Situ Qian looked at Mo Wuji and asked, "So you are Mo Wuji?" Mo Wuji seemed to have a clearer idea of the situation now, and looked curiously and shockingly at Situ Qian and said, "Yes, I am Mo Wuji." "And are you the Lord?" A minister standing by the side suddenly stood up and scrambled to question Mo Wuji, but was stopped in his tracks by Situ Qian. "I've heard you developed a top-quality drug like the 9 lives healing solution. Could you tell me how you did it?" He heard about the incident where Mo Wuji went crazy. After all, Mo Wuji was still the descendant of the northern Qin prefecture's lord. He was bound to receive news about him. It's just that Situ Qian could not care less about him. In other words, if Mo Wuji had not developed the 9 lives healing solution, the Lord himself would not care even if he were to die on the streets. However, he could make full use of Mo Wuji's talent if he really was a talented drug refiner. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief, having walked through the gates of hell to find out that the Lord would not have him killed. Having almost died from the channel opening solution and constantly being worried about penicillin bringing him bad luck, he barely had a moment of peace and rest. How could he still not spirited now? Entering the hall looking like an idiot could have been part of his plan too. He was a crazy person to begin with, so it was only natural that his reaction was a little slow. "My lord, this was a product my late father passed down to me. He told me that if I were struggling to survive, I could bring it out to save myself. Previously, I suffered from trauma and went crazy. Now that I've just recovered, I thought of the product my father left me. I took it out and decided to work with Dan Han Drug Refinery. I had no clues on how to actually refine drugs," Mo Wuji explained. Situ Qian felt a little remorseful for not paying more attention to Mo Wuji's life after Mo Wuji explained himself. He did not suspect Mo Wuji's words. He knew Mo Tiancheng was a drug refiner. When he went missing, Mo Wuji was not born yet. Therefore it made perfect sense that Mo Wuji was not able to learn how to refine drugs from his father. After all, drug refining was not something everyone could learn easily. "So why did you spread the formula around then?" Situ Qian continued to question him. Mo Wuji pretended to look nervous and said, "This formula was passed down from my grandfather to my father, so that he could present it to the people when he succeeded the throne. However, he died early and did not manage to succeed the throne. Previously, I was too obsessed with being the Lord that I entered a blind alley. Now that I've recovered and know that the Mo family will no longer have a chance to succeed the northern Qin prefecture's throne, I wanted to make use of this opportunity to do something for the people. 9 lives healing solution would be able to save the lives of many, gaining some praise and recognition for the Mo clan." Situ Qian nodded his head subtly. As the northern Qin prefecture's lord had always been from the Mo clan, This would have been the best way to gain some prestige and garner support for his reign, especially for a new lord like himself. Up till then, he believed as much as 90% of Mo Wuji's words. If this was the case, why did you work with Dan Han Drug Refinery to sell the drug at such a steep price? Only to give away the formula after producing a batch of drugs, Situ Qian questioned and stared straight at him. Mo Wuji said with a little bit of fear, previously, I did not even have enough gold coins to fill my stomach. Where would I find the money to publicize the drug? Dan Han Drug Refinery's owner treated me very well. So I have 3 main reasons for doing so. Firstly, I needed the money to publicize it. Secondly, I wanted to repay owner Lu's kindness towards me. Thirdly, I wanted to let everyone know that 9 Lives healing solution is a top-grade healing solution, not just something I exaggerated. Situ Qian was filled with even more regret after he heard Mo Wuji's reply. If he knew of this a day earlier, he could have prevented the formula from being leaked out. Situ Qian forcefully put aside his unhappiness towards Mo Wuji, pondered for a moment and said, Mo Wuji, even though you did not personally develop the 9 Lives healing solution, it is still part of the Mo clan's contribution to Chengyu State. As the Lord, I've decided to reward you. If you still dream of succeeding the throne, it is not exactly impossible. Those who knew about Mo Wuji's past lamented his luck when they heard these words. This was like the saying, a watched flower never blooms but an untended willow grows. The Mo clan wanted the throne so badly that Mo Guangyuan died and Mo Xinghe went crazy. Now that Mo Wuji introduced this drug, he was given the hope of succeeding the throne. Almost everyone believed that Mo Wuji would want to succeed the throne of Northern Qin Prefecture, especially since he went crazy after his failure to do so. Even after he recovered, many believed he still dreams about it. Mo Wuji sneered. If Situ Qian was to give up the throne to the Mo clan, his father would never have lost his life in Raozhou City. Looking at the big picture, if he were to agree to succeed the throne, he might not be too far away from death. Let's not talk about whether he could make it out of Raozhou City to Northern Qin Prefecture safely. Let's say he made it to Northern Qin Prefecture with a stamp by Lord Situ Qian to be a lord there, was he not courting death? How could he have possibly forgotten that he was almost poisoned to death just yesterday? No matter who was the one who tried to poison him, Mo Wuji was dead sure that even if he died yesterday, this lord of Chengyu State would definitely not have said anything about his death. Chapter 21, Looking for an Escape Route. My lord, thank you for your kind offer. However, I know how difficult it is to be a lord. A lord has to continuously worry for the country. I own some shares in Dan Han Drug Refinery and the profits from these shares are enough for me to spend for the rest of my life. Since I am not a drug refiner, I cannot develop any new drugs to sell. However, after this incident, I developed a soft spot for drug refining and I just wish to settle down in a quiet environment to focus on learning how to refine drugs. Hopefully, I can contribute more to the people of this country in the future, Mo Wuji said with caution and fear. Situ Qian was slightly surprised at Mo Wuji's reply. Previously, Mo Wuji was extremely persistent in his attempt to succeed the throne. Thus, Situ Qian did not believe that Mo Wuji would have known that Situ Qian would kill him if he agreed to accept the offer. Those who knew about Mo Wuji's past were also very curious about his decision. How could a descendant of the Mo clan refuse to succeed the throne when it was offered to him? Are you really interested in drug refining? If you are, I could recommend you to Chengyu Drug Refining School, an elder with white hair stood forward and said. The present Mo Wuji was not like the foolish Mo Xinghe, he immediately understood this elder's intentions. This elder merely wanted to bootlick the Lord and show his contribution to improve his position in the kingdom. Mo Wuji did want to attend that school. However, he was sure someone was out to assassinate him. Even though he gave up the throne, he still had to be careful. I'm not only interested in drug refining. More than anything else, I am interested in cultivating. However, I only have mortal roots and I'm unable to cultivate, Mo Wuji said while sighing. There was truth to his sentence, as being unable to cultivate was indeed his greatest pain. Han Shingan appeared as though he could read Mo Wuji's mind and said, "Young brother Mo, 6 months later, Xinghan Empire will be organizing the Spring Immortals Gate Conference. Chengyu State will send 10 participants, the Han clan would be sending one too. If you are willing, I can give you the opportunity to follow the Han family to participate in the Spring Immortals Gate Conference as an attendant. I am only afraid this would be unworthy of your presence as your ancestors were from nobility after all. May I ask who you are?" Mo Wuji was pleased regardless of what his status was. Staying here would be too dangerous. If he agreed to go to Xinghan Empire, he could meet real cultivators and even find new opportunities. More importantly, he could leave Chengyu State. The white-haired elder grunted at Mo Wuji and said, "This is Chengyu State's prefecture duke, Han Shengan. Why don't you hurry and thank him for his offer? Quit thinking you're the small lord of Northern Qin Prefecture because you're not." Mo Wuji did not agree with him as he knew the white-haired elder was biased against him for the earlier incident. "So you're Prefecture Duke Han. Thank you for your kind offer. I, Mo Wuji, have always looked up to your big name and I am willing to follow the Han clan for this conference," Mo Wuji replied respectfully to Han Shengan. After replying, Mo Wuji realized something and turned his head to the white-haired elder, "And you are?" The white-haired elder saw that Mo Wuji was willing to follow the Han family and felt a little unhappy. He replied Mo Wuji coldly, "I am Minister Yao Kong." "I've never heard of you," Mo Wuji said and immediately turned to Situ Qian. "My lord, thank you for your kindness. I've decided to represent and serve the Han clan." He completely ignored Yao Kong, as if Yao Kong was just a passerby. "It shall be as you wish," Situ Qian said perfunctorily. One of the eunuchs who stood by him knew that Situ Qian was getting irritated and thus said, "Dismissed." Han Shengan said to Mo Wuji, "You should go and pack up. You will follow me back to the Han residence." Mo Wuji said hurriedly, "Thank you Prefecture Duke, I will pack my things and then head over to the Duke's place tonight." Han Shengan nodded and said, "Please go ahead first. Just register your name once you've reached my residence." After finishing his words, Han Shengan did not bother about Mo Wuji anymore as he followed the rest of the ministers out. Mo Wuji naturally sped up and followed closely behind them, leaving behind an unsatisfied Yao Kong. Yao Kong never expected a lowly personnel like Mo Wuji to be so arrogant. He embarrassed Yao Kong in front of so many ministers by saying he had not heard of him before, while he had a lot of respect for Han Shengan. In terms of authority, he held more power than Han Shengan. Han Shengan's position was only slightly higher than his. Watching Mo Wuji's back as he hurried off, there was a trace of coldness in Yao Kang's eyes. If Mo Wuji did not have important things to settle, he would have immediately followed Han Shengan back to the Han residence. He still had 8 more bottles of the channel opening solution which he had to bring along with him. Whether they work or not, he refused to discard them. Who knows, maybe if he added more ingredients, it could become a solution that can successfully open a channel. More importantly, he still has over 10,000 gold coins at Dan Han Drug Refinery. He could not afford to leave these gold coins behind as they were his life insurance. Furthermore, he had not been home since he started work at Dan Han Drug Refinery. Nobody knew how long he would be staying at the Han residence. He wanted to use this opportunity to return home to see if Yen Er left anything important behind. After he arrived in this world, Yen Er was the only one he really cared about. Mo Wuji's return to Dan Han Drug Refinery was greeted by a depressed Lu Zhoujuan. When he saw Mo Wuji walking over, Lu Zhoujuan stood up as if his butt was on fire. He grabbed Mo Wuji and asked, "Brother Mo, what is the meaning of this? Just when we were about to make it big, you gave the formula away for free?" Mo Wuji said in a serious tone, "Old Lu, after hearing Changling Pill Workshop's owner Mei's words, I realized one very important thing. This revolutionary drug must be able to benefit even the poor commoners in order to save the lives of many. Otherwise, this would only be a drug for the rich. Dan Han Drug Refinery would never be capable of producing for so many commoners, therefore giving this formula away would invite more suppliers of this drug. This way, the 9 Lives Healing Solutions price will be lowered. Mo Wuji would never reveal the true reason why he gave away the formula, to protect his own life. Lu Jojuan might be able to guess it, but Mo Wuji would never reveal it to him. Alright, brother Mo, then are you able to help Dan Han Drug Refinery develop a new drug? Lu Jojuan was experienced as he knew when to back off when the situation could no longer be salvaged. Mo Wuji patted Lu Jojuan's shoulder and said, "Old Lu, listen to me. Continue selling the 9 Lives Healing Solution at a lower price. Remember, sometimes people pay more for the branding." When 9 Lives Healing Solution becomes very popular throughout Chengyu State, the richer people will only buy from the refinery that first developed it. This is part of branding. It is fully dependent on you whether you can pull this off well. Giving away this formula may not be a bad thing for Dan Han Drug Refinery after all. Lu Jojuan trusted Mo Wuji the most. After Mo Wuji finished his piece, Lu Jojuan immediately understood what he meant. His spirits were immediately lifted and he asked, "So brother Mo, what should we do now?" Mo Wuji laughed and replied, "It will no longer be what we should do now, but rather, what you should do now. I have decided to accept Prefecture Duke Han's invitation to be a guard at the Han residence. I came back just to retrieve my belongings and collect the portion of profits that belongs to me." Mo Wuji was visiting the Han residence as a guest, yet he made himself sound very important. Ah! Lu Jojuan was shocked and then sighed, Dan Han Drug Refinery is indeed too small for brother Mo. My heartiest congratulations to you and your bright future. Don't worry, as long as Dan Han Drug Refinery continues to earn, you will continue to have profits. Mo Wuji would no longer be refining drugs at Dan Han Drug Refinery. To be still able to say these words must not be easy for Lu Jojuan. Chapter 22, Joining the Han Residence. Young Master Mo, you're back. Where is Miss Yenair? Mo Wuji saw Aunt Lu pushing her small cart back as he arrived at the rental apartment that he and Yenair shared. Aunt Lu saw Mo Wuji, and was pleasantly surprised. Based on what she had heard, Mo Wuji's mental state seemed to have improved. Mo Wuji bowed in respect, "Aunt Lu, thank you for taking care of me and Yenair all these years. But now, Yenair has been taken from me. I will soon be leaving Raozhou too. I've returned today to take Yenair's possessions away." This was the first time that Mo Wuji saw Aunt Lu. She was a lady that was rather tanned and appeared to be over 30 years old. Stress had left many marks on her face, and these creases concealed a beautiful face that should have been there as she was in her prime. Seeing Aunt Lu returning full of fatigue, Mo Wuji suspected that business was bad at the store last night. That's good. Even though Yenair has matured, she's still too young and needs someone to look after her. Aunt Lu stopped herself from saying any more. All this while, Yenair was supposed to need someone to take care of her, but in reality it was her that took care of this young master in front of Aunt Lu. "Go in and tidy up the place, I've kept the room just for you all this time." Aunt Lu hurriedly pushed her cart away after completing her sentence. Mo Wuji walked into a storeroom which did not even have a lock and was only secured by a piece of rope. A pile of dust welcomed him. A few months away from the place and the whole interior was covered with dust. Mo Wuji had only stayed here for 2 nights ever before. Back then, he had 1 bed and 1 decent carpet, but on Yenair's site it was much shabbier. Other than a few neat piles of old and tattered clothes, there was nothing else. This meant that Yenair did not even have a rug to sleep on at night. In his heart, Mo Wuji felt a tinge of regret. Being able to meet a girl like Yenair would have used up all of the good karma he had accumulated. Especially after he had been backstabbed, Mo Wuji knew how rare girls like Yenair were. He carefully dusted Yenair's last few pieces of clothing before placing them into his bag. It was then he saw a hairpin at the bottom of the pile. This was a hairpin that Mo Wuji had no recollection of Yenair ever wearing, and even though the hairpin was only a plain metal one, it looked to be Yenair's most precious piece of jewelry. Mo Wuji wrapped up the hairpin, walking over to the mirror which had many scratches on it. This was Yener's only makeup accessory. Perhaps this mirror was what Yener used to dress up for him. With a final sigh, Mo Wuji kept the mirror into his bag too. Looking through this small storeroom one last time, Mo Wuji then walked out. Young Master Mo, since Yener is not around, why don't you join me for a meal? Outside the storeroom, Mo Wuji saw Aunt Lu with a scarf wrapped around her neck. Mo Wuji bowed to Aunt Lu again respectfully, took out a cloth bag and passed it to Aunt Lu while saying, Aunt Lu, I will be leaving Rajo soon. This cloth bag contains a present from Yener and myself. From now on please don't go to set up your stall. If it's possible, could you continue to preserve the storehouse that Yener and I lived in? I'm leaving now, take care Aunt Lu. After finishing what he had to say, Mo Wuji did not stay any longer, turning around and leaving swiftly. Aunt Lu did not protect Yener and him in any special way, but provided them with a place to stay, and casually gave them half a bowl of rice. That little bit of rice meant the world to Mo Wuji and Yener, and they were very grateful for it. 100 gold coins would have been sufficient for a normal family to get by, and he was afraid that giving her too much would bring about a sense of unease. Only when Mo Wuji disappeared from sight did Aunt Lu remember that she was holding a small cloth bag in her hand. She opened the bag, and the glint and sparkle of gold almost made her scream out in shock. She knew what was going on immediately. Yener and young Master Mo met a generous benefactor. She hurriedly ran back, unable to keep her heart rate under control. An hour later, Mo Wuji stood before a large residence. Han residence. 2 large ancient words told Mo Wuji that this was the place that he would be living in for the next few months, Prefecture Duke Old Han Cheng'an's own residence. From his rough estimates, the Han residence occupied at least over 10,000 square meters. In this busy Raozhou city center, how much would such a large residence cost? Who knew how much this cost compared to the old Mo Prefecture Lord residence was in northern Qin? Unfortunately, Mo Wuji did not even have a vague idea of anything in northern Qin. Hey, you little kid, what are you trying to do, loitering in front of the Prefecture Duke's residence? Scram! The guards in front of the Prefecture Duke's residence unhappily shouted at Mo Wuji just as he was sighing. Mo Wuji frantically went up and greeted them. My 2 brothers, I am Mo Wuji. You are Mo Wuji? The one that the old Prefecture Duke personally invited to the residence yesterday, exclaimed the guard that was just shouting at Mo Wuji, directly interrupting Mo Wuji. Following which, he muttered to himself, he doesn't look special in any way to me. Mo Wuji laughed, yes that's me. The guard's love for gossip was immediately ignited, and he carefully pulled Mo Wuji to one side, asking, I heard that you are even a drug refiner. Ah yes, why did you leave the position of Prefecture Lord to come to the Han residence as a worker? Mo Wuji then greeted the Han residence with an imaginary greeting, and said, Brother, it is inappropriate for you to ask such a question. My admiration towards Prefecture Duke Old Han is endless. How could a simple position of Prefecture Lord compare to being a worker at the Han residence? In other words, if I let you choose between being a guard at the Han residence and being a Prefecture Lord, which one would you choose? Ah, this guard was not able to answer at that moment. Wasn't it obvious to choose to be Prefecture Lord? But no matter how he packaged these words, once news spread about what he said, wouldn't that be telling others that he had no sense of belonging towards the Han residence? I am not that unsupportive of the old Prefecture Duke. Naturally I'll choose being the guard for the Han residence. The guard rubbed his hand and joined in the laughter. Mo Wuji pat the guard's shoulders, hasn't this issue come to a close now? For such simple questions that you had the answers to, you still dared to ask me those questions again? You're intentionally giving me extra work. No, the guard quickly said. Mo Wuji chuckled, I'm just kidding. I still have to rely on you to bring me in to report my arrival. The guard's chest went ba-dump, brother Mo, just leave this to me. In the future you will be the friend of myself, Ding Buer. Please come with me. After speaking his piece, Ding Buer waved and greeted a few other guards, taking the initiative to bring Mo Wuji for reporting. Even though Mo Wuji did not know any martial arts, he was assigned to the Han Residence's protection department, becoming a defender of the residence. Ding Buer, Mo Wuji subconsciously thought of Ding Busan and Ding Busi, after hearing this name. This guy looked a little perverted, but he had a good look in his eye and spoke with sincerity, which made Mo Wuji have a good impression of him. Ding Buer seemed like he was trying to tell everyone that Mo Wuji was under his wing, bringing Mo Wuji around different parts of the residence, introducing him to everyone. However, Mo Wuji could see that Ding Buer's position was not a high-ranking one. Out of all of the workers and guards, only a few even bothered about what Ding Buer was doing, which was because no one wanted to stand out and embarrass him. Even at the courtyard he was guarding, not many people greeted him at all. He had not even seen the chairman of the new department before. No matter what, the Han Residence's treatment of Mo Wuji was still considered to be acceptable. Even for a new worker like Mo Wuji, he had a single room to himself. Buer, Prefecture Duke Old Han mentioned that there is a Spring Immortals Gate conference in 3 months' time. Will the members of the Han residence need to participate? After going round the residence, Mo Wuji still did not see the person who would bring him along to the Empire's Spring Immortals Gate conference, making him quite impatient. He did not come here simply to be a worker, but to borrow the power of the Han residence to go to the Qing Han Empire's capital city. Most importantly, to take a look at the Spring Immortals Gate conference, and take the opportunity to leave Raozhou. 1. Air is 2 in Chinese, while San is 3 and C is 4. Chapter 23, So? You are Mo Wuji? Ding Buer's face immediately revealed an expression of worship, of course. That is the old duke's daughter, Han Ning. She can be considered a genius even in the entire Qingyu state. The quality of her spiritual roots are also very good. 3 years ago, the old duke specially brought her to Qingluo, the royal capital, to open her spirits, and she immediately opened 7 spirit channels. Now, the little miss is in channel opening stage level 5, with more than 20 spirit channels opened. If not for this Spring Immortals Gate, the little miss would have entered a sect 3 years ago. Mo Wuji had heard about spirit channels before. The more channels you open during your spirit opening, the greater your potential. A higher quality spiritual root would cause more spiritual channels to open during the spirit opening. But Mo Wuji only had mortal roots, he didn't even have spiritual roots. Previously, when he tried to open his spirits, he could not open any spirit channels whatsoever. Why must she wait for the Spring Immortals Gate? Wouldn't it have been better for the little miss to join a sect 3 years ago? Mo Wuji asked puzzledly. From his point of view, there was an obvious difference between cultivating in a sect and cultivating at home. If Han Ning entered a sect 3 years ago, her cultivation level would probably be higher than her current channel opening stage level 5. Ding Buer laughed cheekily, and made a mysterious expression. Speaking in a teacher-like tone, he patted Mo Wuji and said, "This is where you don't understand. The true, big sects only accept disciples during the Spring Immortals Gate conference. If the little miss was to enter a sect 3 years ago, she can only join some small sect. Do you think these small sects can compete with the resources and techniques of the big ones?" So that was the reason. Mo Wuji also agreed with this argument. When comparing the resources of Peking University and a diploma mill, Peking University would definitely emerge victorious. The old duke allowed me to come here, was so that I could be the little miss's follower and accompany her to the Spring Immortals Gate conference. Buer, when can I meet the little miss? Mo Wuji took the initiative to ask. Ding Buer shook his head. "Brother Wuji, the old duke only said that to appease you. The one who will be following the little miss to participate in the Spring Immortals Gate will not be either of us." Why? Mo Wuji was shocked. That was the reason he came. If he didn't get to attend the conference, then what was the point of coming here? Ding Buer whispered in Mo Wuji's ear, "The little miss will personally pick her followers. She doesn't even know us, so we definitely won't be picked." In all honesty, my chances of being picked is even higher than yours. After all, I take care of the yard and I am also the door guard. At least, the little miss would have noticed me. Mo Wuji's heart sank. If this was how Han Ning really picked her followers, he really would not have a chance. Ding Buer patted Mo Wuji's shoulders and brought him to his personal residence with slight sympathy. No, I came here to go to the royal capital. If what Ding Buer says is true, I need to find ways to meet Han Ning. There's no rush, I can start tomorrow. I will first interact with the people in the Han residence. After sending Ding Buer off, Mo Wuji jumped onto his bed and fell asleep. Ever since he drank the channel opening solution, he did not have proper rest. He did not even sleep last night. It was quite amazing to have endured till now. The sky was still dim. A bell rang in the Han residence's yard. Everyone woke up and washed up as fast as they could before rushing to the martial arts training field. Mo Wuji was exhausted, both physically and mentally. Even if he heard the bell, he wouldn't have woken up. In just half an instant of time, more than 100 guards gathered in the martial arts field. Ta-ta. The sound of a horse unhurriedly walking was heard. A girl in red riding a tall, red horse was coming over. From afar, it looked like a fireball was slowly arriving. Behind her, there was a girl in blue riding a yellow horse. Greetings, Miss Ning, the guards called out. Everyone here recognized that this person was the Han residence's favored Han Ning. Han Ning's eyes swept across the 100 people as she slowly said, "Today, I'm going to the Thunder Fog Forest, and I require 10 of you to act as my guards. Among the 10 of you, the one who performs the best will get to follow me to the Spring Immortals Gate Conference." Once they heard the little miss's words, the 100 guards instantly became invigorated, beating their chests in excitement. They all wished to enter the eyes of the little miss, and to be picked to enter the Thunder Fog Forest. No matter how dangerous the Thunder Fog Forest was, it couldn't stop the allure of the royal capital. "Who is Mo Wuji?" Han Ning suddenly cried. The guards instantly went silent. It felt like half a day had passed, but no one answered. Most people here did not even know who Mo Wuji was. Han Ning's face turned unsightly, and she shouted louder, "Mo Wuji has not come?" Ding Buer hurriedly stood forward and said hesitantly, "Little miss, Mo Wuji just came yesterday. Maybe he is still not very familiar." With the words of Ding Buer, Han Ning's face turned even more unsightly. "Everyone here will run around the training field till Mo Wuji comes. Anyone who falls out will have 1 month's pay deducted." A sturdy man standing at the front angrily said to a guard beside him, "Chang Songkai, immediately get that bastard over here." "Yes," an aggressive-looking man responded and hurriedly ran out of the training field. Bang bang. Mo Wuji was awakened by the hammering on his door. He opened his eyes and found that the sky was barely pan-bright. The door was being hammered. This simply isn't knocking anymore. Don't tell me that a simple house attendant must wake up earlier than the rooster. What is it? Mo Wuji opened the door angrily. "You must be new. Because of you, all of us are being punished by the little miss. Hurry up and get to the martial arts training field. Hurry!" Standing at the door was an aggressive-looking man with a long face and a black nose. Mo Wuji recognized him. He was there during Ding Buer's introduction yesterday. "His name is Chang Songkai." Mo Wuji wrinkled his brows and asked, "The sky isn't even bright yet, what's going on?" He was still a bit unhappy that an attendant woke him up abruptly. "The little miss is going to the Thunder Fog Forest today and is picking people to follow her. But you disobeyed the gathering orders and remained here. No wonder why people called you arrogant. You are truly arrogant." Chang Songkai stared at Mo Wuji and said with a cold voice. Previously, he was trying to look for ways to find Han Ning. Now Han Ning was going to the Thunder Fog Forest and was picking followers. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? Mo Wuji finally reacted and said hurriedly, "Wait for a while, I will soon be ready." Finishing his words, Mo Wuji rushed to wash up and followed Chang Songkai to the training field. "Brother Chang, you said someone called me arrogant? But I only came yesterday?" Mo Wuji recalled Chang Songkai's words. Chang Songkai was too lazy to bother about Mo Wuji, and hastened his pace. "So? You are the Mo Wuji who doesn't even put Minister Yao Kong in his eyes?" The moment Mo Wuji entered the training field, a crisp, angry voice called out to him. Chapter 24, Thunder Fog Forest. Mo Wuji saw a young lady in red staring at him. Although she was not as beautiful as Wen Manju, this lady possessed beautiful features and had a very proportional figure. She was skinny, but Mo Wuji could feel a strong energy surging from her. This lady must be Han Chang'an's precious daughter, Han Ning. Han Chang'an looked very old, so Mo Wuji never expected his daughter to be so young and beautiful. "I am Mo Wuji." "Nice to meet you," Mo Wuji replied politely. "Since you are here in the Han residence, why didn't you gather with the rest when the morning bell rang?" Han Ning's tone suddenly became serious. Mo Wuji gave an innocent look and replied, "Little miss, I initially thought the bell was for us to gather for breakfast. As a newcomer, how could I possibly queue with the rest for breakfast? I was planning to eat after everyone had taken their food. If I knew the bell was for us to assemble in the morning, I would have been the first to reach the martial arts training field." Chan Hongkai, the one who woke him up, thought to himself, "I almost tore your door apart trying to wake you up, and you still dare to say such things without feeling ashamed?" However, Chang Hongkai did not dare to express his unhappiness towards Mo Wuji in front of Han Ning. He had previously seen Han Ning break all 4 limbs of a house attendant and throw him onto the streets to feed the dogs. As long as Han Ning did not question Mo Wuji any further, he would not get himself involved. Han Ning nodded her head. "I am planning to bring you with me into the Thunder Fog Forest, as I've heard you know quite a bit about drug refinement. I must warn you that the Thunder Fog Forest is a very dangerous place. The 11th Prince of Chengyu State once brought people into the Thunder Fog Forest and none of them returned alive. Do you dare to follow me?" She believed that Mo Wuji was not lying. Mo Wuji was indeed a newcomer. Coupled with the fact that he used to be from the nobility, he would not want to fight for breakfast with the rest. She could also understand that Mo Wuji probably didn't know that breakfast was not provided so early in the Han residence. This was because they had to wait for things to be done properly before they could start eating. Mo Wuji's expression immediately turned serious and he said, "I, Mo Wuji, may be afraid of death. However, to have the chance to work for Little Miss, I will dare to go through the toughest of mountains and the most dangerous of seas, let alone the Thunder Fog Forest." Mo Wuji knew very clearly that he had to go even if he did not want to. He knew he had to impress Han Ning if he wanted to stand a chance to be selected to go to the Spring Immortals Gate conference in a few months' time. At the same time, he felt that Han Ning's real intention of asking him along was not for his knowledge on drug refinement. He was dead sure he had told Han Chang'an that he knew nothing about drug refinement. Han Ning invited Mo Wuji because her father told her that Mo Wuji could be useful to her. Now that Mo Wuji accepted her invitation, Han Ning was very pleased and said, "Since this is the case, please step aside." Han Ning's eyes fell on an energetic young man in the group of guards. "Chief Guard Peng, pick 8 more guards for me. Including Mo Wuji and yourself, we will leave immediately once we have 10 guards in total." This energetic young man was Han Residence's chief guard Peng Manhwa. He stood up in a hurry after he heard Han Ning's words. "Little miss, are you sure you will only bring 10 guards into the Thunder Fog Forest?" Han Ning replied, "This time we will only be going to the outskirts of the Thunder Fog Forest to practice for a few days. At the same time, we will also be looking for a certain herb. We will not be going too deep into the forest." "Yes, I understand," Peng Manhwa answered and immediately looked back to the 100 over trainees, Yuji, Cheng Hongkai, Ding Buer, Kaijo. The 8 guards were selected quickly, but much to Mo Wuji's surprise was the inclusion of Ding Buer. Ding Buer walked over faintly to Mo Wuji and whispered in his ears, "Brother Mo, you must be the reason why I was chosen." Mo Wuji questioned the decision to include Ding Buer. Logically speaking, Ding Buer would not have qualified to be chosen. He looked over to Peng Manhwa, who coincidentally was also looking at him, and saw that Peng Manhwa nodded at him. Mo Wuji understood his intention. Peng Manhwa guessed that Mo Wuji was important to Han Ning and hence wanted to make use of Ding Buer to please him. "Buer, please address me as Wuji." "In fact, you are older than me," Mo Wuji whispered. Ding Buer nodded his head, "Yes, Wuji. From today onwards, you will be my best friend." After Peng Manhwa picked 8 guards, a lady in blue riding on a yellow horse behind Han Ning announced, "Everyone pick a horse and prepare yourself. We will leave in a while. That is little Mrs. Personal Maid, Xiaolan. She is Han Ning's favorite, we better not offend or neglect her," Ding Buer whispered into Mo Wuji's ears. "I need to go back and take some things first," Mo Wuji nodded his head. He was not so brain-dead as to offend people around Han Ning. Mo Wuji went back to bring the few bottles of channel opening solution he had with him, as he had no idea how long he will be gone for in the Thunder Fog Forest. He was afraid he would never be at ease if someone were to find out these solutions could actually open a channel halfway. Mo Wuji picked a tall black horse and rode it back to the martial arts training field to familiarize himself with the horse. When all 12 of them left Raozhou City, the sky was still bright. These horses seemed well trained as they could run at very high speeds. At such a high speed, Mo Wuji felt a little uncomfortable riding it. "Buer, why didn't we drive a car instead?" Mo Wuji knew there were cars here and they were mechanically powered too. Logically speaking, a car would be much more convenient and less tiring. Ding Buer replied, "You'll understand why soon." There was no need to wait for long before Mo Wuji found out. The road became narrow and uneven. They even had to travel on the edge of a cliff. The width of the road was barely a meter wide, which made Mo Wuji very worried. He was sure that if the horse were to miss its step, he would fall off the cliff. Fortunately, that did not last long. Half an hour later, they entered a canyon and Mo Wuji broke into a cold sweat as he was just glad he did not fall off the cliff. When the sky turned dark, Han Ning finally gave the order to stop. As Mo Wuji dismounted his horse, he felt an excruciating pain in his thigh with blood gushing out. "Have we arrived?" Mo Wuji bore with the pain and asked. "We have not reached the outskirts of the Thunder Fog Forest. Also, have you not ridden a horse before?" Ding Buer noticed Mo Wuji's injury as he stood near to him. "It's been a long time since I rode one." "Let's go help," Mo Wuji said as he saw the rest helping to set up the tents. Ding Buer understood Mo Wuji's wish to hide the fact that he could not even ride a horse because he would not stand a chance to follow Han Ning if she found out. After working for over an hour, Mo Wuji followed the rest to eat some biscuits before heading into the tent to rest. Each tent could fit 2 people. Therefore, there were 5 tents which surrounded Han Ning's tent in the middle. Mo Wuji and Ding Buer shared a tent as they were the most familiar with each other. "Are you okay?" "I have some medication over here." Ding Buer passed a bottle of medication to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji waved it off and said, "I am okay." "What dangers will we actually face in the Thunder Fog Forest? Will we be able to reach tomorrow?" Ding Buer replied, "You don't have to worry. We will only be at the outskirts of the Thunder Fog Forest, it will not be dangerous. You just have to remember to never step foot into the Thunder Fog Forest itself." "Why not?" Mo Wuji asked instantaneously. Ding Buer's face turned serious. "Do not ask why. 90% of those who risk their life to enter the Thunder Fog Forest do not make it back out." Chapter 25, Forced into the Thunder Fog Forest. Mo Wuji frowned. "Buer, why is it that it is prohibited to enter the Thunder Fog Forest? Do you know anything about this?" Ding Buer sighed and said, "I do know a little. I heard that there are some extremely strong demonic beasts deep within the Thunder Fog Forest. Demonic beasts. They are comparable to cultivators. The Chengyu State Protector once delved deep in the Thunder Fog Forest and he barely escaped with his life. Our little miss also told us the story of how the 11th prince, Situyu, entered the forest and was never seen again. At this moment, Ding Buer lowered his voice. Prince Yu was our Chengyu State's genius. After he disappeared in the Thunder Fog Forest, the State Lord got the State Protector to search for him. Ultimately, the State Protector could only escape the forest with severe injuries, and he did not manage to save Prince Yu. Mo Wuji turns silent. The Thunder Fog Forest was dangerous even for someone as strong as the State Protector. He could not even win Hu Fei. If he were to enter the Thunder Fog Forest, he might not even leave with his bones. Seeing Mo Wuji turn silent, Ding Buer continued, besides the wickedly strong demonic beasts, there are countless of lightning lakes in the Thunder Fog Forest. Within those lakes are thousands to millions of lightning bolts. If you get caught in a lightning lake, you would instantly be struck to death. Finishing his words, Buer patted Mo Wuji's shoulder. Sleep early. We will reach the outskirts of the Thunder Fog Forest by tomorrow afternoon. No one knew whether it's because Mo Wuji was specially picked by the little miss, or that everyone felt that he was useless, but he did not get allocated any duties for the whole night. The next morning, when the sky was still dim but Mo Wuji was pulled awake by Ding Buer. He quickly washed up and continued on the journey. Ding Buer was right. They really arrived at the outskirts of the Thunder Fog Forest by the afternoon. Even if no one told him, Mo Wuji could guess that they had reached the Thunder Fog Forest. Although the forest was covered by fog, Mo Wuji could still see some occasional flashes of lightning. He even heard some unknown roars which induced fear. Everyone gathered in an area full of low bushes. Among the bushes, some footpaths could be seen. From time to time, some poisonous snakes and huge rats would rush across the bushes. Chief Guard Pang, find someone to tend to the horses. At the same time, get him to clear this piece of land and build a temporary place to rest. The rest will follow me to find the two-leaved firegrass, Han Ning instructed Pang Manhwa. After hearing Han Ning's words, Pang Manhwa asked in shock, Little miss, the two-leaved firegrass is a spiritual plant. Han Ning gently replied, if it wasn't for a spiritual plant, do I need to personally come to the Thunder Fog Forest? But, Pang Manhwa said hesitantly. The outskirts of the Thunder Fog Forest did have some spiritual plants, but they had long been picked. To find some spiritual plants at the outskirts of the Thunder Fog Forest was extremely difficult. To find the extremely rare two-leaved firegrass was simply as difficult as ascending the heavens. The little miss must have wanted them to enter the Thunder Fog Forest. He wanted to follow the little miss to the royal capital to participate in the Spring Immortals Gate Conference. But if it was at the cost of entering the Thunder Fog Forest, he would rather not go to the royal capital at all. What do you think? Han Ning said coolly. Pang Manhwa took in a breath and said respectfully, even the State Protector barely escaped after entering the Thunder Fog Forest. If we were to go. The expression of concern is palpable. Han Ning smiled, Chief Guard Pang, you think too much. How could I dare enter the depths of the Thunder Fog Forest? At most, we would enter 10 meters into the forest. If we are still unable to find the grass, then I will give up. Your life is valuable. Mine is not worthless either. Hearing Han Ning's words, Pang Manhwa let out a sigh of relief. The little miss was right. She would not put herself into danger. If it's just 10 meters, there shouldn't be any problems. Thinking about this, Pang Manhwa said to a slightly thin youth, Chaijo, you will stay here to take care of the horses. At the same time, clear this area. Seeing that Pang Manhwa had no objections, Han Ning nodded, the rest of you, follow me in. Pang Manhwa brought Mo Wuji and Co. forward to clear the road. Han Ning and her personal maid Xiaolan followed behind closely. 2 hours later, Mo Wuji discovered the trees in front getting taller and taller. The paths made by previous travelers could no longer be seen. However, there was also less grass, so there was no need to specially cut out a path. "Little miss, in a few more feet, we will enter the Thunder Fog Forest," Peng Manhwa said nervously. Han Ning coughed, "The sky's getting dark. We will not go in today, but we will search these few feet." Everyone form a human wall. Take note, although the two-leaved fire grass is rare, not many people want it. This grass is best found in the evening because at this time, you can see the red glow of the grass. "Yes," Peng Manhwa replied. Mo Wuji could feel the obvious change in Peng Manhwa's mood. Mo Wuji was familiar with the two-leaved fire grass. When he was in Dan Han Drug Refinery, he saw it in the books. Two leaves grew from the roots. In between these two leaves was a short grass core. The grass core was slightly red and shaped like a flame. Ah! Just as Peng Manhwa got everyone to disperse, a cry broke the silence. "Chang Hongkai, what happened?" Peng Manhwa said seriously. "I've been bitten by a heart-drilling snake." Chang Hongkai stammered, ostensibly in pain. Han Ning pulled out a pill and gave it to Chang Hongkai. "Hurry, swallow this. After the heart-drilling snake bites you, its poison will drill its way to your heart. If you do not take an antidote, you will die." "Thank." Chang Hongkai only said one word before Mo Wuji heard Ding Buer shouting, So many. Cha-cha." The grass rustled. It wasn't just Ding Buer. Everyone could see what was going on. More than 100 heart-drilling snakes came from behind Chang Hongkai. In the distance, there were even more sounds. Obviously, there were even more snakes behind these 100 heart-drilling snakes. "Everyone, run away." Han Ning grabbed her maid and quickly retreated. Everyone immediately escaped. Naturally, Mo Wuji did not hesitate to run away as well. Behind him, Mo Wuji could see Chang Hongkai being surrounded by more than 10 heart-drilling snakes. He could no longer be saved. Mo Wuji felt his scalp tingling and ran faster. At the same time, he took out his knife. This kind of snake was too terrifying. If you were surrounded, you would end up just like Chang Hongkai. After running 10 meters, Mo Wuji felt that something was wrong. If he continued to run forward, he would enter the Thunder Fog Forest. He looked around to see if the rest were running in the same direction. At this moment, he saw a black line flying by. Without thinking, Mo Wuji thrusted his knife towards the black line. The smell of blood almost made him vomit. Mo Wuji immediately knew what was going on. The heart-drilling snake could actually fly. Hearing the rustling sound behind him, Mo Wuji can no longer cared about the Thunder Fog Forest in front him. Every step he didn't take was a step closer to death. Picking up his pace, Mo Wuji rushed into the Thunder Fog Forest without hesitation. Chapter 26, Lightning Lake of the Thunder Fog Forest. Mo Wuji kept on running as fast as he could till he could no longer hear the hissing. After he turned around and realized that the heart-drilling snakes were no longer in sight, he heaved a short sigh of relief. However, at the back of his mind, Mo Wuji knew that he was not clear of danger. Thick fog and tall trees that surrounded him made it impossible to see the sky. At this moment, he was sure he had passed the outskirts, into the depths of the Thunder Fog Forest. Mo Wuji could not and did not bother trying to locate any of the other guards that came with Han Ning. He just had to get out in the shortest time possible. Even though he had never been in the Thunder Fog Forest before, he believed every single myth about this forest. He felt anxious from the very moment he had entered the forest. Gotcha! A huge tree fell and two shadows emerged from the fog. With the aid of the dim light in the forest, Mo Wuji could make out what those two shadows were. Mo Wuji felt numbness in the scalp of his head as two wild beasts that he had never seen before appeared. One of them had 3 eyes with a body full of scales, while the other looked like a lion, with blood and fur around the fangs of its stretched mouth. The two wild beasts appeared not to have seen Imouji and did not bother about him. Roar! The deafening roars of the two wild beasts made Imouji's heartbeat tremendously fast. Fortunately for Imouji, it was not just one beast, because then it would have definitely noticed him and gobbled him up. As Imouji slowly retreated, the two beasts were always in his sight. They had to be the demonic beasts that Ding Buer previously mentioned were prevalent in the forest. As Imouji retreated, he felt his feet turn cold. He realized that he was too focused on the demonic beasts and did not bother to check what was behind him. Gotcha! A lightning bolt flashed not too far away from Imouji and lit up the surroundings. At this moment, he could clearly see where he was and realized that he had stepped into the middle of the swamp. Kaka! Two more lightning bolts flashed across Imouji, forming a very mesmerizing arched lightning bridge. Imouji's heart sank to its lowest point when he finally realized where he was. This must have been one of the deadly lightning lakes that Ding Buer warned him about. After a long sigh, Imouji calmed himself down. He had seen the demonic beasts and was now in a lightning lake of the Thunder Fog Forest. It would truly be a miracle if he was able to make it out alive. Imouji's feet felt icy cold as it sank into the freezing soil of the lightning lake. Nobody knew what other scarier things there were in this lightning lake other than the lightning bolts. Imouji was no longer afraid of anything, as he knew he would be dead either way. He carefully shifted his feet as he tried to get out of the swamp. He should at least try to fight for his life, even if he died trying. Gotcha! Yet another lightning bolt struck. However, Imouji was not so lucky this time, as it struck his shoulder. Imouji felt an intense burning sensation, causing his whole body to soften as he fell to his knees. As if taking cue from this lightning bolt that struck Imouji, a few more lightning bolts appeared from the lake, forming a circular-shaped arc that landed on Imouji's body. Imouji's clothes were torn apart and he could smell his skin getting burnt as his whole body became numb. He ridiculed himself, as he would have never expected himself to be electrocuted in his second life. He would rather go through something more ruthless that killed him instantly than this living hell. An even bigger lightning bolt flashed past him as if his wish was granted. Gotcha! This lightning bolt struck Imouji's shoulder once again. However, Imouji did not feel any more significant pain throughout his body. Not only that, Imouji clearly felt the lightning bolt pierce through his shoulder, into his body, directly flushing something open. The next moment, his whole body felt relaxed. When Imouji finally realized what was going on, he became extremely excited. The lightning bolt had opened a small gap in the clogged meridian that he almost managed to open using the channel opening solution. If the lightning bolts were to continuously create small gaps, would it mean that the clogged meridian would eventually be fully opened? Once the meridian was cleared, did that mean he would possess a spirit channel and finally be able to cultivate? Having been struck so many times by the lightning bolt, Imouji was burnt inside out. He decided not to flee anymore. Instead, he would stay and wait for more lightning bolts to strike him. Kaka! Two more lightning bolts flashed from behind and struck him again. Unfortunately, these two lightning bolts only inflicted more pain and did not give him the other feeling like the one which helped to open a gap. It was a pity Imouji had no control over the lightning bolts that struck him. If he did, he would strike his body to fully open his clogged meridian. After he experienced a few more lightning strikes, he realized that this was not the way to go. Before he could successfully open his meridian, he would have died from the pain. Imouji took out a bottle of his channel opening solution from his ripped pocket and consumed the solution. It felt like a fire burning through the unopened meridian in his body. Ka! Yet another lightning bolt struck him. Imouji tried to focus to allow the lightning bolt to strike through his burning meridian. Imouji was not sure whether it was his focus or the solution that worked, because this lightning bolt managed to strike through his meridian. Maybe it was just the psychological effect that Imouji felt his meridian open slightly more. Another lightning bolt followed. Once again, it struck directly into the same meridian. The meridian opened up more because of this. Due to the lightning strikes, the burning solution dissipated through the body very quickly. It should have been the effect of the solution that allowed the lightning bolt to strike through the same meridian naturally. As he felt the solution in his body gradually disappearing, Mo Wuji did not hesitate to consume yet another bottle. Kaka. 10 continuous lightning bolts struck Mo Wuji's body and he could not help but feel extremely relaxed. Even though he had been struck countless times already, he could feel that his body was full of energy at that very moment. It was a pity that he was not able to display this energy as his body could only feel pain and lethargy. Mo Wuji could barely control his tears from falling. At long last, he successfully managed to open a meridian, establishing his first spirit channel. Chapter 27, Heavy Losses. Ka! Just as another lightning bolt flashed from the lightning lake, Mo Wuji twisted his body a little and managed to avoid this lightning bolt with ease. Mo Wuji was amazed as he did not think he would have successfully avoided the lightning bolt. No wonder cultivators were rumored to be so powerful. Mo Wuji only managed to open one meridian and had yet to cultivate, but he felt his whole body beginning to ease up. This was as if he had managed to open up the governor and conceptual vessels like it was said in the legends. But just how powerful could those who opened over 10 meridians and cultivated for many years be? A few more lightning bolts fell on Mo Wuji. This time, however, he did not manage to avoid them. Mo Wuji started maneuvering around. After half an incense's time and a few more strikes by the lightning bolts, Mo Wuji finally got out of the lightning lake. Mo Wuji stood by the lightning lake and sighed as he reflected on how he thought he was really destined to die. Life and fortune, who could tell what would happen next? If he never experienced this, he would never have found out the successful combination of his solution and lightning to open up his meridian. He used up 8 bottles of his channel opening solution and almost lost his life just trying to open one meridian. It was a heavy price to pay. Although Mo Wuji had 2 bottles left, he was not planning to continue using the lightning bolts to open a second meridian. Mo Wuji knew that it would be impossible to open a second meridian using the same method. If he was not careful, he could easily lose his life. However, Mo Wuji was not disappointed, because being able to open one meridian was a huge miracle to begin with. More importantly, he learnt of a method to open meridians. If the meridian was truly the spiritual channel, his dreams of becoming a cultivating genius might become reality. Mo Wuji heard yet another roar of the beasts and remembered that he was still in the thunder fog forest. Before he entered the lightning lake, there were 2 demonic beasts fighting each other not too far away from here. Now, that same place had become a mess and the 2 demonic beasts were no longer in sight. Mo Wuji decided not to take the risk to try and escape in the night. It might allow him to move around unnoticed. However, there was a high possibility that he could go deeper into the forest unknowingly. Mo Wuji found a huge tree nearby and started climbing up the tree. He found a position in between the thick branches to lean on and used his tattered shirt to tie into a knot to secure him between the branches. He did not dare to spend the night on the ground in the thunder fog forest. Leaning against the branches, Mo Wuji fell asleep very quickly. When he woke up, there was light emerging from the crevice of the tree, shining through the fog onto his body. Mo Wuji checked his surroundings to make sure he was clear of danger before untying the knot from his shirt to slide down the tree. He had to get out of the forest as soon as possible and he needed to succeed the first time. If not, he could be stuck here forever. Just because he had luck on his side last night did not mean he would always be that fortunate. Mo Wuji carefully observed the location and surroundings of the lightning lake even though he doubted he would ever come back again. Then again, he would risk his life to come back if the second meridian really needed the lightning bolts to open. There were many lightning lakes in the thunder fog forest, but it would not be easy to find the right lightning lake that can help open his meridian. If he was struck by a much stronger lightning bolt from another lightning lake, his whole body might be burnt beyond recognition. Suddenly, Mo Wuji saw something which caught his eyes. Two-leaved firegrass? Mo Wuji immediately identified the two-leaved firegrass. As it was dark last night, he did not notice the 3 two-leaved firegrass in the vicinity of the lightning lake. The 2 leaves were separated by a flame-shaped grass core. This plant could be very easily identified. Mo Wuji did not rush to pick those grasses up because it was not important to him. His priority would be to find his way out of this forest. It was dusk when he had entered the forest, so Mo Wuji could still remember the direction that he came from. He was relieved as he tried to recall and estimated that he was not too far away from the outskirts of the Thunder Fog Forest. Mo Wuji picked up the 3 two-leaved firegrass as quickly as he could and ran in the direction he remembered. He believed that the heart-drilling snakes would not be loitering around the same region. They must have had a reason to move out in such large numbers, but whatever the reason, he hoped that he would not meet those snakes again. Half an hour later, Mo Wuji gradually lost his direction and started to worry. If he could not find the exit in another 10 minutes' time, this would mean he had lost his way and might stop trying to find a way out. Mo Wuji! Someone cried out from far away. Mo Wuji initially thought he heard wrong, but the same cry was heard again. He was sure someone was calling out for him. He recognized the voice of the cry and he could roughly make out that it was Buer's voice. Mo Wuji was relieved by the fact that Ding Buer was not bitten by the heart-drilling snakes and was still looking for him. Mo Wuji followed the direction of the cry and quickened his pace towards it. Within a few minutes, Mo Wuji could see everything clearly as the fog was no longer so thick. As Mo Wuji saw a part of the wilderness with low scrubs, he shouted with excitement, "Buer, I am over here." He finally made it out. After a short while, 5 silhouettes appeared from behind the low hills. "Wuji, you are fine. I am so glad. But how did you end up in this state?" Ding Buer never expected Mo Wuji to still be alive, having spent the night in the forest. Mo Wuji's hair was burnt, half his body was filled with black scars and one of his shoulders was supported by a piece of cloth to his neck. "Buer, thank you so much. I was lost inside and almost gave up until I heard your voice." Mo Wuji kept on thanking Buer without explaining why he was so burnt. Ding Buer quickly explained, "I was just trying my luck with Little Miss by calling your name. I did not expect to find you here. Now, we are only left with 6 out of the 12 that we came here with." Mo Wuji hurried to thank them again. "Thank you, Little Miss, for your concern. If not, I would never have been able to make it out alive." Han Ning looked exhausted and battered in her tattered red shirt. She shook Missouri Wuji's hand as he thanked her. "To have survived the night, it is truly a miracle. We found all 6 bodies that we lost yesterday except for yours. Therefore, Ding Buer wanted to continue looking for you and fortunately we did." Mo Wuji saw Han Ning, her maid Xiaolan, Peng Manhwa and the one who was looking after the horses, Kaijiu. Including Ding Buer and himself, there was indeed a total of 6 people left. At this moment, all eyes were on Han Ning. She was the Little Miss of the Han residence. Hence she had to be the one to make a decision now. Han Ning said apologetically, "I did not expect us to encounter the heart-drilling snakes, even at the outskirts of the forest. Such bad luck signifies that I am not meant to find the two-leaved firegrass." Peng Manhwa asked with caution, "Little Miss, shall we go back now?" Han Ning's eyes fell on Peng Manhwa for a while before sighing. She said, "I have to find the two-leaved firegrass no matter what and I can only find it here. I did not expect it to be so dangerous, but I will give all of you a choice now. Those who are willing can stay with me to find the two-leaved firegrass. Those who are not can head back first. It is entirely up to you." Chapter 28, At Your Doorstep. Peng Manhwa's heart sank when he realized that he had to stay back with Little Miss as the chief guard of the Han residence. Meanwhile, Mo Wuji took out 2 of the two-leaved firegrass and said, "It looks like we don't have to extend our stay here at the Thunderfog Forest. I was fortunate enough to find 2 of these. This really is the two-leaved firegrass." Han Ning took a step forward, and before Mo Wuji could react, she grabbed both of the two-leaved firegrass from his hands. Mo Wuji subconsciously took a step back as he was amazed at how powerful this woman was. This was indeed the stage of channel opening. Mo Wuji, it does not matter where you found the two-leaved firegrass. You have made a huge contribution. To reward you, I will bring you along for this trip to the royal capital. If you have any more requests, please let me know. Han Ning was so excited she said everything in one breath. Thank you, little miss. Mo Wuji hurried to thank Han Ning. His sole purpose of entering the Han residence was to go to the royal capital. He would not let this opportunity go to waste. Han Ning shook his hand. I should be the one thanking you for helping me find the two-leaved firegrass. I've heard from my father that you have enough money for yourself. If you have any other requests other than going to the royal capital, I will do my best to fulfill it. Mo Wuji nodded his head. If he did not manage to open his meridian successfully, he would have asked Han Ning to find him a more renowned place in the royal capital to test for his spiritual roots. He was desperate to know if he possessed a spiritual root after this incident. Even though Manhwa was envious of Mo Wuji's luck in finding the two-leaved firegrass and being able to please the little miss, he was still grateful for Mo Wuji. If not for him, they would have needed to stay in the Thunder Fog Forest to continue searching for it. That would be asking for more trouble. Thanks to the two-leaved firegrass, Han Ning's mood changed drastically. She waved her hand and said, "Let us head back now. I was still planning to stay here for over a month. Who would have expected us to find it just after one night?" Mo Wuji sighed when he saw how Han Ning was only concerned about finding the two-leaved firegrass and not about the deceased guards. Their lives were worth much less than the two-leaved firegrass. If he were to die here, Han Ning would not have bothered much either. He looked over to Ding Buer and realized that if it was not for Ding Buer's request to look for him, Han Ning probably would not have went to look for him. "Congratulations, Wuji," Ding Buer congratulated Mo Wuji with a lot of envy. Mo Wuji shook his hand and said to Han Ning, "Little miss, I heard from others that you are at channel opening stage level 5? Han Ning replied, "Do you think channel opening stage level 5 is easy to achieve? I am only at level 1. Currently, only my speed is slightly faster. My abilities are still weaker than many cultivators out there. There will only be a drastic change in strength and ability after channel opening stage level 4. Mo Wuji glared at the embarrassed Ding Buer. Mo Wuji became even more eager to cultivate after he witnessed Han Ning's speed despite being only at level 1. He clenched his fist and said to Han Ning, "When I visit the royal capital, can I bring Ding Buer along too?" "All right, we will do as you say." "Let's go," Han Ning agreed without any hesitation. She then got on her red horse and started moving off. "Thank you so much, Wuji." Ding Buer was surprised as he never expected Mo Wuji to mention to Han Ning to bring him along. This was indeed a golden opportunity. As for the time that he bragged about Han Ning in front of Mo Wuji previously, he had completely forgotten about it. Mo Wuji patted Ding Buer's shoulder and said, "Let's go back, I still owe you a lot too. Also, please don't brag in front of me in future." "Roger that." Ding Buer felt elated as he followed behind Mo Wuji as they headed back. Mo Wuji did not know why Han Ning wanted the two-leaved firegrass so badly, and he was not interested in knowing why. What he knew was that he was given even more attention when he returned. Even his place of accommodation changed to one with a small courtyard. His job was to guard the yard, but there was really nothing to do. The only pity was that he did not know how to cultivate. If he could practice cultivation here, it would have been perfect. It was very safe to stay in the Han residence. As he sat down in his yard, Mo Wuji held 2 green-colored glass bottles. He needed the solution inside the glass bottles if he wanted to open up more meridians in the future. Ding dong. The bell from the entrance rang, followed by Han Cheng'an's voice, "Wuji, can I have a word with you?" Mo Wuji hurried to put away the 2 bottles and went over to open the door. Mo Wuji could not understand why the owner of the Han residence, Han Cheng'an, would come over personally to find him. Duke Han, if you wanted to find me, you could have just called for me. You need not make the trip all the way here, Mo Wuji said as he opened the door. Han Shungan smiled as he entered Mo Wuji's house and found a chair to sit on. Mo Wuji made a cup of tea for Han Shungan as he was still very grateful for him. If not for this old duke, he would have never had the chance to come here. Who knows if the same person who tried to poison him will do it again if he had not moved into Han residence. Han Shungan smiled and nodded. Wuji, do you know why I did not pay much attention to you after I arranged for you to move in? Mo Wuji said respectfully, bringing me into the Han residence is your greatest care for me. Han Shungan sighed, the last time I saved your life in the royal hall and now you've repaid me by helping Ning-Er. I am indeed grateful to you. Mo Wuji gave Han Shungan a puzzled look. Han Shungan only gave him a job previously, since when did he save his life? Han Shungan continued as though he could read Mo Wuji's mind, before you were summoned to the hall, the Lord did not want to see you. He ordered the guards to kill you. I stopped him as I was quite close with your grandfather, Mo Tiancheng, coupled with the fact that I wanted to see if your move was intentional or, as you mentioned, for the commoners. Mo Wuji knew what Han Shungan meant by your move. Han Shungan was referring to his release of the penicillin formula. He would have never imagined that the Lord had such dangerous thoughts before he had entered the hall. Han Shungan did not take Mo Wuji's reaction to heart and continued, I advised the Lord against killing you because it would harm his reputation, especially after you contributed so much to the commoners. This is also true because you worked hard for it. In addition, I had some thoughts about sparing your life, if not I wouldn't have brought you into the Han residence. Mo Wuji's back kept letting out cold sweat as he was fearful. If Han Shungan had not stepped out to plead for him previously, he would have been sentenced to death by the despicable Lord. Wouldn't it have been an innocent death? He did not care about whether the despicable Lord's reputation was harmed. He only cared about his own life. Thank you, old Duke, for saving my life. Mo Wuji stood up and bowed to Han Shungan. Han Shungan quickly grabbed onto Mo Wuji and laughed, if you had not gotten Ning-Er's attention, you would be like any other guard here. I would not have stepped out to ask Ning-Er to bring you to the royal capital. However, not only did you catch her attention, you even helped her solve her big problem. This shows that a capable man will always stand out, and I was right about you. Old Duke, you are too kind with your compliments. All Mo Wuji desperately wanted was to leave Chunyu State. Who knows when the despicable Lord might change his mind and kill him? This despicable Lord was part of the reason why the Mo clan lost the throne back then. Han Shungan's face suddenly turned solemn and he said to Mo Wuji, Wuji, I am actually here to ask for your help. Chapter 29, Cautiousness. Old Duke, please speak. As long as it is within my means, I will not refuse, Mo Wuji said while he cupped his fists. Mo Wuji was sure that Han Shungan would not lie about such matters. If he said that he had saved Mo Wuji, then he probably did. This kind of act of saving Mo Wuji might have been simple, but it was the greatest favor anyone could have done for him. Han Shungan was pleased with Mo Wuji's words. Wuji, your words have put me at ease. In a little more than a month, many sects will go to the Qing Han Empire's royal capital, Changluo, for the Spring Immortals Gate Conference. You have interacted with Han Ning before, and you know how she is like. She is extremely simplistic, and she is not as mature as how she acts. You managed to preserve your life after the whole 9 lives healing solution fiasco, so your ability to handle situations definitely surpasses hers. I would like for you to stay by Han Ning's side. Before she enters any sect, I hope that you can take care of her. Mo Wuji solemnly promised, Old Duke, please be at ease. As long as I have the ability, I will try my best to support Miss Han Ning. Han Shungan retrieved a jade hairpin from his pocket and passed it to Mo Wuji. If you truly find yourself in an inextricable situation, you can bring this jade hairpin to the Yu residence in Changluo and find Yu Chongqing. Why doesn't the old duke pass the jade hairpin directly to Miss Han Ning? Mo Wuji asked doubtfully. Han Shengan simply shook his head and did not answer Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji was not a person who pries into others' secrets. Seeing that Han Shengan had no intention of answering him, he carefully kept the jade hairpin. Han Shengan got more satisfied with Mo Wuji's attitude. Sipping some tea, he said. I heard that you like tea. Later, I will get some people to send you some good tea leaves. Mo Wuji laughed. Then I will be especially grateful to the old Duke. Also, because I haven't really seen much of the world, there are some things which I wish to ask the old Duke. A bit of tea did not mean much to someone like the old Duke, so Mo Wuji did not decline the gesture. If you have any questions, just ask, Han Shengan replied. I heard that our Qing Han Empire isn't the only empire. Are there really other empires? Mo Wuji always wanted to know this, but there was never a suitable person he could ask. Han Shengan was well informed, and he was a prefecture duke. He should know more about such matters. Han Shengan answered, From what I know, there are 5 big empires, the Tianshang Empire, the Zizhou Empire, the Gonyang Empire, the Qing Han Empire and the Ming Han Empire. These 5 empires are protected by 5 big sections. The sect protecting the Qing Han Empire is the Heavenly Temple. In the coming Spring Immortals Gate Conference, masters from the Heavenly Temple will also be going to Chanluo. I do not wish much for Han Ning. If she can enter an Earth-level sect, I will be very satisfied. Old Duke, what is an Earth-level sect? Also, is the Heavenly Temple the most powerful sect in Qing Han Empire? Mo Wuji had never heard of these things before, and asked hurriedly. It's normal that you don't know about these matters. Many people don't know about them. After all, we are just mere mortals. The sects in the 5 big empires are classified under 3 levels. The lowest are Xian level sections. Above them are the Earth level sections. In the Qing Han Empire, the strongest sect is in the quasi-sky level, and that is the Heavenly Temple. Han Shengan spoke with a trace of longing. Even as a prefecture duke, he could only look up towards these sects. Mo Wuji continued to ask, since there are quasi-sky level sects, then there must be sky level sects? Why didn't the duke mention them? Han Shengan shook his head, I'm also not sure about this. Previously, I was also really curious about this. From what I know, it's not just the Qing Han Empire which doesn't have a sky level sect. The strongest sects in the other empires are also at the quasi-sky level. Is the Heavenly Temple the only quasi-level sect in the Qing Han Empire? It shouldn't be. I once overheard someone saying that there is another quasi-sky level sect in the Qing Han Empire. But I'm just a prefecture duke, and I don't really know much about this. Mo Wuji and Han Shengan continued to chat for a few hours. By the time he sent Han Shengan off, Mo Wuji had a rough outline of the 5 empires. After talking casually to Mo Wuji for half a day, Han Shengan felt more at ease with Mo Wuji. During those few hours, Mo Wuji did not ask anything about the northern Qin prefecture. Thus, he could tell that Mo Wuji was not a rash person. Naturally, Mo Wuji would not ask Han Shengan about who stole his northern Qin prefecture. Nor would he ask about how Mo Tiancheng disappeared and why Mo Guanyuan failed to succeed the northern Qin prefecture throne. This was not because Mo Wuji had a carefree personality and did not care about such matters. But rather, it was because this matter involved the Chengyu state lord, Situ Qian. Situ Qian might have even acted in the dark against the Mo clan. Han Shengan's words to save him wasn't actually worth much. Even though Mo Wuji would remember this act of kindness, he would not treat Han Shengan as someone he would trust. He was sure that, even if he had helped Han Ning, if Han Shengan had to choose between Situ Qian and himself, Han Shengan would unhesitantly choose Situ Qian. Who knew whether his words would be relayed to Situ Qian by Han Shengan? Previously, Situ Qian did not kill Mo Wuji for the sake of maintaining his own reputation. But that did not mean that Situ Qian would not kill him in the future. If Situ Qian wanted to, he could casually come out with any reason to kill Mo Wuji. Thus, Mo Wuji could not even cause the slightest of waves. Additionally, if Mo Wuji wanted to know who tried to poison him, he could simply wait to see who ended up as the Northern Qin Prefecture Lord. Why would he ask something that he would eventually know? Mo Wuji did not see Han Ning ever since they went to the Thunder Fog Forest to find the two-leaved firegrass. Mo Wuji was anxiously bored, so he went to Raozhou City to buy a machine. He got Ding Buer to help him purchase some medicinal ingredients, and he went back to his life concocting the channel opening solution. After a month, Mo Wuji concocted 30 full bottles of the solution. Mo Wuji was worried that the person who previously acted against him would do so again. Thus, he stopped his production as carrying too many bottles of the solution with him would be inconvenient. The days passed quickly, and soon it was about time to leave Raozhou City. Ding Buer came to visit. Wuji, you'll leave Raozhou in 2 days. Do you want to buy anything? Because of the incident at the Thunder Fog Forest, Ding Buer became Mo Wuji's best friend in the Han residence. There's no need. I will just bring along my gold coins. Mo Wuji did not have any intention of leaving the Han residence. Because of his relations to the Mo family in the northern Qin prefecture, someone tried to poison him, and he even ended up on Situ Qian's blacklist. Thus, he did not want anyone to remember that the northern Qin's Mo family still had this Mo Wuji. It was best for him to quietly leave Raozhou, the dangerous capital of Chengyu State. Aren't you afraid of being bored? I can help you get anything you want. Ding Buer was used to seeing Mo Wuji bored in his yard. There's no need. Just call me when it's time to leave. Mo Wuji waved his hand. He had prepared all that was needed to be prepared. Bringing too many things would only make it inconvenient. On the dawn 2 days later, Ding Buer punctually went to Mo Wuji's living quarters, and told him that the little miss was already set and ready to leave. Chapter 30, Leaving Raozhou. The gates of the Han residence opened. Close to 100 people escorted Han Ning out of the house. The elderly Han couple stood by Han Ning's side, nagging at her. Clearly, this long trip made them anxious for their daughter. Over the past 2 months, Mo Wuji was constantly afraid that he might be assassinated, so he hid himself in his small yard. As a result, he wasn't clear about how many people would be following Han Ning to the royal capital. Seeing close to 100 people walking out, he was shocked and immediately asked Ding Buer, there will be so many people following Miss Han Ning to Chanluo? Ding Buer laughed, and whispered in Mo Wuji's ear, besides the little miss, only 4 of us will be going to Chanluo City. Because of you, I managed to jump on this bandwagon. The other 2 are Manhwa and Shaolan. So little? Mo Wuji started to feel uneasy. It would be hard to stay safe if there were so few people. I heard that the old duke wanted to find 20 people to follow the little miss. But according to the royal decree, each participant of the Spring Immortals Gate Conference can only bring up to 4 followers, Ding Buer explained. As the whole crowd of people walked to the exit of Raozhou, Mo Wuji finally understood why there was a limit to the number of people. There was a huge crowd at the exit of Raozhou City. Many people were saying their goodbyes. Ostensibly, Han Ning wasn't the only one participating in the Spring Immortals Gate from Raozhou. From what Mo Wuji could see, there were around 20 to 30 people. If you included the followers, there would be more than 100 people. Furthermore, this was just from one state. There were other states in Qing Han Empire. If you added them all up, how many people would that be? Initially, Han Shingan said that the Chengyu state could send 10 participants, and this did not include the participants from prefectures. Some of the people started to form groups. After bidding farewell to their families, they departed on their beast carriages. Mo Wuji saw Han Shingan at the back, negotiating with a few people. After some time, Pang Manhwa came over to Mo Wuji and Ding Buer and said, "Our Han residents will be traveling with the Wushui Prefecture Prince, Chao Hao. There's also Marquis Ji's grandson, Ji Changhe, as well as the only son of Wanpu Corporation Regional Branch Chairperson, Yang Junsong. You need to remember, none of these people must be offended. Try not to be rash when you're with them. Ding Buer patted his chest. Don't worry, Chief Guard Pang. I'm not one who finds trouble. Since we're all in the same group, we can be considered comrades. Naturally, we will have to work together. Pang Manhwa nodded his head. He only wanted to give him a gentle reminder. Ding Buer knew how to behave, so he would not mess around. At the same time, Mo Woji wasn't arrogant like how people had described him to be. Besides the incident where he was late for the gathering, he rarely even left his own yard. How is he a troublemaker? At this moment, Han Ning finished saying her goodbyes and called Mo Woji and company to board the carriage. What made Mo Woji suspicious was that Han Shingan did not call for him at all. Come, get on the carriage. Let's go. Ding Buer pulled Mo Woji along. At that moment, Mo Woji felt goosebumps all over his body. He turned his head and looked around. It felt as if someone had suddenly disappeared from the crowd. He didn't know whether someone was here to deal with him. How could he not feel uncomfortable? Mo Woji did not dare to stay any longer, so he rushed to board the Han clan's beast carriage. The carriage had 2 compartments. Han Ning and Xiaolan were in the inner compartment while the other 3 were in the outer compartment. These 2 compartments weren't considered small. It wasn't squeezy with the 5 of them inside the carriage. As the carriage driver shouted the beast carriage started to move. The carriages from the 3 other families departed as well. Mo Woji understood a little about these beast carriages. It was like a horse carriage, just that the beasts pulling it had more stamina, defense, and strength. Still, the beast carriage could not compare to the speed of a car. On the streets of Chengyu State, there were automobiles similar to cars and buses. Unfortunately, these automobiles could only be used within Chengyu State. There weren't any roads for them to drive on outside of Chengyu State. The primary reason for this was that the people in this world did not value technology. It could also be due to the poor relations between countries. With the constant wars between states, it would have been really difficult for states to send out their diplomats to negotiate the construction of an interstate road. On the other hand, the people here valued herbs and minerals, and thus found innovative ways to improve herb drafting and mineral excavating. The roads just outside of Raozhou were still spacious and smooth. But as they traveled further out, the roads were uneven and bumpy. At least the beast carriage's ability to absorb shock was not bad. Along the way, they met many other beast carriages heading towards the royal capital. Mo Woji discovered that unless they met acquaintances, many people simply cared about their own journey. Even within 4 families in Mo Woji's group, the 4 main participants would only interact during mealtime. Most of the time, they would not interact with one another. After a month, the group stopped by a boundless sea. When Mo Woji and company arrived, there were already mountains of people there. Mo Woji looked around. The number of people were in the 10,000s. All kinds of beast carriages stopped there. There were even some flying beasts. Just as Mo Woji wanted to ask whether the flying beasts were used for carriages, he saw a huge flying beast gliding over from afar, landing on an empty space. Even though Mo Woji was tens of meters away, he could feel the wind generated by the beast's flapping wings. On the flying beast's back, there was a huge circular tent. As the beast landed, the tent opened and a few people came out of it. Indeed, the flying beasts were used for beast carriages, and they were much more convenient than beasts who could only travel on land. Even airplanes would not be as convenient as these flying beasts. No wonder why the people here did not care much for machines. With these flying beasts, who would even bother about building airplanes? Damn, when will Chengyu State have flying beasts? If we had them, then we wouldn't have taken such a long time to get here. Mo Woji heard someone cursing from afar. He did not need to turn his head to know who that someone was. Naturally, it was the Wu Shui Prefecture Prince, Chao Hao. That guy had a horrible temper. Whenever he wasn't pleased, he would start shouting and scolding loudly. There was one instance where he even argued with another prefecture's prince when his beast carriage got overtaken. Beware, is a flying beast carriage expensive? Why doesn't Chengyu State have any? Mo Wuji whispered to Ding Buer. He thought that no matter how expensive these flying beasts were, shouldn't Chengyu State still be able to afford some? Ding Buer laughed. This is not a matter of price, but identity. It is not easy to buy such beast carriages, and you can't just buy them with money. From what I heard, there is a sect which specializes in rearing these flying beasts. I think its name is. Don't talk too much. Go to the inn and rest. We'll be staying here to wait for the boat, Han Ning interrupted Ding Buer. Chao Hao swept his eyes across Mo Wuji and said disdainfully, Sister Ning, your cultivating ability is not bad. But your judgment is really lacking. How could you pick such a trash, who doesn't know anything, to follow you to Chanluo? Ha ha. Naturally, he heard Mo Wuji's questions. At the same time, throughout the trip, Mo Wuji never saluted him, which put him in a very bad mood. With his status, Mo Wuji should have been kneeling down and licking his boots every time they met. Han Ning's face sank, but she did not refute him. Seeing that Han Ning did not dare refute him, he got more arrogant. Sister Ning, our parents have arranged us to be in the same group. Naturally, we wouldn't wish for our group to have such weaklings. In all honesty, I am quite worried for myself. These past 2 months have been the most dangerous periods of my life. He did not do anything to this fellow, yet he was called trash? Naturally, Mo Wuji wasn't happy. A prefecture prince could only count as a fart. On Earth, Mo Wuji was a world-renowned biologist and botanist. Which people in power did not want to curry his favor? Mo Wuji laughed and warmly said to Chao Hao, I think you shouldn't be too worried. Even a piece of shit will meet a dung beetle. You don't have to be too anxious. Even if you do not get into any sect during the Spring Immortals Gate, there will still be someone who accepts you. Chapter 31, The Change in Mo Wuji. You're looking for death. Chao Hao grabbed the sword hung on his waist. Little prince, please do not be too rash or you may land all of us in trouble. Yang Junsong quickly stepped forward to stop Chao Hao. Among these 4 group mates from Chengyu State, Yang Junsong was the most sociable one. He was always smiling, and he did not put on airs even towards a house attendant like Mo Wuji. Fengcheng Marquisade's heir, Ji Changha also stepped forward and advised Chao Hao. This was a place where geniuses across Xinghan Empire gathered in their journey to Chanluo. Causing a ruckus here would get one punished. A light punishment would be the stripping of participation rights and being sent back home. On the other hand, a punishment could even be as heavy as a direct execution. It didn't matter whether one was a prefecture prince, one could still be executed. A genius from Chengyu State was nothing in this large Xinghan Empire. Chao Hao snorted and stared fiercely at Mo Wuji. Then, he turned and walked towards the inn. From the looks of things, Chao Hao probably would not act against Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji, just because you helped the little miss doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. If you act like this again, we'll immediately send you back to Chengyu State, Xiaolan said while giving Mo Wuji an unsatisfied glare. Han Ning's face was also unsightly. Even though she did not say anything, it was clear that she agreed with Xiaolan's words. Mo Wuji smiled and did not care. When he gave Han Ning the 2-leaved firegrass, she was extremely grateful to him. However, as time passed, her gratitude tapered down. This was the reason why Mo Wuji was unwilling to be friends with people from big families. They were used to being in a high position overlooking the rest of the world. As a result, they acted arrogantly and did not treat others as their equal. They would only greet you with a smile if you gave them benefits. Once the benefits were gone, that smile would disappear as well. They would definitely not remember what you had done for them. This trip to the royal capital was Han Ning's reward to Mo Wuji for his meritorious service. If he committed a mistake, she would simply take away this reward and even punish him. This was not a relationship between friends, but a superior-inferior relationship. Mo Wuji came from Earth, so he would not accept being the inferior within a relationship. Sooner or later, he would separate from Han Ning. Before that happened, he would dedicate his efforts for her. Han Cheng'an's saving grace might have been unintentional and he might not have expected any returns, but Mo Wuji would definitely return the favor. Why don't we all settle down? We still have to stay here for the next 3 days, Han Ning said as she followed Xiao Hao and company into one of the inns. Wait. After Han Ning and Xiao Lan entered the inn, Mo Wuji and the other two were stopped. What is the meaning of this? Pang Manhwa's face turned ugly when he was stopped. Mo Wuji recognized the man blocking their way. He was Feng, one of Xiao Hao's attendants. Han Ning did not stay silent and questioned Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao, what's the meaning of this? Before Xiao Hao could speak, an attendant from the inn came out and said apologetically, "Dear customers, we are really sorry, but our Yuhaian does not have enough rooms. Your group of 5 only gets 1 room, so these 3 attendants would have to stay outside or in our warehouse." Han Ning's gaze landed on Yang Junsong. "Yan Junsong, you're in charge of booking the rooms. Why is it that my house attendants do not get a room while the others do?" Xiao Hao said loudly, "There is no other way. We arranged the rooms on a first-come, first-served basis. You can't expect my attendants to sleep outside even though they came first, right?" Yang Junsong's face looked rather awkward as he embarrassedly asked Xiao Hao, "Prince, we are all part of the same team. Why don't you allow them to squeeze with your attendants?" Xiao Hao thought for a long time before saying reluctantly, "How about this? I will get my guys to squeeze. But there's only enough space for 2 people. That who? Aren't you very strong and brave? You can stay outside then." Everyone knew that Xiao Hao was specifically targeting Mo Wuji. Han Ning was a favored genius, and could be considered a channel opening stage cultivator. Even though she did not like that Mo Wuji offended Xiao Hao, she did not remain silent. "Xiao Hao, are you sure you want to do this?" Everyone could feel that Han Ning was on the verge of exploding. Only Xiao Hao seemingly did not feel it as he continued to say calmly, "Sister Ning, our families have a very deep relationship. Otherwise I would not have brought you to find immortal Master Lu. I care for you and I do not wish for you to cause a fission in our cooperation just because of one person." After hearing Xiao Hao's words, Han Ning calmed down like a deflated balloon. Her fiery rage was extinguished as she remained silent. In just a few seconds, she turned to Mo Wuji and said, "Wuji, it's going to be tough on you. Just erect a tent outside and stay outside." She did not say another word as she turned and left. Mo Wuji smiled and he did not care. On the way to the royal capital, he would try his best to help Han Ning. Once they reached the capital, he would no longer have anything to do with her. "Wuji, wait. I will accompany you," Ding Buer hastily said. He also turned to Han Ning and said, "Little miss, I will accompany Wuji." "Do whatever you want," Han Ning coldly threw out that sentence and hurried into the inn. Manhwa hesitated, but he chose to enter the inn with Han Ning and Co. After leaving the inn, Mo Wuji patted Ding Buer's shoulder. "Buer, you have a nice comfortable room. Why do you want to follow me and sleep in a tent?" Buer laughed. "Wuji, do you know why I'm even able to join this trip? Isn't it because of you? I'm very sure that, after we get to the royal capital, and if the little miss gets selected by a sect, there'll be nothing left for me. Previously, in the Thunder Fog Forest, I believe that you did not find the 2-leaved firegrass by luck. Since I can't follow the little miss, I can only follow you. Don't ask me to go back to Chengyu because I know a certain someone will not go back as well. Buer, I can see that you'll have a promising future now that you've chosen to follow me," Mo Wuji joked. "Mo Xinghe." A clear, crisp voice interrupted his conversation with Ding Buer. "Oh, it's Miss One. How fortunate to see you here. You're as elegant as always. But can I ask Miss One not to call me by my previous name? I have already changed it to Mo Wuji." After leaving Raozhou City, Mo Wuji felt like shackles had been removed from him. He no longer had to be worried or afraid about his words and actions. He did not expect that Wen Manju would also go to the royal capital. Like Han Ning, she should be a participant of the Spring Immortals Gate. Ah! Wuji, it's getting late. I should set up the tent before all the good spots get taken away. Enjoy your conversation. Ding Buer saw Mo Wuji and Wen Manju talking, so he found an excuse to leave. He knew about Mo Wuji's situation and that things were awkward between Mo Wuji and Wen Manju. Sorry, it slipped my mind, Wen Manju said apologetically. She had many doubts in her heart. She was sure she understood Mo Wuji more than anybody else, but in the 2 recent times that she had met Mo Wuji, she felt like she no longer knew him. She could see that Mo Wuji had changed drastically. In the Changyu Workers' Union, Missouri Wuji felt foreign to her, like a knife covered with flour. Now, Mo Wuji was like a knife hidden in a scabbard. Wuji. Can we talk? Wen Manju said. In fact, she had wanted to speak with Mo Wuji for a long time. Ever since Mo Wuji came up the 9 lives healing solution, he nestled in a prefecture duke's residence and never came out. She tried to find ways to meet him, but she was unsuccessful. She even heard from her father that Mo Wuji gave the 9 lives healing solution formula away to protect himself. She found it hard to understand. Why was it that there were such huge changes ever since Mo Xinghe changed his name? Mo Wuji laughed nonchalantly. If the senior beside you doesn't mind, we can talk for as long as you want. 1. He is a surname in this situation. Chapter 32, Different Principles. By Wen Manju's side was a very handsome man. As they stood beside one another, they definitely gave off the impression of a golden couple. From his temperament, he's clearly not one of Wen Manju's attendants. Wen Manju calmly said, "This is the 9th prince of the Changyu state, Situ Pa. We are in the same group. So it's the son of that old fella, Situ Qian." Because of his relationship with Situ Qian, Mo Wuji did not have a good impression of Situ Pa. Situ Pa gracefully cupped his fists and greeted Mo Wuji. "I've long heard about drug refiner Mo's illustrious name. Now that I get to see you in person, I can tell that you are indeed a dragon or a phoenix among men." Mo Wuji laughed. "9th prince, I don't think you're using these words properly." Situ Pa was slightly startled. According to a normal script, when a prince like him respectfully greets Mo Wuji should have been rushing to return the courtesy. At the very least, Mo Wuji shouldn't have spoken in such a manner, right? "Oh, may I ask drug refiner Mo to shed some light on my mistake?" Situ Pa maintained his grace as he spoke to Mo Wuji with a gentle smile. Wen Manju was also surprised at Mo Wuji's words. She did not understand why Mo Wuji would offend the 9th prince for no apparent reason. Mo Wuji laughed in his heart. Other people may kowtow to the Situ clan, but in Mo Wuji's eyes, the Situ clan was an enemy he would eventually deal with. Mo Wuji was sure that the Situ Qian definitely had a part to play in the fall of the Mo clan. Since they're enemies, why was there a need to feign civilities? Furthermore, seeing Wen Manju and Situ Pa standing beside one another, just like Romeo and Juliet, had put Mo Wuji in a bad mood. This was especially so when Mo Wuji saw the girl acting skittishly around this guy from the Situ clan. 9th prince. Firstly, I am not a drug refiner. Everyone knows that the 9 lives healing solution was passed down by my ancestors. You act like you're flattering me, but you're simply mocking me. Secondly, I'm a man, so you shouldn't have called me a phoenix. Thirdly, only lords and kings can be called dragons. If I was a dragon, then I will be the Chengyu state lord. Aren't your words rather outrageous? I do not believe that the 9th prince actually wants me to be the Chengyu state lord. Mo Wuji simply said what he wanted and he completely forgot that the phoenix was actually male. Wen Manju pouted her lips but did not speak. She did not refute the flaws in Mo Wuji's logic. Situ Pa's face turned ugly as he wondered why his father did not kill this wretch. Unfortunately, he could only think about it in his head as he was not in the position to actually kill Mo Wuji. Oh right. Ninth Prince, you're actually very similar to this person I know. When Mo Wuji saw Situpo's previously graceful face turn ugly, he felt really happy in his heart and he said smilingly. Situpo frowned and he did not think Mo Wuji would have anything nice to say. When Manju also frowned. Mo Wuji seemed to be more and more foreign to her. Mo Wuji laughed and said, he goes by the nickname, the Sly Gentleman, earning this name by behaving like a gentleman while being very good at cheap tricks. 1. He is actually a faction head in a sect which practices the ancient Zixia secret arts. The ninth prince intended to walk away but Mo Wuji's words stopped him. He asked curiously, drug refiner Mo, you actually know of such an expert? Also, what kind of immortal law is the Zixia secret arts? Is it a peerless sword art? 1. The ninth prince was a participant in the Spring Immortals Gate. Naturally, he got really excited when he heard that Mo Wuji was acquainted with such a martial expert and he forgot about his previous unhappiness. He did not doubt Mo Wuji's words as Mo Wuji's grandfather, Mo Tiancheng, was also a powerful cultivator. It was very natural for Mo Wuji to meet such powerful figures. Mo Wuji sighed and said, the Sly Gentleman is actually called Yubuchuan. The moment I saw the ninth prince, I felt that there was an uncanny resemblance between you two. I don't really know much about the Zixia secret arts. But I do know that the gentleman was a very powerful cultivator. After having great successes in the Zixia secret arts, he bravely burned his foundations in it to develop a new cheap trick. Unfortunately, I'm not as brave and persistent as him. Situpo humbled himself and bowed to Mo Wuji. May I ask what's the name of this precious law? Mo Wuji looked at Situpo with a look of shock. The ninth prince is really amazing. I did not say anything but you could deduce that the gentleman developed a precious law. Yes, it's called the Sunflower Law. What a pity, the gentleman is no longer here. If he was still alive, he would definitely impart the Sunflower Law to the ninth prince because... At this point, Mo Wuji paused. It wasn't just the ninth prince, but even when Manju held her breath and looked expectantly at Mo Wuji, curious to know what he wanted to say next. After a few seconds, Mo Wuji continued, because you two are the same class of people. AI. What a pity. Unfortunately, I'm not that interested in learning such laws. There were 8 words on his manual, but I could only remember 6. However, I do not have any regrets because I'm simply a mortal with mortal roots. This precious law is not suitable for a mortal like me. I have many emotions and desires. How can I be a cultivator and detach myself from the mortal life? What are the 6 words? Situpo blurted out. Mo Wuji looked at Situpo seriously and said, while pursuing cultivation, one must first. I only remember these 6 words. That's all, I'm leaving. Mo Wuji turned to Manju and said, Niswan, I suddenly lost all interest in talking to you. I have too much pressure standing around you. Goodbye. Seeing Mo Wuji's disappearing back, Situpo's face displayed various emotions. After a while, he said to Manju, this brother Mo sure is carefree. He doesn't get dejected despite having mortal roots. When I first found out that my spiritual roots weren't at a high grade, I felt extremely upset. Perhaps you should continue talking with him. After all, you two are old friends. I will go to the inn first. Wuji, why did you come back so fast? Seeing Mo Wuji return, Dingbuer smiled and asked. There is little common ground for understanding between persons of differing principles, Mo Wuji faintly replied, and he began to help build the tent. There were too many people heading to Chanluo. Many other attendants were also staying in tents by the beach. Brother! I like your words. A hearty voice sounded. It belonged to a big, grizzly man who had a huge beard which covered his face. Behind him was a charming, young woman. If when Manju was an unripe green apple, this young woman was an attractive ripe, red apple. If not for the dust around her clothes, she would have appeared to be from nobility. The bearded man cupped his fists towards Mo Wuji. My name is Yuanjini. This is my companion, Aunt 11. Your words just now were really deep. I have some good wine with me, if you do not mind. How about we each have a cup? Mo Wuji laughed. Of course I won't mind. My name is Mo Wuji and my companion here is Ding Buer. We have finished building our tent, please come in. 1. The Hanyu pinyin for cheap tricks is GNFA, which is also pronounced in the same way as sword arts. Chapter 33, Drinking Among Friends. Yuanjini wasn't bragging, the wine he brought was really good, mellow tasting with a long aftertaste. What made it even more amazing was its faint, tipsy feeling which circulated around the body. Mo Wuji could even feel his opened meridian being stimulated. This really is good wine. One mouthful, and I can feel my whole body being invigorated, Mo Wuji praised. He could guess that there were some spiritual ingredients within the wine. Otherwise, he would not have felt such comfort. Hearing Mo Wuji praise his wine, Yuanjini proudly said, Brother Mo really knows his wines. I am from the Changyan state and there was once I stumbled into the Thunder Fog Forest. I did not expect it to be a blessing in disguise as I actually obtained a spirit fruit. I used that fruit to brew 10 jars of wine. This is my last pot. But this is a large pot, ha ha ha. Mo Wuji could tell that Yuanjini was a very generous and carefree person. This cup of wine brewed using a spiritual fruit must have an amazing value. Many people would not even be able to buy it, but Yuanjini readily took it out just because he liked Mo Wuji's words. I'm really ashamed. We only met each other by chance but I drank Brother Yuan's good wine. Mo Wuji suddenly recalled that Changyan State and Chengyu State were currently at war. But it didn't matter to Mo Wuji. After all, he did not have any sense of attachment to Chengyu State. Yuanjini laughed, Brother Mo, you're treating me like a stranger. When I heard your words there is little common ground for understanding between persons of differing principles, I immediately felt like we were old friends. I would have offered you better things, not just this jar of wine. No matter how good something is, it can't be as good as meeting an old friend. No matter how good something is, it can't be as good as meeting an old friend. Brother Yuan, Aunt 11, Ding Buer, let's have one more cup. Mo Wuji's heart was open. This was the first time he felt so happy and carefree ever since he was plotted against by his lover. The 4 people raised their glass and drained it in one gulp. When he managed to open his first meridian, what he felt was agitation and excitement. It wasn't carefree happiness. At this moment, he truly felt free and relaxed. After drinking, Mo Wuji could not help but sing. There are several friends in the world of life. How much friendship can survive? Today let's not separate our hands. Friendship is often in our hearts. But we still need to say goodbye. He will ask to meet. But some would be unable to. There was a friend. 1,000 miles away. Separated and remote. There's no need to meet. We will know in our hearts. Friendship cannot be changed. 1. At first, it was just Mo Wuji singing. Afterwards, Yuanjini and company learned the lyrics and they all sang together. When Manju was standing outside Mo Wuji's tent, frowning. Seeing Mo Wuji mixing around with someone like Yuanjini made her unhappy. After all, Mo Wuji was once a prefecture prince. Even though he lost his status, he should not have fallen so far. If he continued to fall further, he could no longer climb back up. If not for the guilt in her heart which made her want to help Mo Wuji, she would have turned away and left. Perhaps she was not aware about it, but she had another purpose for coming, and that was to help Situpu inquire about the origins of the sly gentleman. But when she heard Mo Wuji sing The Light of Friendship, she was shocked. It could be said that she spent most of her life with Mo Wuji, and she understood Mo Wuji down to his bones. But she never knew that Mo Wuji had such talent in music. This song was extremely sweet, and at the same time, it contained great sincerity. Brother Mo, that song was good, I like it. We may be separated by thousands of mountains, or millions of seas, but our friendship will not change. Auntie Levin drank till her whole face was red. Behaving like a man, she staggered to Mo Wuji's side, grabbed his arms and looked at him with a pair of drunk eyes. Yuanjini also stood up and raised his glass. It indeed is a good song. I like it too. The only pity was that there was no wine in that song, if not it would have been perfect. Here, let's have one more glass. Mo Wuji stood up tipsily, drained his glass and said loudly, if that's the case, how about I sing another song? Yesterday is gone again. Happiness is the most important. Water cannot be recovered again. After a peach withers, there's still a rose. Life will always have strong winds and rains. A sprinkle of rain will not stop us from drinking. Whether we regret or not, we can slowly decide. At this moment, friends, this cup of wine is the most precious. Have a cup full of wine and sing loudly. Good friends, nice friends, we'll have so much fun tonight. Also let me know how to cherish a friend's shoulder. The sun will always shine after a heavy storm. Let us raise our head and learn to be strong. Like a friend, this cup of wine warms my heart. I do not worry about anything else. Today we have come to meet. Feelings of affection filled the glass. Years rush like water. Who cares who he was yesterday? 2. Mo Wuji's hoarse, husky voice made Wen Manju completely stunned. She preferred this song to the previous one. Each and every word strummed her heartstrings, making her blood boil, compelling her to go in and drink with them. Is this the feeling of friendship? She also had her own friends. Chengyu State's 9th Prince, Situ Pa. Chengyu State's General, Zhao Feihu's son, Zhao Pu. Minister Yao Kang's son, Yao Bingjin. There was also the hypocrite Zhao Su. 3. Which one of them wasn't handsome? Which one of them wasn't a promising hero? Why was it that she can't seem to find this feeling of boiling blood when she's with them? If Situpa wasn't interested in Mo Wuji's knowledge of the sunflower law, would he have advised her to chat with Mo Wuji? Good. Good. Brother Mo, I like this song. Have a cup full of wine and sing loudly. Good friends, nice friends, we'll have so much fun tonight. Yuanjini joined Mo Wuji and sang loudly. Ding Buer and Auntie Levin also joined in. When Manju stood outside the tent for a long time, and finally dispelled the idea of entering the tent. If not for what happened today, she would never have known how talented Mo Wuji was. By casually singing those two songs, he was able to make her blood boil and compel her to join in the singing. She walked far away to a place where she could no longer hear the songs. When Manju slowly lowered her head, she knew it didn't matter how well Mo Wuji could sing, they were two different people from two different worlds. If Mo Wuji had spiritual roots, she would think of ways to help him. Unfortunately, Mo Wuji only had mortal roots. After she enters a sect and starts cultivating, this distance between them would only get wider. Let the past go. If I'm successful in my cultivation, and if we were to ever meet again, I will give him great fortune. I can even help him achieve his dream of taking back the northern Qin prefecture, when Manju muttered as she walked into the inn. She seemed to have found a reason to truly say goodbye to Mo Wuji. 1. This song is called. You can listen to it here, https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=xklq9c79f9a. 2. This song is called. You can listen to it here, https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=3q-aim49rc2k. 3. Throwback to when Mo Wuji was in the Workers' Union. Chapter 34, Makeshift Market by the Sea. When Mo Wuji woke up, Yuanjini and Auntie Levin were no longer there. Only Ding Buer was with him in the tent. Despite drinking the whole night, Woji did not feel hungover. Instead, his whole body felt really relaxed. Ostensibly, Yuanjini brought out a jar of really good wine. He seemed to have released all his long pent-up pressure and grievances. Woji was very grateful to Yuanjini and Aunt 11. Those two were people he could befriend. He opened his bag. The channel opening solution was still there. The completely relaxed Woji stood up, grabbed one of the glass bottles and finished it. After opening his first meridian, he did not dare open a second one due to his poor physical state. But now, his body was completely relaxed, and his current state was excellent. This was the best time to drink the channel opening solution. A line of fire appeared within his body. Woji could clearly feel a second meridian being opened. Woji clenched his fist and completely relaxed himself. If his solution's effects could continue, wouldn't he be a cultivating genius? Unfortunately, the efforts wore off after 2 hours. Like when he tried to open his first meridian, his second meridian was stuck at a point. The experienced Woji remained calm. He was very clear that the channel opening solution alone was not enough to open a meridian. What he needed to do now was to find a lightning lake and use the lightning to open his meridians. This method might be a little cruel to himself, but at least it worked. Woji did not intend to try being struck by lightning from the sky. This kind of lightning might directly strike him to death. If only he had some cultivation manual or technique, then he would not need to put his body through such pain just to open a meridian. Wuji, you're awake. Hurry and go wash up. Let's visit the makeshift market. Ding Buer excitedly ran towards him and said. Makeshift market? Wuji asked puzzledly. Ding Buer laughed and said, Haha, you wouldn't know about this. I also only found out after Brother Zhini brought me there. The makeshift market is a market which was hastily put together, and it could disperse at any time. This time around, many people have gathered here to go to Chanluo. Many of them want to buy things, while many of them also want to sell things, so they set up this temporary market, the makeshift market. When the boat to Changluo arrives, the market would naturally disperse. I definitely need to see this. Where can I go and wash up? Wuji quickly said. This makeshift market would surely open his eyes to this world. The people heading to the royal capital were largely cultivators. Visiting this market would help him better understand cultivation. Ding Buer pointed to the sea, isn't it right there? Wuji glared at Ding Buer, seawater is salty, you want me to wash up there? Ding Buer laughed, who said that seawater must always be salty? This is a freshwater sea. Don't you see many people showering there? Freshwater sea? There was no freshwater sea back in Earth. At least Wuji did not know of any. But the universe is vast and there were many planets. There were many things he did not know. Half an hour later, Wuji and Ding Buer appeared in the makeshift market. Looking around, there was an intense flow of people. Shouting and loud peddling could be heard. It was a really lively scene. Wuji, do you see that? Elixirs we would not usually see are actually in abundance here. Of course, the prices are outrageously high. The cheapest ones already cost hundreds of gold coins, and the mediocre ones cost at least 10,000 gold coins. I even saw a clear sight fruit selling for 500,000 gold coins. Right there, where everyone is gathering at. I think it still hasn't been sold. Ding Buer pointed at a crowd not far away. Let's go over and see. Wuji hurried over. Wuji and Ding Buer joined the crowd and saw a man with an extremely hostile-looking face. In front of him was a big square stone. On that stone was a clear, transparent glass bottle. In that glass bottle was a fruit the size of a baby's fist. The fruit was also crystal clear. In fact, Wuji would have thought it was a crystal if not for the leaf growing on it. My friend, your price of 500,000 gold coins is too outrageous. I am willing to offer you 200,000 gold coins. That's the highest I can offer you, a hunchbacked man said. The owner of the clear sight fruit did not say anything, as though he did not hear the offer. Why don't you say something? The hunchback man said in a heavier tone. The hostile-looking man's eyes fell on the hunchback man. You took nearly an hour to raise your offer from 150,000 gold coins to 200,000 gold coins. You can slowly take more time to increase your offer. Don't ask me to say anything because I will not accept anything less than 500,000. Back in Dan Han Drug Refinery, Mo Wuji read a lot of books and could be considered rather knowledgeable. However, he had never seen the clear sight fruit before. The hunchback man sneered, the clear sight fruit can be refined into the clear sight pill, and even the clear sight pill itself might only be worth 500,000. Eating the fruit alone can also enhance your eyesight, but the effects are a lot lower than the pill. Friend, you need to learn when to be content. I heard that consuming this fruit can allow one to see anything within 100 m clearly even on a dark, moonless night, Ding Buer whispered into Mo Wuji's ear. Mo Wuji took in a deep breath. The effects of this fruit were so strong? Then this fruit is definitely worth more than 500,000 gold coins. If he had 500,000 gold coins, he would not bargain and directly purchase the fruit. Mo Wuji suddenly remembered that he also had a spiritual ingredient on him, the two-leaved firegrass. Previously, he only gave 2 to Han Ning, so he had 1 strain for himself. However, he did not know the purpose of the two-leaved firegrass and whether it was worth as much as the clear sight fruit. Something's not right. This fruit was so valuable, why would this hostile-looking man be willing to sell it? He's even selling it before reaching the royal capital even though it could be sold for a much higher price there. Most of the people here were simply house attendants. It would be really hard for him to find someone with enough money to buy his fruit. I definitely want this fruit, but I don't have that much gold coins on me. A voice came from afar. An invisible, powerful force pushed Mo Wuji and Ding Buer directly to the side. A clear path appeared within the crowd and along came a man carrying a sword on his back. There was a small sword embroidered in gold by the corner of his clothes. Sir Immortal, are you from the ancient sword gate? The hostile-looking man suddenly asked in an excited tone. The man carrying the sword on his back nodded. That's right, I'm Fei Kai-Chang from the ancient sword gate. After hearing that sentence, the hostile-looking man hurriedly passed the glass bottle over to the man. His voice trembled as he said, Junior's name is Yenin. I have long admired the ancient sword gate and I would really like to present Senior Fei with this clear sight fruit. I just hope that. Fei Kai-Chang raised his hand and interrupted Yenin words, when we reach Changluo, I can pass you the gold coins. I don't have that much clout to get you into the ancient sword gate. Obviously, he knew what Yenin's intentions were and stopped him in advance. Yenin hurriedly said, Junior doesn't need to be an official disciple. I will be satisfied if I can be an outer disciple or even a service disciple in the ancient sword gate. Mo Wuji finally understood. This guy wasn't intending on selling the clear sight fruit. He just wanted to use it as an opportunity to enter a sect. Perhaps he knew that his spiritual roots might not be good enough to get him into a sect during the Spring Immortals Gate. What an opportunistic man. Even if it wasn't a disciple from the ancient sword gate but a disciple from another sect, he would say the same thing. That's not right. What if someone directly offered him the 500,000 gold coins to buy his fruit? Fei Kai-Chang nodded and casually took out a wooden plaque and passed it to Yenin. This is my personal plaque. When you reach Chang'an, you can directly report to the Ancient Sword Gate Service Department. Yes, Sir Immortal. Under the envying gaze of the crowd, Yenin put the wooden plaque away. Chapter 35, The Female Slave. As the crowd dispersed, Ding Buer sighed to Mo Wuji, I finally understand why the little miss wanted us to find the two-leaved firegrass. She definitely wanted to use it as a gift for an immortal. If only you kept a strain for yourself, then maybe you might be able to use it to exchange it for a service disciple position in a big sect. Mo Wuji laughed and whispered, I really did keep a strain for myself. But the value of the two-leaved firegrass cannot be compared to the clear sight fruit. If casually coming out with a low-grade spiritual ingredient can make you a service disciple, then there will be far too many service disciples. Ding Buer nodded his head, that's true. I want number 17. I bid 20 gold coins. Number 17, 23 gold coins. The loud sound of an auction traveled into Mo Wuji's ears. He curiously looked over and subconsciously asked, there's an auction? I wonder what are they auctioning? Ding Buer said, I've seen it already, they are actually selling female slaves. I heard that each female slave that is sold is more beautiful than the last, and they are all virgins. This company specially shipped them over to sell to the geniuses participating in the Spring Immortals Gate. Mo Wuji asked puzzledly, aren't the participants only allowed to bring 4 house attendants? How will they bring the female slaves up the ship? Here's where you don't understand. We still have some time before the ship departs. Naturally, these rich children would need some fun and company for these few days. Do you want to see? Ding Buer laughed. Forget about it, Mo Wuji shook his head. He was extremely triggered by the sale of women, but he was far too powerless to stop it. There's no point going over only to make himself feel more unhappy. Congratulations to this friend who bought number 17 at the price of 25 gold coins. We will now be selling number 26. Everyone, please take note. Number 26 is not worse than number 17. In fact, she is even more delicate and prettier than number 17. There's even an additional selling point, she was actually born from nobility. I heard that she is a descendant from the Northern Qin's Mo clan. Mo Wuji stopped in his tracks and looked towards the auction, both his hands were clenched tightly into fists. Even though his soul was not from the Northern Qin Mo clan, his blood was. Furthermore, he also had the surname Mo. Before Ding Buer could say anything, Mo Wuji had already hastily rushed over to the auction site. Ding Buer was clear about Mo Wuji's past. Seeing Mo Wuji's angry face, he was worried that Mo Wuji might do something rash, so he quickly rushed over. Wuji, this is not a place where you can fool around. Here, we can be easily crushed like ants. Ding Buer grabbed Mo Wuji's arms and said. Mo Wuji calmly said, I know what to do. I bid 35 gold coins. A man, who looked like a little dwarf, shouted. Oh, the taste of nobility. It must be delicious. I bid 40 gold coins, an obscene voice sounded out. Mo Wuji had seen the female slave. There was a trace of anger and despair in her eyes as her ankle was cruelly tied by an iron chain. The obese salesman was right, this was a very beautiful girl. Her green dress was neat and clean, this was clearly to sell her for some extra gold. 100 gold coins, Mo Wuji said coolly. His heart was burning in anger. He desperately wanted to pull out a knife to the fatty. But his rationality told him that rashness is a demon. He could only use gold to solve this problem. If not, he would die a worse death than that fatty. The girl he wanted to save might even have it worse. The noisy crowd suddenly calmed down. Since the start of the auction, the highest price offered had never entered the hundreds. The previous offers of 35 gold coins and 40 gold coins were already very high. Ah, this guy must be a prodigal to pay 100 gold coins for a female slave. He could have bought many slaves at that price. Due to Mo Wuji's bid of 100 gold coins, the crowd became quiet. But all of a sudden, someone abruptly bid 101 gold coins. This girl's not bad, I bid 101 gold coins. This new bid was like throwing firecrackers into the crowd. The crowd instantly became enlivened and people started to bid higher prices. Mo Wuji looked at the guy who bid 101 gold coins. He was holding a paper fan, his hair was gelled to the point where he can see his own reflection. Mo Wuji did not even know him and why he wanted to compete with him. 1,000 gold coins, Mo Wuji was in no mood to haggle and he directly raised his bid by 10 times. When the obese salesman heard the 1,000 gold coin bid, he was so excited, even his fats were trembling. Even 10 slaves would not sell for this price, how could he not be excited? But he still looked at the man holding the paper fan. He wanted the two of them to start a bidding war so that he could earn more gold coins. The crowd became even more excited. It was really incredible to see a female slave being sold for 1,000 gold coins. This brat has some guts to try and steal my woman. 1,001 gold coins. Let's see if you dare bid again. The man folded his fan and stared fiercely at Imowuji. Imowuji acted as though he did not hear the man's threats and directly called out, 1,001 gold coins, and 1 copper coin. You. The man pointed his fan towards Imowuji. Imowuji's current bid an obvious slap to his face. Not only did Imowuji not shut up under his threat, he directly added 1 copper coin. This wasn't simply slapping him in the face, it was slapping him in the face multiple times with a studded glove on. Hearing Imowuji add a copper coin, the obese salesman's fat face twitched a few times and his gaze landed on the man with the paper fan. He hoped that the man would be angered and raise the price in rage. Unfortunately, his anger ended at pointing his fan at Imowuji and he did not continue bidding. As the obese salesman counted to 3, the man with the paper fan did not respond and only fiercely stared at Imowuji. Congratulations, my friend, you have purchased this northern Qin female slave for 1,001 gold coins and 1 copper coin. Who said I'm not bidding? Your father here bids 2,000 gold coins. The man with the paper fan stared at the obese salesman and shouted. Chapter 36, The Emo Clansgirl. After the offer of 2,000 gold coins was made, the obese salesman was so shocked that his fats trembled and jiggled again. He wanted to slap himself for not waiting longer before closing the deal. No, he would absolutely not let this additional 1,000 gold coins slip away from him. This thought made him shout with excitement. Someone offered 2,000 gold coins. Is anyone willing to offer more? Before he could finish his sentence, he felt something icy cold pressed against his neck. He subconsciously bowed his head down and saw a sharp, shiny white knife placed dangerously close. You better hurry and let me go. We are at the assembly point of the Spring Immortals Gate Conference, how dare you attack me here? The obese salesman initially stumbled on his words but soon spoke with confidence when he realized that Imowuji would not dare to do anything rash to him. Imowuji was the one holding the knife against his neck. The crowd was surprised to see that Imowuji had made a move. To act violently here was simply not treasuring one's own life. Imowuji laughed and said, Fatty, you just agreed to my offer previously. We had a verbal contract between us. You and I both know that we should never go back on our word. Even you know that we are at the assembly point of the Spring Immortals Gate Conference. If one of the Immortal Masters found out that you started an unethical business here and went back on your word, isn't that considered being ignorant of the rules put in place here? Tearing this verbal contract between us at this assembly point, do you know what will happen to you then? Imowuji paused intentionally before sneering. I am afraid you might not live to spend the money you earned. I do not even have to kill you personally. I just need to report to one of the Immortal Masters here. Imowuji put down his knife after finishing his sentence and looked at the obese salesman with disdain. The obese salesman broke out in a cold sweat. Imowuji was right. If Imowuji did not pursue this matter, he would be fine. But why would someone as daring as Imowuji not pursue this matter, especially after he suffered such a loss? The obese salesman forgot about the danger when his greed for the gold coins overwhelmed him. He definitely could not act shamelessly in front of so many people. If he did that, he would be granting himself a death wish. I'm sorry, I made a mistake here. I was blinded by the money and I forgot I already made a deal with you. The obese salesman smiled gently and handed Imowuji the key to the girl's chain. His life was more valuable compared to the 1,000 gold coins of profit that he would have made. Imowuji grunted, unlocked the chain and threw both the chain and key away. At the same time, he took 1,001 gold coins and 1 copper coin from his pocket and handed it over to the obese salesman. If it was not to save this girl who might have been from his clan, he definitely would not have agreed so easily. Even if he were to purchase her, he would fork out at most 50 to 100 gold coins. After seeing this fatty try to sell a descendant from the northern Qin's Mo clan, Mo Wuji did not intend on letting him go so easily. The face of the man with the paper fan turned gloomy. However, he did not dare to challenge the rules of the system at the Spring Immortals Gate conference. All he could do was to watch helplessly as Mo Wuji took the girl from the obese salesman. The obese salesman hurried over to the man with the paper fan and said politely, "Mister, I have even better ones over here. Number 31 does not only look beautiful, but is very proficient in a variety of musical rhythms. Compared to the rest, number 31 is the best one I've got here." "Is that true? You have an even better one yet you did not offer it to me earlier? I want number 31 too." "My offer is 1,000 gold coins," Mo Wuji said without waiting for the man with the paper fan to respond. The man with the paper fan did not react after being humiliated by Mo Wuji previously because he did not want to challenge the rules of the system in the Spring Immortals Gate conference. However, Mo Wuji was still trying to humiliate him with this offer for number 31. He would not let this pass as he did not believe Mo Wuji could compete with his wealth. 2,000 gold coins, the man with the paper fan said arrogantly while staring at Mo Wuji with disdain. The obese salesman was stunned as the two men started bidding for number 31 even before he put her on offer. He became really pleased when he realized this was his chance to earn big. 3,000 gold coins, Mo Wuji shouted out casually. 5,000. 6,000. 10,000 gold coins. The man with the paper fan's blood was boiling as he did not expect a small fry like Mo Wuji to be so arrogant. Mo Wuji saw a slightly older man whisper some words to the man with the paper fan. The man with the paper fan then became a little less angsty and did not look as crazy as he was. "Not bad, you are a rich lord indeed. I cannot compete with you any further." Mo Wuji pulled the girl he just purchased and said to a completely stunned Ding Buer, "Buer, we are leaving." At this moment, the man realized Mo Wuji was out to annoy him. He was so angry that the veins on his forehead turned green and he just wanted to order someone to grab Mo Wuji immediately. It was a pity that this place was not under his monarchy, so he dared not to do such things. "Jia Jing, pay him," the man with the paper fan grunted and left without even taking a look at how number 31 looked like. The one who benefited the most was the obese salesman. Just selling off these two slaves earned him a year or two worth of profits. Wuji, the fatty, is not a good person too. Although you managed to pit yourself against the irritating fellow, you let the fatty earn a lot from these transactions, Ding Buer said to Mo Wuji. Mo laughed, "I let him earn a lot? Hee, we'll talk about it when we go back. How dare he put a member of the Mo clan for sale as a female slave?" Mo Wuji considered the fatty dead from the very beginning. He dared to offer a high price only because he was not afraid to pay. "I will go visit Brother Zhani and Aunt 11, you can go back first." Ding Buer took the initiative to leave as he realized Mo Wuji might have things to say to the girl. Mo Wuji brought the girl to the tent and proceeded to set it up. The girl stared vigilantly at Mo Wuji because Mo Wuji, the man with the paper fan, and the obese salesman were the same type of people she hated. "What is your name?" Mo Wuji did not bother about her vigilant stares as he sat down. Mo Shangtong, the girl continued looking at Mo Wuji vigilantly after saying her name. "How do you address the northern Qin prefecture Lord Mo Tiancheng?" Mo Wuji continued questioning her. Mo Shangtong was not surprised as everyone knew that she was born in northern Qin. "Lord Tiancheng is my uncle, my father, and him are cousins." Mo Wuji looked surprisingly at Mo Shangtong. Who knew that Mo Shangtong was actually one generation older than him? He should actually address her as Aunt Shangtong. "My name is Mo Wuji, Mo Tiancheng happened to be my grandfather. This is so you understand why I wanted to save you," Mo Wuji explained emotionally. Mo Xiangtong appeared even more shocked than Mo Wuji after he said that. She hesitated before asking, "Are you the young lord?" Mo Wuji laughed bitterly, "What young lord? Technically, I am the only direct descendant of the lord. However, the position of the Northern Qin Prefecture lord no longer belongs to the Mo clan." Mo Xiangtong's entire body trembled as her eyes turned red and tears started pouring out. Chapter 37, Extinction. Luo and's Mo clan's gone, they're all dead. Mo Xiangtong said with a face covered in tears. She did not continue to speak and continued to cry. The incident has already passed. You can take your time and talk. Mo Wuji pulled Mo Xiangtong up and sat her on a chair. The Luoan which Mo Xiangtong mentioned was the capital of the Northern Qin Prefecture. As the prefectural royal family, the Mo clan stayed in Luoan. Mo Wuji would not dare inquire about the Mo clan in front of others, but he naturally did not have such concerns with Mo Xiangtong. Mo Xiangtong continued to sob, but she endured her grief as she said, 4 years ago, the Mo clan was dragged into the assassination of the Northern Qin Prefecture lord. Wait, isn't the Mo clan from the Northern Qin royal family? Why would it be involved in the assassination of the Northern Qin Prefecture lord? Mo Wuji interrupted Mo Xiangtong and asked puzzledly. Mo Xiangtong shook her head. 4 years ago, our Mo clan was no longer the Northern Qin royal family. The Zhu clan is now the new Northern Qin royal family. After the previous prefecture lord disappeared, Zhu Shufeng took over as the new lord under the instigations of the Chinyu state lord. However, during his rounds, he was assassinated by a member of the Mo clan. The Mo assassin was killed on the spot and 9 generations of the Mo clan were ordered to be executed. Mo Wuji's face turned gloomy. A Mo clan member assassinated the acting prefecture lord? Isn't this excuse too ridiculous? What a sinister plot, even 9 generations were to be killed, this was a bit too much. How did you escape? When they found you, why didn't they kill you? Mo Wuji looked at Mo Xiangtong in doubt. Mo Xiangtong said in an aggrieved tone, that year when the old prefecture lord disappeared, your parents departed for Raozhou to inherit the throne. But there was never news from them, and all the Mo clan members we dispatched to Raozhou also disappeared. Hearing this, Mo Wuji finally understood why no one from the Mo clan came to Raozhou. From the looks of it, they were all assassinated the moment they left Luoan. A Mo clan member who left for Raozhou was a dead Mo clan member. During that time, Zhu Shufeng had taken over as the prefecture lord and the Zhu clan finally had the power to deal with the Mo clan. Because of the increasing number of disappearances, the Mo patriarch ordered every Mo clan member to stay in Luoan. 4 years ago, I was just 15 years old. I was really pampered, so I decided to take the risk and leave Luoan to see the world. On the second day I left, the Mo clan got involved in the assassination and all 9 generations were exterminated. When I heard the news, I did not dare return to Luoan, so I decided to go to Raozhou to find your father. Mo Xiangtong seemed to recall her painful and helpless days. To survive I did many things, I stole, I begged, I even ate weeds and leaves. Mo Wuji suddenly felt a tinge of regret. He should have offered help to the little girl who tried to steal from him. Who knows whether she might have been another survivor from the Mo clan. I lived like that for over 2 years until a kind family took me in as their little Mrs. maidservant. But it all ended 3 months ago. The family might have offended someone they should not have, and those people suddenly came and killed all the way to our doorsteps. The whole family was killed and only the little miss and I survived. They spared us to earn a bit of extra cash. The little miss and I were sold to a brothel. This obese salesman was a partner of that brothel. He really knows how to do business. He said that with the opening of the Spring Immortals Gate, many rich and esteemed people would gather here and maybe buy some female slaves. After they're done with us, they would abandon us here, and the obese salesman would just take us back to the brothel. Pa! Mo Wuji slapped the table angrily. How vicious. It didn't matter whether he was referring to the obese salesman or the people who killed the little miss's entire family. Having said that, Mo Wu suddenly remembered, what happened to that lady? She's called Jing Lengbei. She was that number 31. Wuji, can you find some ways to save her? Mo Xiangtong looked at Mo Wuji expectantly with tears in her eyes. She could figure out that Mo Wuji was here under the identity of a house attendant, but she still hoped that a miracle could happen. Maybe that man with the paper fan appreciated Mo Wuji's guts and was willing to accept his requests. We can talk about this later. Just wait for me here. Mo Wuji finished his sentence and left hurriedly out of the tent before Mo Xiangtong could even respond. The saving grace that the Jing clan had given to Mo Xiangtong by taking her in had to be repaid. He had to hurry before that Jing Lingbei got tainted by that fool. Mo Wuji saw Ding Buer from afar and hurriedly walked towards him. Buer, did you find out about the guy I was competing with? Ding Buer thought that Mo Wuji was worried and answered urgently, I just investigated. That guy is the prefecture prince of the Xianliang prefecture. His name is Tuabaki and he stays in the same inn as our little miss. He has an explosive temper and is very vengeful. We don't have to worry about him now, but when we get on the ship, we will have to be careful. I heard that the immortal masters don't care if people get killed on the ship. I understand. Buer, can you get another tent? I need to find the little miss. Mo Wuji hastily said the last sentence and rushed towards the inn. Hearing that Mo Wuji was going to find Han Ning, Ding Buer was no longer worried. Mo Wuji probably wanted Han Ning to help him pay a visit to that Tuabaki so that he wouldn't do anything unscrupulous. Stop, you're not a guest here, you're not allowed in, the inn's doorman stopped Mo Wuji. He recognized Mo Wuji as the person who got chased away by the Chow Hao, that little prince. Mo Wuji politely cupped his fists, I'm here to look for my little miss. You can't possibly not allow me from meeting my little miss, right? The doorman hesitated. What Mo Wuji said made sense. As a house attendant, shouldn't he be allowed to report to his little miss? When he was about to respond, Mo Wuji stuffed a gold coin into his hands. Brother, please make an exception. I'm not staying for long, I won't be making things difficult for you. The doorman was already prepared to let Mo Wuji in. Seeing Mo Wuji take out the gold coin, he no longer hesitated and said, just go in. Remember to come out soon. Mo Wuji thanked him unceasingly. Just when he was about to enter the inn, he seemed to recall something, and whispered in the doorman's ears, Brother, I heard that the Xianliang prefecture prince just bought a stunning female slave? The doorman laughed and gave Mo Wuji a knowing look, and whispered, Brother, we're really the same kind of people. That female slave is really not bad. She had a beautiful goose egg face. And her big chest. Oh. I wonder what will holding them feel like. The doorman slipped into his perverted fantasies. I wonder where does that fellow stay? His neighbors are sure to complain about the loud noise. Mo Wuji spoke in the same obscene tone as the doorman. The doorman laughed, you don't have to worry about that. That little prince stays in room number 17. Right next to it is a big patio. What a lucky man. Well, I got to go report to my little miss, Mo Wuji said casually and hurried into the inn. Chapter 38, The Rescue. Room number 17 was indeed next to a patio. It was located in a relatively remote area on the second level. Mo Wuji reached into his thigh pocket to feel for his knife. He wanted to stun Tuabaki by attacking first to make him unconscious before sneaking Jing Lingbei out of there. He believed that as long as he did not murder Tuabaki, the immortal masters would never conduct a thorough investigation for a missing female slave. As Tuabaki was about to board the ship, he probably wouldn't investigate or send people to search for her due to the lack of time. Mo Wuji had already made backup plans for instances such as the encounter with Hu Fei previously. In the event that Tuabaki was very powerful and Mo Wuji could not knock him unconscious, he would kill him and quickly escape. Whether he killed Tuabaki or not would have led to two very different outcomes. If he really did kill Tuabaki, Mo Wuji would have to leave immediately. Young prince, the fellow is ready to leave. When we were competing with that B***starred, all the other slaves he brought became so popular and were all sold out very quickly. When I went over, he was already packing his belongings. My guess is that he will be leaving very soon. Mo Wuji heard the conversation very clearly as he hid below a window in the corner. Mo Wuji did not expect somebody else to be in Tuabaki's room. His initial guess was that an arrogant, domineering prince like Tuabaki would have his own room. If there really was two people in the room, there would be problems with his plan. Tuabaki sneered and said, "Does he really think he can get away safely having taken my money? Jia Jing, bring the two others with you to get the gold coins back and finish him off. Do it when he's further away from here. Do it cleanly and don't leave any evidence behind." Mo Wuji did not expect Tuabaki to think the same way as himself. He was planning to kill the obese salesman after he left this place. If Mo Wuji did not sneak in here, he would not have realized that the obese salesman planned to leave so quickly. "Young master, I will take my leave then." "Do not worry, I will get the gold coins back," the man called Jia Jing sounded off, and then Mo Wuji heard the squeaking sound of the door. Mo Wuji knocked on the door when the sound of the footsteps disappeared completely. "Who is it?" Tuabaki asked. Mo Wuji imitated Jia Jing's voice and said softly, "Young master, I thought of a better idea. Shall I come in and discuss it with you?" Mo Wuji originally planned to enter through the window, but after hearing Jia Jing's voice, he changed his plan. Squeak! The door opened again. Mo Wuji entered the room as fast as he could and hit Tuabaki in the temple with a punch. Tuabaki would have never expected Jia Jing to knock him out, and before he recognized that it was Mo Wuji, he heard a humming sound from the back of his head and was knocked unconscious. Mo Wuji felt relieved as he locked the door. He then retrieved a bottle of solution and poured it into Tuabaki's mouth. He was sure the solution would leave Tuabaki unconscious for an entire day. Finishing what he needed to do, Mo Wuji finally took a good look at the girl sitting by the side. He realized that the obese salesman really did not exaggerate her beauty. This girl was indeed prettier than Mo Xiantong. She had shoulder-length hair, a goose-egg face and skin that looked as smooth as cream. Although she looked stunned, she looked more surprised at Mo Wuji as she did not understand how Mo Wuji was so daring. "Are you Jing Lengbei?" Mo Wuji asked as he took out a black scarf from his pocket. The girl stood up immediately and looked even more surprisingly at Mo Wuji. "How do you know my name?" "I have not told anyone my name even though I was being trafficked. No one even bothered to know my name. All I was given was a number. Let's not waste time. I was entrusted by Mo Xiantong to save you. Put on this scarf and come with me now. I will distract the doorman downstairs and block his line of sight while you leave the inn. Then wait for me outside," Mo Wuji said while handing her the black scarf. "Ah, Xiangtong." Jing Lengbei understood the situation very quickly. Maybe she clicked well with people from the Mo clan. She did not inquire anymore as she quickly put on the scarf Mo Wuji handed her. It was not difficult working with her as Mo Wuji said in a low voice, "Follow me, but remember to stay a distance away from me. When you see me talking to the doorman, that's your cue." "Understood," Jing Lengbei nodded as her voice trembled. She did not know whether she was anxious or afraid. Mo Wuji closed Tuabaki's door on the way out. If it was not for the immortal masters, he would have sliced Tuabaki's throat. If he were to kill him here, the immortal masters would investigate and find him in no time. Jing Lengbei followed behind Mo Wuji from a distance. She saw Mo Wuji as he patted the shoulders of the doorman at the lobby and had a great time laughing with him. She did not know how Mo Wuji managed to do it. But she lowered her head and hurried out of the inn's lobby. "I did not expect little miss to be sleeping, causing you not being able to meet her. No worries, you can go up directly next time you're here." The inn's doorman felt embarrassed that he accepted Mo Wuji's gold coin, but yet Mo Wuji did not manage to meet with little miss. Mo Wuji smiled and thanked him as he saw Jing Lengbei leaving. "All right, I will take my leave first." I am not very welcomed here by a certain someone anyway. The doorman was very entertained by Mo Wuji's humor and even walked him out to the exit. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief after they both left the inn. Fortunately, he did not have to resort to killing Tuabaki. Mo Wuji saw Jing Lengbei waiting far away for him, therefore he hurried over to her side and said to her, "Follow me." There were a lot of people around this area, therefore no one would suspect anything as they walked past. After half a quarter of an hour, Mo Wuji brought Jing Lengbei back to the tent. Ding Buer was still setting up the new tent as he was ordered. "Xiang Tong, is that really you?" Jing Lengbei felt relieved the moment she saw Mo Shangtong, as she knew that Mo Wuji had not lied to her. "Sister Bei, you are okay, I am so glad." Mo Shangtong's eyes were still reddish. It looked as though she cried again after Mo Wuji left. She then recalled and wondered how Mo Wuji rescued Jing Lengbei. "Wuji, how did you manage to rescue Sister Bei? You did not kill anyone, right?" Even she knew it was very hard to get away with murder in this place, and therefore she knew they needed to leave immediately if he really did kill him. "We will leave now. We can discuss the details later," Mo Wuji said in a hurry. He did not have the means nor the ability to bring both Mo Shangtong and Jing Lengbei to the royal capital, as even he did not get his own slot easily. "Brother Mo, after hearing from Buer, I knew what you were up to. How dare you commit such a crime? Did you really kill Tuabaki?" Yuanjini asked as he, Aunt 11 and Ding Buer appeared at the entrance of the tent. Chapter 39, The Pursuit. "Oh, Brother Yuan, Aunt 11, you're here." "I didn't kill him, I merely knocked him out. This is my aunt, Mo Shangtong, and this is her friend, Jing Lengbei. I was just getting ready to help them escape," Mo Wuji said without hiding anything. Yuanjini heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good. As long as you didn't kill him, it's fine. Come, I'll help you." Mo Wuji hesitated before saying, "Actually, there's still something else I want to do before we leave. I want to kill the damn slave trader who sold my aunt." Mo Shangtong suddenly sounded out, "Wuji, please call me Shangtong. I'm younger than you, so it makes me feel uncomfortable when you call me your aunt." Actually, Mo Wuji also felt uncomfortable calling Mo Shangtong his aunt. After all, he was not Mo Shangha, but a reborn Mo Wuji. Yuanjini laughed. "You didn't need to hesitate to tell me. Of course I'll help you. It will be a bit hard, but Aunt 11 and I will help you kill him. But don't underestimate these businessmen. Some of them are rich enough to hire guards much stronger than us." "I will go too," Ding Buer hurriedly said. Mo Wuji waved his hands and stopped Ding Buer. "Buer, you need to stay here. At least if something bad happens to us, someone knows of this matter. Aunt 11, please stay too. Having too many people would make things more complicated." "Wuji is right, the two of us are enough. Buer and Aunt 11 will stay behind. Even if that businessman has some friends, there still won't be enough people for me to kill," Yuanjini said laughingly. However, Aunt 11 waved her hand and said, "I won't stay, I will help bring Shangtong and Lengbei away. Shangtong and Lengbei are plain, normal girls. You'll need someone to take care of them and protect them." Mo Shangtong hurriedly interjected, "I lived in the wilderness for 2 years. I know how to survive and take care of myself." Aunt 11 laughed and said, "That may be true, but what will you do if you meet some bandits?" Yuanjini nodded. Aunt 11 is right. With her methods, it would be far too easy for her to destroy a band of bandits. Won't this take away Aunt 11's opportunity to go to the royal capital? "How about this, I will take them away," Mo Wuji said guiltily. Ultimately, Mo Shangtong was his aunt, he should be the one sending her off. To be honest, he did not actually intend to send them off personally. After all, he could not bear to lose this precious opportunity to go to the royal capital. He did not realize it, but he did not actually treat Mo Shangtong as his aunt. If it was Yin Er, he would leave with her regardless of the difficulty. Aunt 11 laughed. "Wuji, I used to think that Ginny was my only true friend who did not feel the need to act chauvinistic in front of me. However, after our drinks last night, I'm glad I met you too. At this moment, Aunt Eleven suddenly said softly, "How many people in life truly know you? How many friendships actually survive? Isn't being able to befriend someone like you worth more than this favor of mine? Furthermore, I'm already old and I don't have spiritual roots. It's okay if I don't go to the royal capital. That slave trader can thank his lucky stars, this old lady will no longer be playing with him." Since Aunt Eleven had already said that much, anything Emowoji said would simply be hypocritical. Sometimes, the word friend can be as heavy as mountains. If Aunt Eleven ever needed his help in the future, he would not hesitate to help her. He said earnestly, "Aunt Eleven, you, Ginny and Buer will always be my best friends." Emowoji had gone through life and death, and he only knew a few true friends. Thump! Jing Lengbei suddenly kneeled down and sobbingly said, "Sir Mo, after you catch that man, please help me find out who destroyed my Jing clan." Emowoji signaled Emo Shangtong to pull Jing Lengbei up and said, "You can rest assured that I will definitely do so." Having said that, he looked at Emo Shangtong and asked, "Do you know the origins of the new Northern Qin Prefecture Lord from the Zhu clan?" After Zhu Shufeng got assassinated, Zhu Shuhua took over. His sister, Zhu Kaiyun, was the Chinese state lord Situ Qian's favorite concubine. But I heard that Situ Qian has a new favorite concubine and Zhu Kaiyun has gone out of favor. Imo Xiangtong only said a few sentences, but Imo Woji completely understood the gist of the entire issue. No wonder the Imo clan lost the Northern Qin Prefecture throne. Situ Qian, that old fox, I will deal with you someday. At the same time, Imo Warji understood why he was lucky enough to escape Situ Qian's chopping knife. It was probably because Zhu Kaiyun had gone out of favor. Since she had gone out of favor, Situ Qian naturally wouldn't care about the issues regarding the Northern Qin Prefecture. By the time the new prefecture Lord Zhu Shuhua heard about Imo Wuji, it was already too late. Imo Wuji was sure that if he had stayed in Raozhou for a little longer, he would have met with disaster. But then, who was the one who wanted to poison him? Let's hurry before we miss the opportunity, Imo Wuji put those thoughts aside and said. He knew that Tuabaki had sent people to kill that obese salesman. It's best if Shinny and him could be the lucky third party. 1. Even though it was already dusk, the seaside was still bustling and full of life. Imo Wuji, Yuanjini, Aunt 11, Jing Lengbei and Imo Xiangtong each held a horse and walked within the crowd. No one even cared about them. Just right, that guy's leaving. Wow, he actually has quite a few guards. Yuanjini looked at a faraway horse carriage and laughed. After the horse carriage left the crowd of people, Yuanjini immediately said, "Come, let's catch up to them." Imo Wuji stopped Yuanjini. "Jini, wait. Tuabaki already sent men to follow him. We just need to wait and be the lucky third party." Ha ha. Yuan Zhenyu laughed. That guy is really looking for death. He is so bold to leave this safe place just because he thinks that he has enough guards. He's simply looking forward to his next life. Imo Wuji laughed coldly. He's not looking forward to his next life, he's just looking forward to earn a bit of money. In 2 days, the ship for the Spring Immortals Conference will arrive. He wants to seize these 2 days to sell more female slaves. I'm sure, if nothing happens to him, he will be back tomorrow. This is what a greedy man would do. If this obese salesman was contented with the money he made, and only left after the ship has sailed off, he would continue living his fat, hedonistic life. Even if Imo Wuji wanted to kill him, he would not waste his chance to go to the royal capital just to do that. Sure enough, it did not take long before Imo Wuji saw Jia Jing bring 2 men to follow the obese salesman. "We can go now," Imo Wuji said after confirming that there was no one else. After 2 hours, Yuanjini suddenly did a hand gesture, stopping the 5's advance. "Something's happening in front. Quickly gag your horses and walk carefully." Imo Wuji used his ears and listened hard. Only with great effort did he manage to heard the sound of people fighting. He could not help but have a newfound admiration for Yuanjini. Wuji, we're in a windy place, and you've never cultivated before. You wouldn't be able to hear anything. It's okay to just follow Jini. Seeing Mo Wuji concentrating his ears, Auntie Eleven laughed and said. Mo Wuji knew that Auntie Eleven was not lying. The reason why he could hear the fighting was because he had already opened a meridian. 1. The original Chinese text is. It is an adaptation of the idiom. So, the stork and the clam fight, and they both end up getting heavily injured. Ultimately, it was a third party, the fisherman, who gained from their fight. Chapter 40, Separation. After another 20 minutes or so, with Yuanjini leading the way, everyone managed to creep behind a hill. The aid of the moonlight allowed them to observe the fight in good visibility. As they witnessed the fight, Mo Wuji realized how ridiculous his intention to assassinate the obese salesman in the dark alone was. Even though there were already 7 to 8 casualties below, the obese salesman did have one very powerful guard. He was currently fighting against 2 others, out of whom one was Jia Jing. Jia Jing came with 2 others at first, however, one of them had already been killed. I was reckless. If I had come alone, I would never have succeeded in assassinating him, Mo Wuji sighed. Yuanjini responded, you can't be blamed for this. This salesman ain't easy to deal with. Normal salesmen would not hire such powerful guards for themselves. After a few minutes, Jia Jing managed to put a knife through the remaining guard's shoulder. At the same moment, Jia Jing's companion was pierced through his waist by the guard's long sword. Jia Jing and his companions were heavily wounded. Jia Jing followed up and sliced open the head of the obese salesman's only remaining guard. The obese salesman, who was severely wounded, sat by his horse carriage and did not even bother crying for help. He knew there was no point in crying for help anymore. Our turn, Yuanjini said with charisma and slid down the hill like a general. Jia Jing, who just managed to behead his opponent, was extremely fatigued as he saw Yuanjini approaching. Dang! After letting out a cry, Jia Jing took a few steps back and fell to the ground. Who are you? How dare you attack me? I am working for Xianliang's prefecture lord, I will let you go as long as... Jia Jing's words were interrupted as he saw Mo Wuji coming down from the hill. He recognized Mo Wuji and the 2 ladies behind him, Mo Xiangtong and Jing Lengbei. At this juncture, he knew his life was over. Jing Lengbei's presence indicated that they even dared to attack the lord, so why would they not dare to kill him? Pop! As Jia Jing paused to think, Yuanjini swung his axe and split Jia Jing's head apart. Yuanjini then proceeded on to the heavily wounded companion of Jia Jing and finished him off with his axe too. Aunt Eleven laughed and said to Mo Wuji, Wuji, there is no need for us to help him. Given Jini's capabilities, these 2 soft-legged shrimps ain't enough for him. Although Mo Wuji had been through a life and death crisis in the Thunder Fog Forest, he had never witnessed such a bloody scene. For a while, his senses could not adapt to it. Thank you, my lord, for the rescue. If not for your timely intervention, I would have lost my life. I am willing to give you all my assets to thank you for your life-saving grace. Mo Wuji did not expect that the obese salesman would actually stand up and thank him for saving his life. Mo Wuji could not believe that the fatty actually thought that he was here to save him. Mo Wuji could not help but admire this fatty's ignorance. Fatty, you are too optimistic. Let me ask you. Where did you find these 2 girls? Do not bother finding excuses or talk about conditions. If I am happy with your answer, I might give you a good time. If I am not satisfied, I will not kill you but skin you alive and retrieve your tendons. From a horse thief, He Weifeng, in a region in Wushui State. So He Weifeng was the one that destroyed Jing clan too? Mo Wuji asked on behalf of Jing Lengbei as he saw her trembling beside him. I do not know. I really do not know, the fatty, Yong, said repeatedly. Mo Wuji looked at Jing Lengbei and said, my guess is it was He Weifeng's doing. There is no point in asking anymore. Jing Langbei fell to the ground in tears. She had heard of He Weifen's infamous name and his immoral acts before. Mo Wuji used the knife in his hand and split Yang Yong's head apart too. The splashing fresh blood made him uncomfortable once again. However, he knew that there were some things that had to be done. The fact that the fatty trafficked these young girls made Mo Wuji extremely enraged, not to mention one of them was Mo Xiangtong. Yuanjini retrieved the gold and silver coins from his body. In addition to some gold notes, he managed to retrieve 16,000 gold coins and a few thousand silver coins. Yuanjini passed all the gold coins to Mo Wuji. This was Mo Wuji's idea after all. Mo Wuji did not keep the gold coins. Instead, he took out an additional 20,000 gold notes to split the money into 3 portions for Aunt 11, Mo Xiangtong and Jing Langbei. Aunt 11, hurry up and bring them away from here. Understood. Aunt 11 did not waste any more time and kept the gold notes. Mo Xiangtong knew Mo Wuji wanted to go to the royal capital but was unable to bring her along. Coupled with the fact that Mo Wuji was also from the Mo clan, she did not say much and just kept the gold coins. The hesitant Jing Langbei realized that she might make Aunt 11 unhappy if she rejected the money, so she quietly kept the gold coins too. Wuji, in future. Mo Xiangtong looked at Mo Wuji with some hesitation. Mo Wuji said with a serious tone, in future, if I have the ability, I will avenge the Mo clan. However, Mo Wuji did not mention that he would give up avenging if he was not capable enough. Let's go, Aunt 11 said and mounted the horse. She was always very straightforward with whatever she said or did. Jing Langbei went up to Mo Wuji and Yuanjini. She bowed respectfully and mounted the horse without saying a word. I truly admire this Jing Langbei, sometimes there is truly no need for words, Yuanjini said with admiration as he watched the 3 of them from a distance. After the trio's voices disappeared under the moonlight, Yuanjini said, let's go. We shall just leave the bodies here. Mo Wuji looked at Jia Jing and said, we can leave the other bodies here but Jia Jing's must be hidden. Yuanjini immediately understood the reason, laughed and said, Wuji, you are indeed very careful, how could I not think of this? The hustle and bustle of the night was gone and the morning by the seaside seemed so peaceful. Ah! A scream could be heard from even outside Yuhai Inn. A doorman hurried up to see what was going on. The doorman knocked on room 17 and asked, how may I help you, sir? At this period of time, anyone and everyone could stay in Yuhai Inn. In any of these rooms, there could be a lord or a prince. Therefore, even if it was a small lord or small prince, it did not matter much. Tuabaki shouted angrily, someone knocked me out yesterday. No, and took my slave away, wait. Where is Jia Jing? Why is Jia Jing not back yet? After finishing his sentence, Tuabaki calmed down as he recalled what he asked Jia Jing to do before he was knocked out. Even if he was a small prefecture lord, he would never get away if someone found out he ordered his men to assassinate the salesman. It's okay, you may leave. I just had a nightmare. Tuabaki waved his hands as he ordered the doorman to take his leave. The doorman revealed a look of disdain as he turned and walked away, not bothering about this lunatic prefecture lord. Chapter 41, Lost Opportunity. Both Mo Wuji and Yuanjini went back to the tent to rest without worrying about anything. Even if Tuabaki knew that they were the culprits, he could not do anything about it without any evidence. By the time Mo Wuji woke up, it was already early in the afternoon. Just as Mo Wuji wanted to ask Ding Buer about Tuabaki's movements, he saw Ding Buer walking from the direction of Yuhai Inn. Wuji, the little miss wants to talk to you about something, Ding Buer shouted to Mo Wuji from far away. It was just the right timing that Han Ning wanted to talk to him as he wanted to find out more about Tuabaki at the inn as well. Hold up. Ding Buer spoke in a low voice as he approached Mo Wuji. Wuji, please be careful. I doubt it is good news. Pang Manhwa was stuttering when he told me about this. Mo Wuji gave Ding Buer a pat. What can happen to me here? Don't worry, I was just about to inquire about something. The first person Mo Woji saw when he entered Yuhaian was Tuabaki. Tuabaki was busy interrogating the inn's doorman to find out if anyone suspicious had entered the inn the previous day. Since the doorman had accepted Mo Woji's gold coin yesterday and he had no idea what Tuabaki was trying to do, he did not tell Tuabaki anything. Tuabaki grunted as he turned around. He was about to go back up when he saw Mo Woji enter the inn. He turned back after a few steps to scan Mo Woji with his eyes. He tried to see if there were any similarities between the Mo Woji and the man who attacked him yesterday. Mo Woji took a glance at Tuabaki and was about to tell the doorman he was going to find Han Ning when Pang Manhwa shouted, "Woji, little miss wants me to tell you that." Mo Woji did not have a good feeling about this as Pang Manhwa continued, "Woji, little miss is unable to bring you to Chanluo." Even Pang Manhwa found it difficult to bring this across to Mo Woji as he was still grateful for Mo Woji. If not for Mo Woji, he would have needed to spend more time near the Thunder Fog Forest finding the two-leaved firegrass. Moreover, Mo Woji was very easy to work with as he did not cause any unnecessary trouble. In fact, he was sometimes of good help too. Why? Mo Woji's voice became very cold as he knew his slot to go to Chanluo was exchanged with the two-leaved firegrass and not out of Han Ning's kindness. It was like the man who exchanged the spiritual fruit for a chance to be a service disciple. It is because... Pang Manhwa hesitated and then finally decided to tell him, it is because Little Miss was entrusted by someone to bring a very important person over so. Mo Woji calmed down and thought it through. Even if Han Ning decided not to bring him to Chanluo, he had to find a way to go over. He would simply be awaiting death if he did not. "Brother Pang, I want to meet Little Miss. I want to hear it from her." Mo Woji said it word by word very audibly. If a lover could stab him from behind, Han Ning, who was not even considered to be his friend, could obviously go back on her word in gratitude for the two-leaved firegrass. There is no reason why. It is simply because someone from my clan suddenly wants to go towards Chanluo. There is no other choice but to take your slot. Of course, if you really wish to go, you can crawl under my leg now and I might consider pleading for you, Chao Hao said sarcastically as he widened his legs. It was indeed this brat. Mo Woji clenched his fist and tried his best to said in a calm manner, "Wherever you go, you give off an unbearable stink. That is how I know you have not met the dung beetle, one. Go back and ask your father and mother why you stink. I will murder you." Chao Hao was a classy young man and would not mind if someone of the same stature criticized or mocked him. However, how could he not mind a house attendant like Mo Woji being this rude to him? The guard beside Chao Hao hurried to hold the furious Chao Hao back. "My lord, do not do it now. There will be more opportunities when we board the ship." Mo Woji did not bother about Chao Hao after he scolded him. Instead, he looked at Han Ning who was standing behind Chao Hao. "Little miss, I want to know if this was your intention?" Even if he knew it was her intention, he just needed Han Ning to say it out because he earned this opportunity with his own merit, not by begging her. Han Ning looked guilty for a split second before saying, "Mo Woji, I am sorry. I did consider the bigger picture previously. How about you just greet Lord Chao respectfully?" Mo Woji said coldly, "What is a puny Wuxue state prince to me? You are nowhere near the level I would greet respectfully to. Your father passed me this jade hairpin. You can use it in times of trouble to find you Chang'in and Chanluo. Just to make things clear, I earned my own opportunity to go with you to Chanluo, and it was not because of your kindness. I will not ask for the two-leaved firegrass back so we will no longer be related in the future." Mo Woji took out the jade hairpin which he had kept neatly in a pouch and passed it to Han Ning before laughing. "It is your choice not to keep me, goodbye." Mo Woji turned away after he finished and as he exited the inn, he thought of something. He recalled that the one who killed Jing Lingbei's clan, He Weifeng, was from Wuxue State too. If Chao Hao is the lord of Wuxue State, he might be related to He Weifeng. After he promised to repay Jing's clan's kindness for taking care of Mo Xiangtong, he had to take this matter seriously. Han Ning held the jade hairpin tightly as she watched Mo Woji make his way out. She could not figure out why her father passed him the jade hairpin. This is the first time I've seen a house attendant who was so arrogant. If he was under me, I would have skinned him alive a long time ago, Chao said as he saw Mo Wuji's back view gradually disappearing. Tuabaki, who wanted to ask Mo Wuji a few things, witnessed how Mo Wuji did not even put Chao in his eyes and hence he did not dare to follow him out. He was all alone now so he could not afford to lose his pride to Mo Wuji outside. Wuji, what happened? You look really unhappy, Yuan Jingyi asked as he saw Mo Wuji returning to the tent. It seemed like Ding Buer had guessed what happened and hence called Yuan Jingyi over. I lost my opportunity to go to Chanluo because I offended Wu Shui State's Chao Hao. That brat must have had something to use against Han Ning, Mo Wuji said in a disappointed tone. Yuan Jingyi laughed out loud. I was still wondering what was so serious. This is nothing. Now that Aunt Eleven has left, you can follow me over to Chanluo. Aunt Eleven and I followed Changyan State's Wei Yuanho's grandson here. Our duty is to protect him till he reaches Chanluo. Once he has found a sect, we are free to go. I can bring you along, this is not a problem at all. Mo Wuji became ecstatic to hear this. This was indeed like a light at the end of the tunnel. His sole purpose here was not to please Han Ning but to go to Chanluo. After solving this issue, Mo Wuji, Yuan Jingyi and Ding Buer went off to drink and celebrate. 1. Dung beetles are beetles that feed partly or exclusively on dung. Therefore, Mo Wuji is implying that Chao Hao is a form of dung. Chapter 42, Repaying the Saving Grace. It might have been because she was guilty, but Han Ning did not look for Mo Wuji, not even to explain herself. Tuabaki also settled down. Even though he suspected that Mo Wuji was the one who knocked him out, he did not want to cause any troubles on his way to Chanluo. On the other hand, Mo Wuji, Yuan Jingyi and Ding Buer met daily to drink and explore the makeshift market. Hearing Yuan Jingyi's peculiar stories and experiences with cultivators, Mo Wuji really loosened up. One particular morning, just as Mo Wuji was lifting his tent flap to leave for his daily washing up, he heard a loud rumble. He looked up to see a gigantic ship dock by the seaside and he almost called out in surprise. The deck of the ship alone could fit several football fields. If the rooms and compartments at the center were included, the ship should have had an estimated area of 100,000 square meters. Mo Wuji took in a breath of cold air. It was bigger than an aircraft carrier. An aircraft carrier was designed with a huge deck. On the other hand, this ship was designed with large decks surrounding an even larger living quarters, which were at the center of the ship. These rooms were in layers, just like a modern apartment building. What powers this huge thing? Earth's aircraft carrier was not as big as this, and it already required nuclear power to power it. There shouldn't be nuclear power here too, right? Wuji, you're scared, right? I also got a huge shock when I first saw it, Ding Buer's voice called out. At this moment, Mo Wuji could see that he was not the only one in shock and awe. The seaside was filled with people. Wuji, quickly pack up and follow me to the ship. Buer, you can follow your little miss up the ship, Yuan Jingyi said as he walked out from a crowd. Ding Buer understood that he would have to follow Han Ning to get on the ship. Wuji, brother Jingyi, I will go first. We'll meet at Chanluo. Yuan Jingyi laughed. What Chanluo? We can meet on the ship itself. There are very few restrictions on this ship. As long as you have money, you can have a very comfortable life on the ship. Yuan Jingyi was protecting a kind-looking noble named Ji Xing. When Mo Wuji followed Yuan Jingyi up the ship, he only smiled and nodded to Mo Wuji, not saying anything. After an hour, Mo Wuji and Yuan Jingyi were assigned to a large shared house for 50 people. Jingyi, if we stay in this shared house, how will we help if anything happens to Ji Xing? Mo Wuji was no longer a rookie and he knew how dangerous this ship could be. He has his personal bodyguard. If anything happens, we just need to hurry and rush over. Actually, guards like us mainly protect the young master from sea demons. I heard that there have been many sea demon attacks on the way to Chanluo. When that happens, we can rush over and protect him swiftly. After all, he is also on the same level as us. Only the extreme geniuses get to stay at the higher levels. Well, if anything happens, you don't have to go. Ji Xing understands that you are only borrowing Aunt Eleven's place to board this ship, and you're not actually a guard, Yuanjini explained. Hearing about the sea demons, Mo Woji became really curious. This ship was so huge, what kind of sea demon would actually dare to attack this ship? Mo Wuji and Yuanjini were among the last to come, and were assigned beds close to the door. Many people go in and out of the door, making it difficult for it to rest. Wuji, this ship is different from the beach before. If anyone gets killed here, nothing much will happen to the killer. To avoid anything unfortunate, try not to make conflicts with others. Yuanjini pulled up his bed next to Mo Wuji and whispered. Hearing Yuanjini's words, the neighboring people also slightly nodded their heads. Mo Wuji did not need Yuanjini to remind him, he would avoid trouble here to safely get to Chanluo. Once he reached Chanluo, there were two important things he needed to do. Firstly, he needed a cultivation technique. Secondly, he needed to find a source of lightning which was not fatal, so that he could open all his body's meridians. Nearly an hour later, Mo Wuji felt a slight tremor and knew that the ship's engine had started. Jini, what powers this ship? Mo Wuji could not suppress his curiosity and asked. Yuanjini shook his head, I'm also not sure. This is also the first time I boarded this ship. I heard that there's a powerful immortal master who uses a powerful array to drive this ship. I also heard that it might be some sort of energy source which powers this ship. That energy source is very useful for cultivation and can be traded, a sweet, magnetic female voice sounded over. Mo Wuji turned his head to see that there was a woman sleeping on the bed beside him. She was around 30 years old. Her hair was tied in a tight bundle, her skin was pale white, her facial features were not very outstanding, but there's this beauty about her. Together with her voice, she could be considered a very splendid woman. Mo Wuji subconsciously sat up and asked puzzledly, there's co-ed living here? Yuanjini laughed, why would there be a need to separate the men and women? Being able to stay in this kind of shared house is our good luck. The woman smiled and also sat up, nodding at Mo Wuji and Yuanjini, greetings, I'm Qin Xiangyu from the Ba Prefecture. When Qin Xiangyu sat up, Mo Wuji found her body to be more perfect than her face. Mo Wuji laughed, I'm Mo Wuji from Chengyu, and this is Yuanjini from Changyan. Aren't Changyan and Chengyu at war? You too. Yet another person interrupted. This time, it was a youth with light golden hair. Yuanjini said with a slight disdain, the war between Changyan and Chengyu has nothing to do with us. Wu Ji. The sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. Mo Wuji easily recognized that it was Ding Buer's voice. Mo Wuji hurriedly got down from his bed and asked, Buer, what happened? Why is there blood on your body? After slowing down his pants, Ding Buer hurriedly said, some people have acted against the little miss. Pang Manhwa and I aren't strong enough. From the looks of it, those people are looking to kill the little miss. Mo Wuji furrowed his eyebrows, the ship just started and something like this happened? He did not ask anything further and said, come, bring me over. Wait. Yuanjini stopped Mo Wuji. Wuji, that Han Ning drove you out, and did not even allow you on this ship to Chanluo. You have nothing to do with her anymore, why do you need to put your feet back into these muddy waters? Furthermore, the help you've given her was more than enough to repay her. Mo Wuji said calmly, her father may not have intended for it, but he did save my life. Perhaps what I gave her was enough to repay her, but in my heart, a saving grace cannot be repaid through items or money. Now that I know something bad is happening to her, I do not feel comfortable leaving her alone. On the account that the old duke saved me, I will help her one more time. After we reach Changluo, we can go on our separate paths. Jini, you can wait for me here. Buer, let's go. Finishing his words, Mo Wuji was prepared to rush out of the shared house. He lived by this principle: gratitude and grudges must be repaid. The old duke's saving grace would be repaid with another saving grace. Regarding the two-leaved firegrass, Han Ning could take it as a gift. There was also another reason why he had to save Han Ning. He might have been driven out by Han Ning, but Ding Buer was still under her. He might not need to save her, but he needed to rescue Ding Buer. Helping Han Ning was the same as helping Ding Buer. Yuan Jini laughed, "Aren't we brothers? If you're going, then I'm going too. Let's go." Chapter 43, Mo Wuji's Power. Han Ning was a main participant of the Spring Immortals Gate, so she stayed in a slightly better two-man room. Still, her room was on the same floor as Mo Wuji's shared house. Bang! The sound of a large impact on the door resounded. Mo Wuji could clearly see some blood flowing out the gap below the door. "Ai Hui, do you still have a sense of shame? You are a state prince, but you actually lowered yourself to rob me?" Han Ning said grievously. "Oh. This is indeed too low for me. Ferguson, do you want to commit suicide to appease this little miss?" A shrill voice could be heard behind the door. When Mo Wuji heard the voice, he felt goosebumps all over his body. Was this guy a eunuch? What followed was another voice: "Then I will just kill myself. Look, I'm placing the knife on my neck. I died. I'm going in first," Ding Buer said as he pushed the door open forcefully. Pooh! The sound of a meeting of a knife and flesh could be heard, and someone fell on the ground. Mo Wuji could see a man slumped in a pool of blood. The knife in his hand had pierced through his throat. In an instant, Mo Wuji understood what had happened. This guy pretended to kill himself and placed his knife on his neck. Little did he know that Ding Buer would suddenly push the door open and that the door would strike the knife. The act actually became a reality. Besides this guy, Mo Wuji also saw Pang Manhwa lying on the ground. One of his arms had been cut off. Han Ning and Xiaolan were also covered with blood, and they were forced into a corner by two men. A handsome man, with a long mustache, looked at his dead underling in shock. "Who are you guys? You dare kill my man?" The mustached man finally came to his senses and cried out. Mo Wuji almost covered his ears. He did not think that this handsome man, who looked handsome and manly, would actually have such a shrill and sharp voice. From what he could make out, this man must be the state prince Bai Hui. At the same time, he did not see Han Ning's groupmates, Chao Hao, Yang Junsong, and Zhao Su. Bang! Yuan Jini, who entered the room last, shut the door forcefully. Even though he knew that immortal masters would not pursue this matter, it was not something for people to know. Buer, help bandage Chief Guard Peng's wounds. Seeing Peng Manhwa struggling on the floor, Mo Wuji flusteredly instructed. Ever since he killed a man, Mo Wuji was more cold and calm when facing these kinds of things. Seeing Ding Buer take out a healing drug for the struggling Peng Manhwa, Mo Wuji walked to the front of the mustached man and said, "I'm Mo Wuji from Raozhou." Mo Wuji did not need to continue speaking for the mustached man to know why Mo Wuji was helping Han Ning. From the looks of it, Mo Wuji was definitely Han Ning's guard. "I am the 16th prince of the Yin Han state, Bai Hui. Are you sure you want to go against me?" The mustached man calmed down and said with his shrill voice. Mo Wuji laughed, "I've already killed one of your men. What do you think? If you choose to leave now and ignore this matter, I will no longer pursue this matter. I could even invite you to join my Yin Han state," Bai Hui said quietly, trying to make his tone sound gentle and warm. He could determine that Mo Wuji and Yuan Jini were people he could easily deal with, especially Yuan Jini, who was standing at the back. Before Mo Wuji could speak, Yuan Jini blurted out, "Yin Han state is only a piece of sh*t. I can consider joining you if your state lord licks my feet." Bai Hui's face instantly turned dark. He turned towards the two men cornering Han Ning and said, "Jody, teach them a lesson." A man with a face full of black spots responded. He spun the knife in his hand as he walked towards Mo Wuji. Wuji, step back. I will teach this kid a lesson. Yuanjini had never seen Mo Wuji's abilities, but he could guess that Mo Wuji was probably not strong enough to deal with Jody. Mo Wuji's hand went into his pocket, a foot-long knife appeared in his hand. Jini, let me go first. Only help me if I'm losing. Ultimately, Mo Wuji and Yuanjini would not always be together. Eventually, there would be things Mo Wuji needed to deal with by himself. Like for today, Mo Wuji would still save Han Ning even if Yuanjini did not follow him. While Mo Wuji was speaking, Jody had already started pointed his machete towards Mo Wuji. In his eyes, these 3 additional people were simply 3 more people for him to kill, and he could probably kill them easily. Mo Wuji did not cultivate, but he had some fighting experience. His knife was short, naturally, he needed to draw closer to Jody. As Jody was swinging his machete, Mo Wuji had already took a huge step forward and rushed towards Jody. He used his knife to parry Jody's machete and used his other fist to punch Jody's head. Dang! When the 2 blades met, Mo Wuji could see a fine blue light flow from his palm to his knife, and then towards Jody's blade. Pang! Mo Wuji's other fist struck at Jody's temple. Jody became like a lifeless piece of rock, crashing down heavily. Mo Wuji shocked himself. He was so impressive? Mo Wuji was expecting Jody bring his head down to avoid Mo Wuji's fist, and Mo Wuji would then knee him fiercely in the face. But he did not need to do that much, Jody was already knocked down. He subconsciously looked at his fist, and also saw that Jody's machete hand was a little charred. Mo Wuji suddenly remembered that flash of blue light, which actually reminded him of the lightning he encountered in the lightning lake. Thinking about this, Mo Wuji instantly understood. After borrowing the power of the lightning bolts to open his meridian, there was some lightning essence left behind in his meridian. No wonder why Jody looked blank when Mo Wuji was punching him, and did not try to avoid Mo Wuji's fist. Jody probably got stunned by the lightning flash from Mo Wuji's knife. This was why Mo Wuji's attack succeeded. Shu Tang, pick Jody and Ferguson up, we're leaving. Bai Hui immediately called out. He knew that his remaining man was not enough to deal Han Ning's guards. Mo Wuji did not block them. Yuanjini was here to help Mo Wuji. Seeing that Mo Wuji did not stop Bai Hui, he naturally did not do so as well. Bai Hui, who had the living daylight scared out of him, ran out of Han Ning's room at top speed. Wuji, I did not know you were so impressive. No wonder why you could survive a night in the Thunder Fog Forest, Ding Buer cried out in surprise. He did not even remember to help bandage Pang Manhwa. Yuanjini also had a face of delight. He did not know that Mo Wuji was so strong. He knew that he could deal with Jody, but probably not with a single punch. Drug refiner Mo, I am truly grateful. I am terribly sorry for what I've done before, Han Ning was ashamed. When she was in greatest danger, her companions who asked her to drive Mo Wuji out did not appear. Instead, it was Mo Wuji who appeared to help her. Mo Wuji said calmly, Old Dukan saved my life before. You can regard my actions today as repaying my debt to him. Once we reach Changluo, we will each go our separate ways. That Bai Hui was here to snatch our 2-leaved firegrass. How did he know that we have some 2-leaved firegrass? Pang Manhwa had already woken up and said hoarsely. Chapter 44, Surrounded by Sea Beasts. Now, you have paid what you owed her. There's nothing on you right now, Yuanjini laughed and said, after they left Han Ning's room. Mo Wuji laughed but did not speak. He saw Chao Hao and Yang Junsong hurriedly walking in their direction. But Mo Wuji could see through the anxiousness in their eyes, and tell that they were only putting on a show. Chao Hao looked at Mo Wuji, and his eyes fleeted with killing intent. On the other hand, Yang Junsong was full of smiles as he greeted Mo Wuji, drug refiner Mo, long time no see. Mo Wuji had no interest interacting with this venomous snake and this smiling tiger. He was too lazy to respond to them as he said to Yuanjini, "I do not owe her anything, she owes me. The person I owe my life to is her father. He entrusted her to me, so I would try my best to help her on this path to Chanluo." Yuanjini laughed, "Wuji, this is one thing I appreciate about you. Perhaps it's due to your personality that we can become such good friends." In the shared house, a monkey-faced man walked in and said in an exaggerated manner, "You guys are all wrong." Indeed, it was that Bai Hui from Han State who acted. But the people who ran out with their tails in between their legs weren't the people who left the shared house but Bai Hui and his men. I even saw them carrying 2 unconscious men. They were probably overwhelmingly defeated. Those 2 people are so strong? But Bai Hui is a state prince, the golden-haired youth from before said in shock. As a state was a level higher than a prefecture, the state prince's guard should naturally be better. With just 2 people, they managed to defeat their opponents? Maybe after they went in, Bai Hui's men were outnumbered. The voice stopped abruptly. This was because, at this moment, the door opened, and Mo Wuji and Yuanjini entered. Although the 2 of them were clean, but the people in the shared house felt something different about them. People stopped talking and people started whispering. Over the next few days, the shared house was extremely quiet. Except for the occasional restlessness whenever the women entered a tent to change their clothes, everyone minded their own business and there were no conflicts. Initially, the shared house was really noisy. However, the shared house had become rather quiet, which made Mo Wuji quite satisfied. He met a few good people in the shared house. Besides the gentle Qin Xiangyu, he also made friends with the talkative golden-haired youth, Yuan Ji, and a man called Tang Boxian. Tang Boxian looked like a scholar, just that he did not wear glasses. Half a month quickly passed. During this time, Ding Buer frequently came to visit. Han Ning's maidservant, Xiaolan, also came once to thank Mo Wuji. In addition, there were no longer any calls for help. Mo Wuji spent the days in an extremely relaxed manner. He was either inquiring about all kinds of knowledge about cultivation or trying to learn about the lightning essence in his meridians. However, he never felt the lightning essence again. He even tried competing with Yuanjini, but he did not manage to stimulate the lightning essence. He even suspected that the previous flash was like the 6-pulse holy sword, 1, and could only be used intermittently. Because there was no one here who understood cultivation, and his lightning attack was related to his channel opening solution, Mo Wuji could only bury this issue in his heart. There was one thing, however, which made him dissatisfied. As everyone in the shared house got familiar with one another, the environment was no longer as quiet. Some people started gambling and they often bustled for a long time. This made Mo Wuji feel really helpless. He understood that the other shared houses were noisier, but he was still not used to this noisy environment. On this day, Mo Wuji still did not have any gains after working for half a day. Yuanji hastily entered the shared house and cried, "Big bro Yuan, big bro Mo, I just got some big news. I heard that there will be an auction on the 2nd floor. Even some cultivation manuals are being auctioned." Mo Wuji, who was concentrating on feeling the lightning essence within his body, immediately opened his eyes. Cultivation manual? Wasn't this what he was dreaming for? Just a servant, actually coveting the things sold in the auction. A red-robed man walked in and said disdainfully. The man suddenly stopped talking abruptly, as he saw something which caught his eye. There was a shirt hung by Qin Xiangyu's bed, and her bed was currently being covered by a small tent. Ostensibly, there was someone changing inside. He did not hesitate, he rushed over and tore open Qin Xiangyu's tent. "What do you want?" Qin Xiangyu raged. Fortunately, she had already finished changing her clothes. What a beautiful woman. This figure. I like it. You don't have to live here anymore, come with me. The red-robed man laughed cheekily as he raised his hands to grab Qin Xiangyu. With a flick of her left hand, a gush of wind rushed by, followed by a purple blur. The red-robed man cried out in shock and quickly retreated. He retreated towards the direction of Mo Wuji, and Mo Wuji did not hesitate to kick him fiercely. The man was getting ready to pounce at Qin Xiangyu again, but he did not expect that Mo Wuji would have acted against him. This man was not bad. Despite the momentum and inertia, he twisted his body to land in the open space between two beds. He casually pointed at Mo Wuji and said, "Who are you?" Mo Wuji's hand flashed as he quickly pulled out the knife tied to his leg. Yuan Jini also stood up and stood beside Mo Wuji. Qin Xiangyu also came over. In her hands was a purple soft spear. Was this really a shared house? The red-robed man even thought he walked into the wrong place. These were all servants. Why are they all so aggressive? He had been to other shared houses and no one ever dared to treat him like this. Just as he was about to call out for his subordinates, the boat started shaking violently. Everyone looked out the window in shock, forgetting about the current confrontation. This giant ship had been sailing for a good half a month, and there had never been such a violent shaking. Just as people were wondering about their predicament, a vigorous voice resounded in everyone's ears: "Our ship is currently being attacked. Members of the Spring Sea Unit, please bring your weapons and report to the main deck immediately. There shall be no delays. Anyone who reaches late will be thrown into the sea." Hearing this, the red-robed man no longer cared to question Mo Wuji as he turned and rushed out of the shared house. The boat's shaking got increasingly vigorous and forceful. Yuan Jini anxiously said, "Wuji, we're probably being attacked by sea beasts. Let's go." At this moment, the shared house inhabitants all grabbed their weapons and rushed towards the main deck. When Mo Wuji and Yuan Jini reached the main deck, their jaws immediately dropped. Mo Wuji had never seen such a large surge of sea beasts. The enormous spring sea was surrounded by beasts from all directions. These sea beasts had 6 limbs, with short and sharp barbs growing on their backs. As the sun shone on their thick scales, a deep sea blue color was reflected, making them look thick and menacing. What made Mo Wuji even more surprised was when these sea beasts started to spit out lightning, just like the electric eels on Earth. A few people failed to dodge the lightning, and their whole bodies started twitching spasmodically and they fell to the ground. If they were hit by a second lightning, they would be dead. However, these 6-footed beasts weren't their only opponents. There were also some toad-like creatures attacking the spring sea. These creatures had extremely long tongues. One of them used its long tongue to wrap around a person's sword, pull it back into its mouth, and swallow it. We have encountered a 6-footed lightning crocodile horde. Do not let them set any of their 6 dirty feet on this ship. Remember, their weakness is at the bottom of their throats. Other parts of their bodies are as hard as iron, so only attack under their throats. A robust middleman shouted out as he jumped out from the 3rd floor. While he was speaking, his knife flashed about and 2 of the 6-footed lightning crocodiles were dissected into 4 pieces. Mo Wuji saw what happened clearly. This dude did not attack the bottom of the crocodile's throats. Looking at his abilities, he's definitely an immortal master. A few agonized screams could be heard. Mo Wuji could smell a burning, charred smell. As he turned his head, he saw a 6-footed lightning crocodile pouncing towards him. At the same time, a lightning bolt quickly raced towards him. The 6-pulse holy sword was Duan Yu's killing move. Duan Yu is one of the MCs of Jin Yong's demigods and semi-devils. Chapter 45, Ballsy. The thing that Mo Wuji was least afraid of was lightning. He did not even bother to dodge the lightning bolt as he directly used his knife to stab the crocodile's forehead. Dang! Mo Wuji almost thought that his knife stabbed a piece of steel. There were even sparks when his knife met the crocodile. Fortunately, this knife he got from Wu Fei was not bad. It did not even bend under the pressure. Pa! The lightning landed harshly on Mo Wuji's chest. Mo Wuji could feel a hot searing pain spreading throughout his body. After experiencing that near-death crisis in the lightning lake, Mo Wuji was no longer a rookie. He immediately controlled that lightning to enter his second meridian to break apart the clog. It might have been due to luck, but the lightning took the initiative to burn the clog. The searing pain rushed towards Mo Wuji's second meridian. Without a sound, Mo Wuji could faintly feel that part of the obstruction had been burnt off. While all this was taking place within his meridians, Mo Wuji immediately retreated and climbed to higher ground. This wasn't like the lightning lake, this was a place infested with sea beasts. If he lay on the floor, he would either be killed by the sea beasts or trampled to death. What came to him as a pleasant surprise was that the lightning bolts were gentler than those in the lightning lake. Fighting with these crocodiles was dangerous, but it was also an opportunity. If he was careful, he could very well open his second meridian. On the other hand, the lightning crocodile was a little shocked. Its deadly lightning actually failed to kill Mo Wuji. After a brief moment of inaction, it rushed towards Mo Wuji again, now with a greater vengeance. Seemingly, it was bitter and infuriate that Mo Wuji was not affected by its attack. Yet another lightning bolt raced towards Mo Wuji. This time, Mo Wuji was smarter. He knew he wasn't like that immortal master, he could not simply slice the lightning crocodile into 4 parts. He probably couldn't even slice it into 2 parts. It was hard to even leave a mark on the crocodile's hard scales. Mo Wuji continued to ignore that lightning bolt. In fact, he wasn't even fast enough to avoid it. When the lightning arrived together with the crocodile, Mo Wuji immediately used the knife in his hands to stab at the crocodile's throat. That immortal master was right, Mo Wuji's knife could pierce the crocodile's throat. The knife met with some resistance, but it was different from stabbing a hard steel plate like before. Red blood splurted out onto Mo Wuji's arm, causing half of his body to be stained bloody red. The lightning crocodile cried out, and sent out countless lightning flashes to converge onto Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's body became riddled with scars, even his hair was charred black. Yet another sensation of pain, Mo Wuji felt like his body was being cut into small pieces, and his body trembled endlessly. On the other hand, the lightning crocodile did not seem to be affected by the blood spurting out of its throat as it pounced angrily towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji had thoroughly infuriated this 6-footed lightning crocodile. The pain he felt was not for nothing. Mo Wuji could feel that his second meridian was opening wider. Mo Wuji bit his tongue, using his steadfast determination to force himself to stand up. At the same time, he opened a bottle of the channel opening solution and put it into his mouth. The surrounding people started to retreat. Mo Wuji did not kill the lightning crocodile, and only managed to anger it. No one was willing to bear the brunt of the crocodile's anger. Not only did Mo Wuji not retreat, he endured the excruciating pain as he pounced towards the lightning crocodile. Anyone who saw Mo Wuji would think of the same thing, this guy is mad. Under such heavy injuries, he did not retreat but chose to face the lightning crocodile. Was he crazy? Even if he was looking for death, he should not look for such a painful method. Pa. 2 more electro balls landed on Mo Wuji's chest. At the same time, Mo Wuji's knife also made its way to the crocodile's throat. The second meridian continued to be opened by the lightning. The crocodile's gaping wound also became bigger. The lightning crocodile had incredible vitality. Despite being stabbed twice, it still crazily rushed towards Mo Wuji. Experiencing near-death crises before, Mo Wuji was able to stay calm. He continued to drink another bottle of the channel opening solution and thrust out his knife. After 3 times, Mo Wuji's whole body was completely stained with blood. He didn't even know whether the blood was his or the crocodile's. Every time he was hit by the electro balls, he stubbornly stood back up, drinking the channel opening solution and stabbing out his knife. This became a cycle. Mo Wuji stabbed the crocodile sent lightning flashes or electro balls towards Mo Wuji drank the channel opening solution, Mo Wuji stabbed the crocodile. The surrounding people looked in shock. This lightning crocodile had incredible vitality, but this little servant had more. These 2 fellows seemed to be competing in their vitality and perseverance. the one who could no longer stand the pain became the loser. This servant definitely wasn't crazy. How could a crazy person last for so long? If not for the large numbers of lightning crocodiles, these people would have stopped to see the battle between Wuji and the lightning crocodile. Ultimately, the crocodile was still made of flesh and blood. After being stabbed by Wuji for close to 10 times, its huge 3 m long body collapsed on the deck. The moment the crocodile collapsed, Wuji felt his entire body being relieved. His second meridian was finally opened. Wuji's hands started to tremble. He did not know whether this was due to him using excessive force, or his sheer excitement from opening his second meridian. As he almost got killed by the lightning crocodile and felt a hellish amount of pain, he also received a new life. This kind of results earned from hardship made Wuji cherish them more. With 2 meridians opened, Wuji's whole body felt relieved but extremely fatigued. He needed to rest for a while. The scene of Wuji bravely using his little life to kill the lightning crocodile remained vividly in everyone's mind. Seemingly inspired by Wuji's heroic drive, war people started to bravely confront the lightning crocodiles. Countless people were killed, but countless lightning crocodiles were killed as well. After killing that crocodile, it was only normal for Wuji to sit down and rest. In fact, it would be weird if he didn't. But what made everyone go into disbelief was that after resting for a short quarter of an hour, Wuji drank his solution and rushed towards another lightning crocodile. A few people looked at Wuji in shock. Was this guy mad? Or was he just ballsy? With his previous performance, no one would blame him if he chose to retreat from the fight. In fact, his act of heroism might even get him the recognition of an immortal master. Wuji wasn't mad. He was very clear that this was a rare opportunity. He had his channel opening solution, and there was such an abundant source of lightning to help him open his meridians. Wouldn't he be an idiot if he did not grab this opportunity? His sharp knife stabbed into the crocodile's throat. Angry and infuriated, the crocodile pounced at Wuji and spit out an electro ball. The scene replayed itself. Wuji was constantly being struck by the lightning flashes or electro balls. He drank some solution and fought again. Over and over, the cycle continued. Wuji was never discouraged. This guy is ballsy. Some distance away, a young woman saw Wuji's actions and praised in surprise. A young man beside her laughed. He's just reckless, pitting his life against the sea demons. Well, you can't blame him. He has never cultivated nor made any contact with martial arts. He can only resort to this barbaric method. TL note: hi readers. We're starting a Twitter to interact with all of you. So do follow us at sparrowworks_. Let's read this together. Chapter 46, Killing with Borrowed Lightning. Bang! Wuji was once again sent flying by the 6-footed lightning crocodile, but this time, he did not get back up. After sending Wuji flying off, the lightning crocodile also slumped to the ground, never to rise again. Wuji sighed in his heart. With just 1 or 2 more lightning strikes, he might be able to open his 3rd meridian. Unfortunately, his body was too weak, and he could no longer carry on. If the surrounding people knew that Wuji was complaining that his body was too weak, they would probably strangle him. In actuality, ever since Wuji opened his 1st meridian, his body was tempered under the lightning lake, which caused his physical strength to be above average. If not for that, he would not have lasted for so long. Swallow this spiritual pill, an indifferent voice sounded in Wuji's ear. Wuji looked around, but he did not see anyone near him who might have been speaking to him. In his hands was a pill. The pill was a little bigger than a bean, and there was a pleasant fragrance from it. Wuji did not hesitate and directly put the spiritual pill into his mouth. If this expert wanted to kill Wuji, he did not need to waste this pill. He could simply have ended Wuji's life there and then. Furthermore, the mere aroma of this pill invigorated Wuji. It definitely was not something bad. The moment the pill entered his mouth, it felt like there were multiple cold springs emerging in Mo Wuji's body. Mo Wuji could clearly feel his damage subsiding. In just a few seconds, Mo Wuji could easily stand up. He noticed that his skin, which was charred and scarred, was surprisingly in the process of healing. Compared this kind of spiritual pill, his experience as biologist seemed like trash. If not for his experience allowing him to refine the channel opening solution, he would be useless. The sounds of lightning and screams of pain could be heard in the distance. Mo Wuji slapped himself to his senses. This was a vicious battle. The immortal master who passed him the pill surely did not want him to stay at the sidelines. Moreover, he also did not want to watch by the sides. Drinking another bottle of channel opening solution, Mo Wuji once again charged to the front. Ka! The moment Mo Wuji rushed forward, a lightning bolt landed on his chest. However, Mo Wuji had largely recovered and this flash of lightning actually did not send him flying. With a thrust of his knife, he accurately stabbed this crocodile's throat. As he pulled the knife out, a gush of blood splurted out. Countless lightning flashes landed on Mo Wuji's body, but he seemingly did not care as he continued to stab the crocodile with the knife in his hands. Ka ka! The moment the lightning landed on his body, the clear, crisp sound of his meridian opening rang out. This sound was accompanied by the waves of pleasure. The feeling was simply too wonderful. Mo Wuji even felt like he could fly and touch the sky. He knew that this was just a false impression, but the comfort from opening his third meridian inundated him. He did not hesitate to stab the crocodile once more. At the same time, his hand went into his pocket. He searched for a brief moment, only to come away empty. Mo Wuji had completely depleted his channel opening solution. In Mo Wuji's mind, there was only one thought: this means I can't open more meridians. Pa! Ka! Two more lightning flashes landed on Mo Wuji's body. Mo Wuji immediately retreated. Without any more channel opening solution, he was no longer willing to be struck by the crocodile's lightning. He was not a fool. As Mo Wuji retreated, the enraged and bloodied crocodile rushed to give chase. Mo Wuji had accumulated some experience from fighting these lightning crocodiles. They fight with a vengeance. If he did not kill this 6-footed lightning crocodile now, he would not be able to make a full retreat. Determined, Mo Wuji no longer retreated. He thrusted his knife and pierced the crocodile's throat. At the same time, he saw a red figure running towards him. Behind him was an angry lightning crocodile. This fella probably infuriated this lightning crocodile. Seeing Mo Wuji, the red figure called out in fright, "Friend, please save me. I will get you unimaginable riches and glory." With Mo Wuji's ability, saving this fellow was as easy as flipping him pong. He just needed to block the oncoming lightning and this fellow would have the chance of surviving. If it was anyone else, Mo Wuji would not hesitate to save him. However, after noticing who that fellow was, Mo Wuji was enraged. He was the red-robed man who ripped Qin Xiangyu's tent apart. If not for the sea beast attack, something bad might have happened to Qin Xiangyu. Hurry and save him. Just as Mo Wuji was about to turn his back and run away, an anxious voice called out to him. Mo Wuji sneered in his heart. He acted as though he did not hear the voice and he shifted his body to the side. At this instant, the crocodile chasing after him pounced towards him. He had never avoided any crocodile's attack before, but he somehow managed to do so this time around. Pa, poof. The two lightning crocodile's bolts landed on the red-robed man. The red-robed man was already heavily injured. He could no longer hold on, and he fell to the ground. The lightning crocodile which was chasing after him pounced on his body, crushing his throat. His eyes no longer showed any signs of life. "You're looking for death." A silhouette came flying over, landing by Mo Wuji's side, throwing a punch towards him. As the punch was launched, Mo Wuji felt a powerful, overwhelming force. This force filled Mo Wuji's heart with horror. The power behind it was too strong. Xiao Feng, are you looking for death? Don't think that who can do as you please just because you're from the Jade Net sect. This is not a place where you can freely kill people, a cold snort sounded. A middle-aged man with an indifferent expression landed behind Mo Wuji. The moment those words were uttered, the incoming powerful force also disappeared without a trace. This voice was very familiar. It was the voice of the person who gave him the spiritual pill. Mo Wuji was about to express his gratitude when another bright light flashed by. Under this bright light, the lightning crocodile Mo Wuji was fighting with was sliced into two pieces. In fact, it wasn't just one lightning crocodile, but two. Xiao Feng, you're too much. This performance of this junior here was so heroic. He pitted his life to battle the 6-footed lightning crocodile. On the other hand, you were just looking by the side. Now you want to indiscriminately kill him? Another silhouette landed. This time, it was a beautiful woman in a yellow dress. She had silky hair and snow-like skin. If not for the coldness in her eyes, her beauty would have increased by 3 points. Senior Qin, Junior Apprentice Sister 1, you heard what happened. I asked him to save Huo Zhenhu, but he didn't do so. Furthermore, he timed his dodge so that both the lightning bolts would land on Huo Zhenhu, the man called Xiao Feng said with a frown. TL note, hi readers. We're starting a Twitter to interact with all of you. So do follow us at sparrowworks_, let's read this together. Chapter 47, Luo High Merchant House Contribution Points. The yellow-dressed woman sneered, Xiao Feng, he has never cultivated, and his martial arts is also very weak. He was able to kill 2 6-footed lightning crocodiles, depending desperately on his healing solution and his cruel ruthlessness. Do you think he could actually save your friend from 2 of those crocodiles? Junior Apprentice Sister 1 I did not mean. Xiao Feng frowned and stuttered to explain himself. The yellow-dressed woman waved her hand, Xiao Feng, call me Chu 1 I am not your junior apprentice sister. You are from the Jade Net sect, I am from the Heavenly Temple. We are from different sections. Since that's the case, I will talk to you as a friend. As a talented disciple from a big sect, you should be more lenient and tolerant. In this aspect, Senior Ho Yuqing is a lot better than you. Xiao Feng's face turned angry, don't compare me to that B*****. The yellow-dressed woman did not continue speaking. Mo Wuji was about to thank the immortal Master Qin and the yellow-dressed woman, but a burst of shouting came over. Mo Wuji subconsciously looked back, and saw that the dense crocodile and toad horde had been pushed back. On the deck, only a heavy scent of blood and several corpses all over the place remained. Some of these corpses were the crocodiles, some were the passengers. The dead passengers were all charred lightning. On the other hand, only a few of the lightning crocodiles were actually killed by stabs to the throat. Most of them were actually cut into 2 halves. Mo Wuji did not need to ask to know that most of them were killed by immortal masters. Wuji, are you alright? After the lightning crocodiles were forced to retreat, Yuan Zhini immediately ran to find Mo Wuji. Previously, he was forced to separate from Mo Wuji. It was already hard for him to protect himself, much less divert his attention to look out for Mo Wuji. I'm okay. How about Buer? Mo Wuji asked with a hint of worry. Wuji, brother Zhini, I'm fine, Ding Buer called over. His body was also charred black. It looked like it really wasn't easy for him to have survived that attack. Immortal Masters, thank you for helping us. Seeing that both Yuan Zhini and Ding Buer were alright, Mo Wuji turned and bowed to Immortal Master Qin and the yellow-dressed woman. The yellow-dressed woman nodded her head, but did not say a word. On the other hand, the Immortal Master surnamed Qin stared at Mo Wuji for a while, and said, your performance just now was not bad. You can apply for a single room. Mo Wuji quickly replied, thank you Immortal Master, but I'm living well in the shared house. Mo Wuji had somehow offended that Xiao Feng. Mo Wuji had no means of protecting himself against an expert like Xiao Feng. If he stayed by himself in the single room, he might be killed and no one would even know what happened. At least it would be safer in the large shared house. Immortal Master Qin did not press on. Instead, he asked, "How are your spiritual roots?" Mo Wuji said self-deprecatingly, "I had it tested once before. My spiritual roots are very weak, they are no better than mortal roots." Mo Wuji was definitely lying. He did not test for his spiritual roots once, but twice. Furthermore, his spiritual roots weren't weak, they weren't there at all. He was a plain mortal with mortal roots. Mo Wuji did not say that to impress Immortal Master Qin so that he would be invited to join Immortal Master Qin's sect. He was afraid that he might actually have spiritual roots now that he had opened 3 meridians. Thus, he said that to leave himself a backdoor. When Immortal Master Qin heard Mo Wuji's words, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He shook his head before he turned and jumped away, instantly disappearing without a trace. With Mo Wuji's perseverance and determination, he would have been a good seedling to nurture. However, a good seedling still needed to cultivate. Without spiritual roots, Mo Wuji was just a mere mortal. His perseverance could only get him so far. The yellow-dressed woman's eyes also revealed a trace of regret. Afterwards, she also turned and left. Xiao Feng did not stay to trouble Mo Wuji. Instead, he quickly followed the yellow-dressed woman. The whole deck was filled with fresh blood. Some people have already started cleaning the bodies. Mo Wuji roughly estimated there were at least 2,000 people who died. In just one attack, so many had died. If there continued to have more attacks, then less than half of the passengers on this ship would actually reach Luo. Mo Wuji suddenly understood why no one carried out their private vengeances on this ship. If there were more people on this ship, then their chances of surviving a sea beast attack would also be higher. Except for the strong immortal masters, everyone here could die at any moment. "Wuji, your injuries aren't light, Yuanjini worriedly said the moment Immortal Master Qin and company left. He saw that Mo Wuji's body was drenched in blood, and Mo Wuji's body was also charred all over. As a result, he thought that Mo Wuji was heavily injured. However, Mo Wuji knew that his injuries weren't actually very heavy. This was due to spiritual pill which Immortal Master Qin gave him. "Jinny, I'm fine. We'll talk when we get back." At this moment, a brown-robed man called out to Mo Wuji. "Please wait. May I ask, are you Mo Wuji from the 32nd shared house from Changyan State?" 1. Mo Wuji looked at the brown-robed man in surprise. He did not even know this person. However, this brown-robed man was different. He had a book in his hands, which he seemed to be looking at for details. "Yes, I'm Mo Wuji." Mo Wuji nodded his head and answered doubtfully. The brown-robed man looked up from his book, as he smiled and said, "That's good. I am a personnel from the Luo High Merchant House. Just now, you killed 2 6-footed lightning crocodiles. I believe that it will not be convenient for you to always be carrying their corpses with you wherever you go, right? Our company is actually interested in buying them. Would you prefer your payment in gold coins, or in our Luo High Merchant House contribution points?" "What? The lightning crocodiles belong to whoever killed them? Not the immortal masters of this ship?" "All right, the immortal masters probably wouldn't care much about low-level beasts like the 6-footed lightning crocodiles." "Wuji, you actually killed 2 of those lightning crocodiles?" Yuanjini looked at Mo Wuji in short. Ever since Mo Wuji defeated the guard from Inhan State within a single exchange, Yuanjini knew that Mo Wuji had some moves under his sleeves. However, even when he overestimated Mo Wuji, he would never have expected Mo Wuji to kill 2 6-footed lightning crocodiles. Mo Wuji nodded his head. "That's right, I killed 2 of those lightning crocodiles just now." Mo Wuji then turned to the brown-robed man and asked, "Senior, may I inquire more about the Luo High Merchant House contribution points?" The brown-robed man quickly said, "Luo High Merchant House's customers are either individual or regular customers. There are 5 grades for regular customers, which are orange, green, blue, indigo, and purple, in an ascending order. As long as you purchase anything from Luo High Merchant House, you can sign up for our orange card. These cards can accumulate points, and when you get sufficient points, you can upgrade your card. Brother Mo killed 2 lightning crocodiles. We are willing to pay you 20,000 gold coins. Alternatively, we can also offer you 200 Luo High Merchant House contribution points. 20,000 gold coins was considered a large amount for an average person. However, it did not mean much to Mo Wuji. He immediately asked, "What can the contribution points be used for?" The brown-robed man laughed and said, "Our contribution points can be exchanged for anything within our store. Cultivation manuals, pills, even spiritual tools can be exchanged." "I want contribution points." Mo Wuji did not wait for the brown-robed man to finish talking. The moment he heard cultivation manuals, he did not hesitate to choose contribution points. He continued to ask, "How many contribution points would it take to exchange for a cultivation manual?" The brown-robed man's tone became serious. "Well, that would depend on the grade. The lowest graded ones could be around 1,000 or even 10,000 contribution points. The highest graded ones could not even be bought even if you had 1,000,000 contribution points." Mo Wuji sighed. He desperately fought to kill those 2 lightning crocodiles, but they were only worth 200 contribution points. Even getting the lowest grade cultivation manual would be a pipe dream. "Then may I ask how I can earn more contribution points?" Mo Wuji hurriedly asked. The brown-robed man answered, "There are many ways. You can exchange spiritual ingredients, ores, pills, or even complete assignments. All these can be exchanged for contribution points. 1. Please note that Mo Wuji is currently acting as an attendant of Ji Xing, who was from the Chang'an state. TL note, hi readers. We're starting a Twitter to interact with all of you. So do follow us at sparrowworks_. Let's read this together. Chapter 48, The Royal Capital Chan Luo. After obtaining 200 contribution points, Mo Wuji and Yuanjini returned to the shared house. When Mo Wuji returned, he found that out of the original 50 inhabitants, there were at most 30 people left. In just one sea beast attack, 40% of the people in this room were gone. The atmosphere in the room was tense. The moment Mo Wuji and Yuanjini entered, almost everyone stood up. Their faces revealed an expression of respect and awe. They clearly knew about Mo Wuji's wildness and ruthlessness. Single-handedly killing 2 lightning crocodiles, this was a feat which, besides the immortal masters, only the extremely powerful martial artists could do. What does this mean? Mo Wuji looked puzzledly at everyone. Brother Mo, you really killed 2 6-footed lightning crocodiles? The refined and gentle-looking Tang Boxian stepped forward and asked. He had a trace of disbelief in his eyes. He only took the initiative to ask as his relationship with Mo Wuji was not bad. Mo Wuji laughed, that was just luck. Oh right, where's Yuanji? Tang Boxian's expression immediately sunk. Yuanji will not be coming back. Mo Wuji sighed in his heart. People really needed luck. In terms of wit and agility, Tang Boxian could not compare to Yuanji. Alas, Yuanji was gone, but Tang Boxian returned safe and sound. Initially, when the people in the shared house heard of the news on Mo Wuji, they were all discussing in disbelief. However, after hearing Mo Wuji personally confirming the news, the room quietened down again. Thank you, big brother Mo. Qin Xiangyu, who was already in her tent, suddenly came out and bowed towards Mo Wuji. Her tone held deep gratitude and admiration. Mo Wuji knew that she must have seen his plot on the red-robed man. He nodded towards her, before facing and speaking to the crowd. I need to rest. I believe all of us do. Please try your best not to make so much noise. In the shared house, Mo Wuji's words were like the imperial edict. After hearing his words, everyone went back to their own spots to rest. The whole room became quieter than before, and whenever people spoke, they would choose to whisper. Everyone knew that this was not due to the 20 less people in the share house, but it was due to Mo Wuji's preference for silence. It might be due to Chu Waner's warnings, or the fact that Mo Wuji was not even worth his time, that Sha Feng did not come to cause trouble for Mo Wuji. After understanding the price of cultivation manuals, Mo Wuji no longer intended to take part in the auction. The tens of thousands of gold coins he had on him might seem like a lot, but it was far from purchasing cultivation manuals and other items of the like. Throughout the journey, the ship encountered several sea beast attacks. However, it wasn't attacked by the 6-footed lightning crocodile horde, nor were the attacks in as large a scale. Mo Wuji did not cultivate, but his lightning essence occasionally appeared to help him deal some critical, killing blows. Together with Yuanjini, they were not at an advantageous position, but they were able to hold their ground. The two of them were able to kill quite a number of sea beasts. However, these beasts could not be compared to the 6-footed lightning crocodile. Mo Wuji only managed to add 50 contribution points to his orange card. After 2 months, only 20 people in Mo Wuji's shared house survived when the Spring Sea finally arrived at Xinghan's royal capital, Changluo. As the Spring Sea approached the shore, everyone within the ship flocked out to the deck. Even the immortal masters could not control the rush. After 2 consecutive months of suppression, and constantly facing the threat of death, the sight of land really excited everyone. Fortunately, the immortal masters did not try to control the crowd. Due to this mad rush, there were some incidences of people falling down and were eventually trampled to death. However, no one really cared or stopped. In just half an instant of time, more than half of the ship had departed. Mo Wuji and Yuanjini did not squeeze with the crowd. Instead, they walked slowly at the back. They were already at Changluo. Why the need to rush? Wuji, you don't need to follow us anymore. After arriving at Changluo, you are free to do what you want. On the other hand, I will stay with Ji Xing and attend the Spring Immortals Gate a month from now. Yuanjini knew that Mo Wuji did not have spiritual roots, and would not want to join him and wait for the start of the Spring Immortals Gate. Indeed, Mo Wuji did not intend to stay with Yuanjini and Ji Xing. He needed to find a place to stay before secretly testing for his spiritual roots. Now that he had opened 3 meridians, it was still unclear whether he would have spiritual roots. Furthermore, even if he did not have spiritual roots, he still wanted to try all means possible to acquire a cultivation manual, and attempt to stimulate the lightning essence within his body. At the same time, Mo Wuji would still participate in the Spring Immortals Gate. After all, the sects would be looking for some service disciples. He might not be able to be a true disciple of the sect, but being a service disciple wouldn't be too bad. Then we'll go our separate ways. If I need to, where can I find you? Mo Wuji knew that Yuanjini and Ji Xing would not be like him. They would definitely have a fixed place to stay. Brother Wuji, Jini and I will be staying at Faraway Inn. If you need Jini, you can find him there. Ji Xing took the initiative to reply Mo Wuji. After 2 months aboard the same ship, he had seen how strong Mo Wuji could be. Among all the house attendants and personal guards, there were very few who were able to single-handedly kill 2 6-footed lightning crocodiles like Mo Wuji did. If Mo Wuji had spiritual roots, he would have lowered his status and made friends with Mo Wuji. Unfortunately, Mo Wuji did not have spiritual roots. It didn't matter how strong he was, he would always be destined to be immortal. The moment Ji Xing enters a sect and cultivates for a year or 2, he would definitely be stronger than Mo Wuji. In his eyes, smiling and laughing with Mo Wuji was already a great sign of respect. Mo Wuji did not know the thoughts in Ji Xing's mind. Even if he did, he would not care much about it. After waving goodbye to Yuanjini, he soon disappeared within the crowd. He did not need to bother about Yuanjini and Ding Buer. Yuanjini had his own plans while Ding Buer would be following Han Ning to the Spring Immortals Gate. There, Ding Buer would also have a chance to be a service disciple. It was only Mo Wuji who did not have anywhere to go to. However, he was still in a pleasant mood. In Raozhou, he was constantly in fear, and did not dare to go out. Now, he had finally gained his freedom. Every breath he took felt extremely fresh to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji glanced back at the vast ocean he just came from. One day, he would definitely return. Changluo, the royal capital of Xinghan Empire. Mo Wuji had yet to enter the city itself, but he could feel and bustle and the distinguished aura. Several spacious bluestone roads were cobbled together. From afar, the roads looked like a long blue dragon. Each road was filled with an endless flow of people. Raozhou could already be considered bustling, but it was like a small town compared to Changluo. The majestic city tower and the huge and spacious city gates filled Mo Wuji's heart with fervor. Changluo, this was where Mo Wuji would go big. Mo Wuji quickened his footsteps as he followed the crowds on the bluestone roads into Changluo. TL note: hi readers. We're starting a Twitter to interact with all of you. So do follow us at sparrowworks_. Let's read this together. Chapter 49, Living in Tianluo Hotel. Raozhou was already industrialized. Logically, Changluo should have been more heavily industrialized and should possess more advanced technology. However, Mo Wuji felt a greater atmosphere of culture over technology in Changluo. The buildings and halls made Mo Wuji feel like he was taken back in history. The shophouses reminded Mo Wuji of some historical shophouses. Furthermore, all of these shophouses were grand and beautiful. Mo Wuji needed to find living accommodations as soon as possible. With the coming Spring Immortals Gate conference, living accommodations would be quickly snapped up. If he took his time, he might actually end up sleeping on the streets. Mo Wuji's premonition was right. He went through at least a dozen hotels, but he did not manage to find a room. Just as Mo Wuji was ready to lower his standards, he saw three huge words: Tianluo Hotel. Tianluo Hotel may not be in the most crowded part of the city, but it was definitely not remote. Furthermore, the exterior of Tianluo Hotel looked a lot better than the dozen inns he previously went through. Mo Wuji guessed that this kind of hotel probably would not have any rooms. Still, he entered the hotel with a maybe attitude. At that moment, a woman hurriedly walked out the hotel with her head lowered. As she walked out, she brushed her shoulders against Mo Wuji. Even though it was just a mere brushing of shoulders, Mo Wuji could see that she had a perfect figure. She was definitely a beautiful woman. Looking at the luxurious entrance hall, Mo Wuji felt like he was back in a 6-star hotel on Earth. As Mo Wuji entered the hotel, a pretty girl bowed and greeted him. Are you looking for a place to stay or a particular person? I'm looking for a place to stay. Are there any rooms? Mo Wuji hurriedly asked. The girl said with a smile, our ordinary and VIP rooms have all been booked. However, we still have a superior classroom. The person living in that room just left. If you want it, you would need to pay 2 full months of accommodation costs. Mo Wuji suddenly recalled the woman who hastily left the hotel as he was entering. If she was the one who vacated the hotel room, then his luck was really too good. How much does it cost for 2 months? Mo Wuji did not wait for the girl to finish and he immediately interrupted. The girl maintained her smile and she calmly said, as it is period of the Spring Immortals Gate, our rooms are priced 10 times higher. Our superior classrooms would cost 10,000 gold coins per month. So it would be 20,000 gold coins for 2 months. Mo Wuji exhaled a breath of cold air. The price wasn't high, it was outrageously high. If he did not earn money from his sale of penicillin, he would not even be able to set an eye on the room. Here's 20,000 gold coins. I will be living for 2 months. Despite the outrageously high prices, Mo Wuji gritted his teeth and did not hesitate to take out 2 banknotes worth 10,000 gold coins each. He did not have the rights to participate in the Spring Immortals Gate. However, the Spring Immortals Gate was still a once-in-a-lifetime of opportunity for Mo Wuji. Besides looking for geniuses, the sects would also be taking in service disciples. If it was revealed that he had spiritual roots, he might even be taken in as an outer disciple. Even being a service disciple of a big sect would be useful for his cultivation. Just like how students aiming to enter Peking University would stay near the university, Mo Wuji wanted to be near the venue for the Spring Immortals Gate if wanted to join a sect. During this period, he would have a good rest and maintain a good body condition. He could easily find ways to earn his money back, but he could not easily find such an opportunity. If he left the hotel now to find cheaper alternatives, he might end up with nowhere to live in. Furthermore, this hotel looked extremely grand and prestigious. He might actually meet some immortal masters during his stay here. The pretty girl did not expect Mo Wuji to take out the 20,000 gold coins. Besides immortal masters, only royalty or the extremely rich could afford to stay here. Judging Mo Wuji's ordinary-looking appearance, he did not look like someone who could afford to stay in this hotel. Previously, she maintained her smile simply out of courtesy. "Is there any problem?" Seeing the girl's blank look, Mo Wuji hurried and asked. With such a tight supply of rooms, it would naturally be better to enter one as soon as possible. "Oh, nothing's wrong. Please wait as I check you in." The girl immediately returned to her senses and she respectfully helped Mo Wuji go through the formalities. In just a few minutes, Mo Wuji got the room key and the occupant identity card. He was staying in room 0182, which was on the 3rd floor. "Are there still any rooms?" Just as Mo Wuji got his key, an anxious voice called out. It was a young girl speaking. She had thick eyebrows and big eyes, which made her look extremely stoic. Unfortunately, her stoicism caused her to lose much of her woman's charm. By her side was a young man with a sword on his back. "I am extremely sorry. The last room has been booked by this friend over here," the receptionist politely replied. When the young girl heard those words, she immediately turned to Mo Wuji. "Give me your key. I will give you double the fee. I'm just in need for rest, so I cannot give you my room." Sorry, naturally, Mo Wuji would not give up on his plans for the sake of some gold coins. Triple. The thick-browed girl wrinkled her brows. After sizing Mo Wuji up, she decided to increase the price. After offering this price, she immediately added, "Kid, be contented. Don't be too greedy and cause trouble for yourself. Little girl, may I ask what's the price for one night in your best room here?" Mo Wuji disliked people who tried to solve their problems using money. Furthermore, she even tried to threaten him. Unfortunately for her, Mo Wuji was not a person who was scared of threats. Hearing Mo Wuji call her little girl, the receptionist blushed as she replied, "The best room is the Immortal Master Room. It costs 10,000 gold coins a night." "Okay, I will take the best Immortal Master Room. You can give them my room for free." Mo Wuji waved his hand and said arrogantly. The receptionist answered apologetically, "I am extremely sorry. We don't have any more Immortal Master Rooms." "Oh, since that's the case, I will stop trolling." Mo Wuji turned to look at the thick-browed girl. He laughed at her as he walked up the steps. The receptionist did not understand what Mo Wuji meant by trolling, but she could tell that Mo Wuji was not happy with the thick-browed girl. A mere mortal dares to be so arrogant? I will definitely teach him a lesson. The thick-browed girl finally understood that Mo Wuji must have been ridiculing her. By her side, the young man honestly said, "Junior apprentice sister, since there are no more rooms, let's just find another hotel. Furthermore, we secretly slipped out. If we made too much trouble and the house finds out." Seemingly awoken by the words of the honest young man, the thick-browed girl hatefully said, "That kid. He better not fall into my hands. If not, he will understand the power of the heavenly Arya Palace. Let's go." Seeing the two walk out, the receptionist seemed to recall something as her face revealed an expression of fear. She subconsciously looked in the direction of Mo Wuji's room, and prayed for him silently in her heart. Chapter 50, Immortal Mortal Technique. Having rested for only a day, Mo Wuji left his accommodation and headed towards Luo Hai Merchant House. There was still a month to the Spring Immortals Gate Conference, so Mo Wuji decided to look around for his much-desired cultivation technique. It's alright if he couldn't afford it, there's no harm in taking a look. As to the brewing of the channel opening solution, Mo Wuji was surprisingly not anxious. Even if he managed to brew the solution, the absence of lightning would render it ineffective. The austerity of Luo High Merchant House contrasted greatly with the opulence of Tian Luo Hotel. Two statues of an unknown beast stood menacingly at its entrance. The wide doors of the merchant house thronged with people, and as Mo Wuji followed the crowd into the house, he instantly smelt the aroma of drugs. The lobby on the first floor was packed with a myriad of drugs, arranged neatly into clean and transparent cabinets. With a cursory gaze, it appeared as if nothing was missing. The names of the drugs along with their functions, grades, together with their ingredients, the names of their brewers and even the main herbs that went into making them, were all clearly labeled. Mo Wuji had previously explored the pharmacies of Raozhou City. However, it was only at that moment did he realize that the drugs of the pharmacies of Raozhou were merely supplements. Behind every counter sat an attendant. As long as the customers did not inquire about the prices, the attendant would sit motionless. However, once the customers made an inquiry of any sort, the attendant would promptly reply with his recommendations and suggestions. Mo Wuji took it all in appreciatively. He hated entering a shop where the attendant swamped him with questions even though he didn't express any desires to make a purchase. How could one make an observation of the products of any sort under those conditions? After walking around, Mo Wuji did not purchase any drugs. The only drugs he could use here were the healing pills, the cheapest of which cost at least hundreds of gold coins. The efficacy of these drugs was unlikely to surpass his penicillin. After looking at those drugs, Mo Wuji began to have a newfound appreciation of the revolutionary properties of his penicillin. Once penicillin entered mass production, it would only cost a few silver coins, perhaps even bronze coins. The difference between penicillin and these drugs could not have been greater. Mo Wuji went up to the second floor, which contained pills like the first. Judging from their packaging and appearance, they appeared to be a cut above those on the first floor. He did not browse any further, as he could not afford any of them. On the third floor, Mo Wuji saw cultivation manuals. Immediately, he made a beeline for them. The Sagittarius Book of Life Energy, Normal Mortal Grade, is going for 8,000 contribution points or 1 million gold coins. The Chi Circulation Longevity Scroll, Elite Mortal Grade is going for 50,000 contribution points or 6 million gold coins. The Whirlwind Power Punch, Elite Mortal Grade, is going for 76,000 contribution points or 8 million gold coins. Mo Wuji made a round, with his heart growing heavier as he walked. All the money that he possessed could not even purchase the cover page of the cheapest cultivation manual. "May I ask what are you seeking, friend?" Noticing the change in Mo Wuji's eyes after he lifted up his head again, an attendant hurried towards him. Mo Wuji quickly composed himself, forced a smile and asked, "May I ask, why are all the techniques here mortal grade? Also, what is the difference between normal mortal grade and elite mortal grade?" Upon hearing Mo Wuji's words, the attendant realized that the prospects of a deal were shattered. How could he purchase cultivation manuals if he couldn't even understand the grading system? Fortunately, the attendant hadn't been here for long. He patiently explained, "The techniques are divided into 3 grades, Heaven, Earth, and Mortal Grade. The Heaven grade is naturally the highest. Every grade is then subdivided into normal, elite and treasured tiers. The techniques of the Earth grade are considered too high-leveled, so we don't sell them here." The attendant deliberately did not mention that the shop did not even sell many techniques belonging to the treasured mortal grade, let alone those of the Earth grade. So the techniques of the Heaven grade is the highest, Mo Wuji muttered to himself. If it were possible to purchase Heaven grade techniques, how much money would be required? The combined wealth of the planet was unlikely to be sufficient to purchase one. The attendant took the chance to show off his knowledge and said laughingly, "Normally you can find the techniques from these 3 grades in most marketplaces. But I've heard of techniques belonging to a grade above the heaven grade. It's called the immortal grade. Those are the true ways of immortality. Mo Wuji pointed questioningly at the Qi circulation longevity scroll and asked, "Can't this technique prolong your life and also allow you to achieve immortality?" The attendant, patient as ever, replied, "This is a technique to absorb the spiritual energy from the heaven and earth to cultivate the body. Of course one could obtain longevity, but it's different from living forever. How should I put it?" The attendant thought for a long while before realizing that he had no suitable analogy. Finally, he thought of something. He pointed to a cultivation manual in a corner and said to Mo Wuji, "For example, that book." Mo Wuji rushed over to take a look. Immortal Mortal. Mo Wuji felt his heart beat faster. What an arrogant name! How could a mortal be immortal? Almost immediately, his gaze fell upon the price. 1,000 contribution points or 110,000 gold coins. Why is it so cheap? Mo Wuji asked immediately. The attendant chuckled and replied, "Take a look at its grade and you shall know why is it so cheap." Mo Wuji felt as if he had just seen his crush sitting next to him. It's almost as if he could smell her fragrance. His heart thumped uncontrollably as his body shook. The mortal grade technique. Looking at that statement, Mo Wuji exclaimed with disbelief, "How is that possible? How could it be? Even if it's mortal grade, why is it so cheap?" The attendant looked at Mo Wuji's stunned appearance, and suddenly felt like adding a few more sentences. Perhaps that guy would eventually fork out the money to buy it. Just as the attendant was prepared to coax Mo Wuji into buying it, a gentle voice said, "This technique can be found everywhere, and the price here is the most expensive. A street vendor or a small shop would probably sell it to you for 20 or 30,000 gold coins. You might even get one for just 10,000 gold coins. Because this technique could only be practiced until channel opening stage level 9 before the user is forced to change techniques. Furthermore, the method of practicing it is extremely difficult. Also, to reach channel opening stage level 9 with this technique would take up considerably more energy and resources compared to other techniques." The speaker turned out to be a smiling man of average stature. The words of this man splashed upon Mo Wuji like a bucket of cold water. He thought he finally found a bargain, when in actual fact the whole street was selling it. "Thank you, mister, for your advice." Despite the aching disappointment in his heart, Mo Wuji raised his hands in an appreciative gesture. The attendant said sheepishly, "While the whole street is selling this, at least our store is selling the complete version. The versions of the technique sold by the street vendors have missing content, and are made from coarse materials. I promise you, I sell at least 10 copies of this technique here." The man nodded his head and said, "That's true, you can trust the brand of Luo Hai Merchant House." Chapter 51, Basics of Cultivation. "About that, could you let me take a look at that technique?" Mo Wuji sighed to himself, wanting to lay his eyes on this immortal mortal technique. He had no other way, the amount of money he had could only afford some techniques of the masses. "No problem." The shop assistant took the immortal mortal technique manual out from the glass display case and handed it to Mo Wuji with a smile. He did not have the permission to do so for other techniques, but at least for this one, he could make such a decision. The moment Mo Wuji intended to open the manual, the middle-aged man laughed. "My suggestion would be that if you want to make progress in your cultivation for the long term, it would be better to accumulate some points and purchase a higher quality mortal technique. The immortal mortal technique only goes by this name in this shop. Once you leave the shop, this technique goes by another name." "What's the other name?" Mo Wuji blurted. The middle-aged man pointed at the manual in Mo Wuji's hands. "Once you open this manual, you will be able to see its actual name." With that, Mo Wuji hurriedly flipped open the manual. Below the words Immortal Mortal Technique, there were a few small unassuming words, Basics of Cultivation. When Mo Wuji saw those 3 words, he almost coughed up blood. If this middle-aged man did not remind him, he would have bought this manual. What's more, if anyone asked him, he would say that he was training in the immortal mortal technique, which might make him a big laughing stock. The shop assistant saw that something was amiss, and quickly added, "This is the most basic of the beginner techniques. If you train with this technique, even if you change to another technique in the future, there will be no negative effects. I can assure you, there are no other techniques that are more foundational than this one." Mo Wuji retorted snidely, "Of course there will be no negative effects. Didn't I just hear that training this immortal mortal technique requires a large amount of time and resources? By the time I have the ability to change to other techniques, won't I already be close to dying from old age?" The shop assistant chuckled, but did not rebut what Mo Wuji said. The middle-aged man spoke once again. "Technically this shop assistant is not wrong. Even though the technique takes up a long period of time for training, but it has been passed down for countless years, and went through all kinds of refinement, thus making it flawless. Whenever you have a higher quality cultivation technique, you can really swap it out at any moment." Mo Wuji flipped the manual open. The shop assistant did not lie about its contents. The technique was highly detailed, not only stating clearly how to circulate spiritual energy, but also showing diagrams indicating the direction of flow within spirit channels. On top of that, there were introductions to certain parts of the spirit channel network in the body. Mo Wuji never cultivated before, and no one had ever taught him how to. The positions and names of spirit channels were completely foreign to him. What more the direction of flow within them? The shop assistant took out another book and passed it to Mo Wuji. "My friend, if you purchase the immortal mortal technique from me, I will also give you this introductory book on spirit channels for free." Mo Wuji closed the manual, saying to the shop assistant, "Could you stop bringing up immortal mortal technique? What I want to buy now is this basics of cultivation. Speak. What is the lowest price that you can offer?" "That's right, I still have 250 points. How much money would I have to add on top of that to get this manual and the free gift?" He was rather impatient. Either he bought this manual, or he would leave the shop empty-handed. The amount of money he had could not purchase anything else. Hearing that Mo Wuji really intended to purchase this basics of cultivation, the shop assistant immediately broke into a smile and said, "Just add 70,000 gold coins. I'll add another 50,000 gold coins. If you are willing to sell it, I will take it off your hands immediately. Otherwise, I'll go to another shop." Mo Wuji said without hesitation. Subtracting the money spent at the hotel, he only had approximately 100,000 gold coins on him. He would have to scrimp and save this sum of money. Initially, he felt that 100,000 gold coins was a large sum. But only after walking into the shop did Mo Wuji realize that he was poorer than a beggar. At this rate, he would have to find some way to earn money for meals. Deal. The shop assistant passed both the immortal mortal technique and the introduction to spirit channels to Mo Wuji without hesitation. Mo Wuji took out the orange rewards card to pay with his 250 points, then taking out a $50,000 gold note. He finally obtained the cultivation technique of his dreams, the immortal mortal technique. No wait, it's the basics of cultivation. Carefully wrapping both books up and stuffing them into his clothes, Mo Wuji decided to find somewhere to test his spirit roots, before going back and seeing if he could cultivate. As Mo Wuji was about to leave, he turned around and saw that the middle-aged man had not left yet. The man did not know Mo Wuji at all, but yet still helped to explain many things to him. It looked like this guy was here to look for him, but he had just arrived in Chanluo City. "Thanks, brother, for all those explanations. I noticed that you've been here for quite some time. Could it be that you're here to look for me?" Mo Wuji respectfully asked. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. "I didn't help much just now, and you still purchased this manual in the end. But you're right, I'm here for you." Without prompting from Mo Wuji, he explained, "This is a token representing a service disciple of the Formless Blade sect." Mo Wuji instinctively took the ice-cold token, and asked with suspicion, "But I don't even know you, why are you giving me this token?" The middle-aged man warmly replied, "Don't worry, this token was given to me by Qin Xiangyu. She asked me to pass it to you. If you don't intend to use it, just keep it by your side. You never know when it might come in handy." Qin Xiangyu? Mo Wuji immediately remembered the lady that lived next to him. That woman seemed pretty normal, but she gave off an aura of distinction. Her figure was even more attractive. That sort of curvaceous body was not only beautiful, but also did not seem like kitsch. Perhaps, this was what an actual aura felt like. He only helped her conveniently initially, who knew that this woman would remember him, even giving him a title of service disciple within a sect. This didn't make sense. Qin Xiangyu was a servant like him. How could she have obtained a token for service disciples from such an immortal sect, and afford to give one to him? Seemingly reading Mo Wuji's mind, the middle-aged man explained, "Xiangyu's younger brother, Qin Shen, is the Formless Blade sect's second elder's direct disciple, and had left home for over 10 years. Because of the Spring Immortal Gate Conference, they were able to meet, and she obtained this token from him." Mo Wuji finally understood. No wonder she could easily obtain such a token. As this matter has been concluded, I will take my leave. The middle-aged man did not introduce himself, and after Mo Wuji received the token, automatically bade farewell and left. After the man had left, Mo Wuji then grabbed the shop assistant and asked, "May I ask what level is the Formless Blade sect?" The shop assistant looked at the token in Mo Wuji's hand in admiration, replying, "The Formless Blade sect might not be the best sect around, but it's at least an Earth-level sect, a below-average one." Only a below-average Earth-level sect. Mo Wuji was slightly disappointed, but still felt greatly indebted to Qin Xiangyu. There might be many people who keep grudges, but much less who remember other people's goodwill. Putting the token away, Mo Wuji decided to still get his spirit roots tested. If he had spirit roots, and of a decent quality, then he might actually stand a chance to go for the Spring Immortal Gate Conference. When that happens, he would not be only a service disciple, maybe even an outer disciple. Chapter 52, The higher you go, the harder you fall. Changluo City had too many locations for testing spirit roots, and the cheapest only required a fee of 100 gold coins. Being wary of false test results, Mo Wuji decided on the Xinghan Spirit Opening Tower. After some inquiries, Mo Wuji found out that the Xinghan Spirit Opening Tower was one of the top-tier spirit opening towers. Its accuracy rate for testing one's spirit roots was a perfect 100%. Originally, Mo Wuji was worried that his spiritual roots may be of poor quality, and that it would be better to take the test on the sly. However, when he reached Xinghan Spirit Opening Tower, he knew that he was overthinking. Just by standing outside of the Xinghan Spirit Opening Tower for a few minutes, Mo Wuji saw up to 100 people enter and leave the premises. With such a high volume of human traffic, who would notice him? Mo Wuji walked into the Spirit Opening Tower and was welcomed by a large signboard. The signboard had two arrows, the left one pointing to spirit root testing, and the right one pointing to opening of spirit channels. Taking a left turn, Mo Wuji quickly arrived at a window which had a sign below it that wrote "Pay 700 gold coins for the testing of spirit roots." He handed over the fee, and obtained a card numbered 3121. There were many people coming to get their spiritual roots tested, and all Mo Wuji had to do was to follow behind the others. He walked up to the third floor, which had a large hall with over 100 people seated within it. Due to the gigantic size of the hall, even with 100 people in it, there still seemed to be much extra space left. At the corner of the hall, there was a metal door that was closed shut. When Mo Wuji entered, one person walked out from that door, and following the reporting of a number, another went in. Within half a minute, the previous person exited the door, and the person with the next number entered. Mo Wuji waited for approximately an hour before his name was called. He then entered the room anxiously. If nothing went wrong, and the test results still indicated that he did not have spiritual roots, then he probably would not have spiritual roots for the rest of his life. After entering the room, Mo Wuji saw a crystal pillar that was much more transparent and clear than those within Chengyu's Spirit Opening Tower. Not only was it clearer, its height was also much greater than the Chang'e Spirit Opening Tower. By his estimates, it was at least 4.5 to 5 meters tall. Beside the crystal pillar sat a middle-aged woman. Upon seeing Mo Wuji enter, she said emotionlessly, "Stand up there." Mo Wuji took the test once before, and already possessed experience about the whole process. He immediately stood on the Spirit Roots test platform. The next moment, a bright blue light shot up to the sky, exceeding the top edge of the crystal pillar. In an instant, this blue light disappeared, and the pillar reverted to its original state. "What's going on?" The female tester suddenly stood up, walking towards the crystal pillar with a look of suspicion. She touched the pillar all over for a good period of time. Sometime later, she still did not know what had happened, and could only tell Mo Wuji, "You, come down. You'll retake the test a while later." Mo Wuji initially got stunned by the blue light that shot into the sky. What followed was a tingling sensation on his scalp. He had saw Yener's Spirit Roots test before. Hers was a streak of green light which did not even reach the top of the pillar, and she was determined to have supreme Spirit Roots. But Yener's green light remained at the pillar all the way until she stepped down from it. That warm green light was something that Mo Wuji was unable to forget even up till that point in time. What was the issue with him? After that streak of blue light shot to the sky, it disappeared completely. Moreover, this sort of brilliance was highly disruptive, totally different from the warmth from Yener's light. "Stand up there again." Seeing that Mo Wuji was in a daze, the tester shouted once more. Mo Wuji hurriedly stood up onto the pillar. A moment later, he saw that the pillar had some faint specks of blue light that flashed a few times, before the pillar returned to its original state. The middle-aged woman furrowed her eyebrows, and was not very satisfied with the results, pushing for Mo Wuji to take the test again for the third time. It was still the same. A few bits of blue light sparkled for a moment before disappearing. "Low-quality mortal roots, there's no possibility for you to open your spirit channels. You may leave now." The middle-aged woman finally confirmed the results of the test. The blinding brilliance of blue light from the first try must have been a glitch with the crystal pillar. The crystal pillar rarely had any issues, but it wasn't that there were none. It almost caused her to think that some kind of genius was in her presence, wasting the time spent on 3 tests. Mo Wuji was devastated, walking out of the room with his head held low. It seemed like the meridians that he opened belonged to the Meridian Network, not the Spirit Channel Network. If they were spirit channels, he would already have spirit roots. But what exactly happened with the blue light for the first test? Something must be wrong. His tested Chinese Spirit Opening Tower only yielded a few gray sparkles. However, it was blue light flashing this time. Perhaps this had something to do with the lightning source within him? Now that he had a cultivation technique, no matter what the result, he would go back to start cultivating first. If he really could not cultivate, then he would find a way to learn martial arts. There was another person that Mo Wuji could not forget, Yener. Besides his parents, this was the only person he had met that would rather remain hungry and thirsty so that he may have a better life. Every time he thought of Yener, Mo Wuji would become furious at the woman that took her away. At Tianluo Hotel, Mo Wuji stepped into a room, closing the door, and taking out basics of cultivation immediately. It is a fallacy that spiritual energy appeared after heaven and earth was created. Spiritual energy was created together with the universe. Those born without it are called mortals. Mortals of my generation compressed and trained spiritual energy and achieved longevity. The introduction was already so grand, which made Mo Wuji look forward to what lay ahead. When he saw the terms compress and train spiritual energy and first through the earth vein, he was stunned. He had no idea how to do it. If he could not even do this, how would he carry on cultivating? Cultivation really required the guidance of a master. Mo Wuji sighed in his heart before quickly taking out Introduction to Spirit Channels. Finally, he found what earth vein referred to. The first step was to let spiritual energy flow through a spirit channel called the earth vein, then circulate it through the whole spirit channel network. Mo Wuji had already opened 3 spirit channels, but unfortunately no matter how hard he tried, he could not absorb any natural spiritual energy and pass it through any of his meridians. Could it be that this was the end? No. Mo Wuji was not satisfied and wanted to try the spiritual energy circulation again. Continuously working at it for 3 to 4 hours, Mo Wuji's legs became numb from the prolonged sitting. Bang, bang. Just as he was about to lose all hope, 2 loud knocks on the door were heard. Mo Wuji angrily threw the immortal mortal technique to one side, and yanked the door open. At the door was a rather familiar woman clothed in black. The woman had a perfect figure and she was stunningly beautiful. Mo Wuji did not care how pretty this woman was, immediately shouting, "Do you know that it is bad manners to knock on a guest's door as you wish? If I were sleeping with a woman inside, would you want to come in to take a look?" The woman in black was taken aback for a moment by Mo Wuji's boundless rage. Coincidentally, her gaze landed on the immortal mortal technique that Mo Wuji threw to one side. Even though that was actually the basics of cultivation, but the words immortal mortal technique were larger. "I'm really sorry for disrupting your training. I was the previous guest who stayed in this suite." Once the woman in black finished speaking, Mo Wuji suddenly recalled that he brushed shoulders with a woman while entering the suite. Wasn't this that woman? If it were not for her checking out of the room last minute, he would not have a place to stay at. Mo Wuji suppressed his anger, and forcibly apologized, "I'm terribly sorry. I was just on a short fuse because something went wrong with my training." "Didn't you check out already? Why are you still here?" Mo Wuji's words were simply boastful lies. In reality, he did not even manage to start his cultivation, so how could he have faced any problem during it? Chapter 53, The Start of Cultivation. The woman in black felt embarrassed and replied hesitantly, "Something urgent popped up so I couldn't leave Changluo and now I'm unable to find another place to stay." Mo Wuji answered doubtfully, "I'm sorry that you are unable to find a place to stay, but I will not move out of this hotel room." He was still unable to cultivate but decided to keep trying as he already knew of the cultivation techniques and this was a suitable place for him to try cultivating. The woman in black waved her hand and said, "You will not need to move out. This suite is able to fit 2 people. Look on the left of the living room, there is another room available." Mo Wuji had not noticed that room on the left until she mentioned it. He fell asleep straight away when he entered the room last night and left early in the morning today. When he returned, he started trying to cultivate without even stepping into the room. This 2-room concept suite was indeed worth the 20,000 gold coins. It was not as if Mo Wuji did not want to help this woman, but it was a critical period of time for him. If he was not trying to cultivate, he would have very willingly let her stay as it would not be very pleasant if she were to interrupt his training when he was still trying to cultivating. As she soon realized the reason for Mo Wuji's hesitation, the woman in black hurried to say, "Don't worry, I will not disturb you while you are cultivating. In fact, I could help in some areas which you do not understand." Mo Wuji's intention was made obvious to the woman in black from the Immortal Mortal manual which he previously threw to one side. "Are you an immortal master?" Mo Wuji asked, out of curiosity. The woman in black replied humbly, "I am not considered an immortal master. I am now only at channel opening stage level 4, but I'm quite familiar with the fundamentals." Anyone in the channel opening stage was considered to be an immortal master in the eyes of a mortal. However, the woman in black knew she was nothing extraordinary in terms of her channel opening stage. She would be too embarrassed to call herself an immortal master. Mo Wuji was in awe when he heard this. Han Ning was only at channel opening stage level 1 and she had mentioned that there would only be a drastic increase in strength after reaching channel opening stage level 4. He swept across to one side of the door and smiled vibrantly saying, "Elder sister, please come in quickly. It is very windy outside." The woman in black glanced at Mo Wuji as her impression of Mo Wuji drastically changed after that sentence. How could it have been windy when they were inside a hotel? She hesitated for a split second to enter the room. However, she really had no other place to stay and could not leave Changluo City as she had other plans in the city. Mo Wuji waited for the woman in black to enter before shutting the door. He then hurried to pick up the manual embarrassingly. He thought to himself that maybe, in the eyes of the woman, he was nothing but a pile of sh*t in the world of cultivation. The manual may be cheap, but it is not a good book to follow if you want to cultivate efficiently, the woman in black said objectively as she saw him pick up the book. Yes. However, I've heard that this manual has been passed down for thousands of years and it is one of the most useful manuals for beginners. I believe that if I want to start cultivating and get stronger, I should get my basics right first. Since I have decided to start cultivating, I am not afraid of working long and hard, Mo Wuji said confidently, even though the truth was that he could not afford any other manual. The woman in black was pleasantly surprised at the words of Mo Wuji. As he was able to afford to stay in this suite, she did not think that he only bought the manual because he could not afford the others. Yes, you are right. I did not have a peaceful state of mind when I first started cultivating, the woman in black agreed. If she had seen Mo Wuji throw the manual on the floor in frustration before she knocked on the door, she would have realized that Mo Wuji was nothing but peaceful. Mo Wuji took out some tea leaves and offered to make a cup of tea for the woman in black calmly. I am Mo Wuji and I just reached Changluo recently. I am planning to try my luck at the Spring Immortals Gate Conference. How may I address you? My name is Shen Lian, but you may address me as Senior Apprentice Sister Shen. The woman in black paused before continued by saying, I am going to stay here for a long period, should I pay you some rent? Why would Mo Wuji want to collect rent from Shen Lian? If he had more money on him, he would immediately give some to Shen Lian. Senior Apprentice Sister Shen, everyone will go through a tough period in life. Moreover, I wouldn't be using the room if you did not approach me. It would be too crude to talk about paying rent, Mo Wuji said with a straight face. Shen Lian looked as though she was not very good with words. Therefore, she stood up and bowed to Mo Wuji upon hearing him. Mo Wuji said quickly, not trying to hide anything from you, but I've barely started cultivating. There are many things about cultivation which I do not understand and will need to learn from you. This was Mo Wuji's purpose from the start. Shen Lian looked more comfortable talking about this topic. She also did plan to give Mo Wuji guidance, thus she replied, you can ask me about anything. Mo Wuji's spirit was immediately lifted. None of his friends knew about cultivation. His only friend who was able to cultivate was Han Ning. However, the difference in their stature made it difficult for him to ask her more. Senior Apprentice Sister Shen, you are currently at channel opening stage level 4. May I ask how many levels there are in total? And how many spirit channels must be opened to be considered capable? Mo Wuji asked everything under one breath. Shen Lian did not need to think for long to answer in detail. The fact that you are trying to cultivate means you possess spirit roots. The next step after having spirit roots would be to open the spirit. The number of spirit channels opened on the first try would represent how strong you can be in the future. Normally, it is considered decent to open about 5 spirit channels on the first try. Those with top quality roots will be able to open more than 10 spirit channels. Speaking of top quality roots, Mo Wuji could not help but think of Yen. How many spirit channels can a genius open on the first try? Mo Wuji asked. That is very hard to say. Those who can open more than 10 spirit channels are already considered geniuses. I've met a genius who once opened up 17 spirit channels. I heard that he was the first one in over a few hundred years to open up so many, Shen Lian said in awe. Will you be in the channel opening stage after having spirit channels? Shen Lian shook her head. After having your spirit channels opened, one must cultivate. Channel expansion is the continuous expansion of the spirit channels within your body. The more spirit channels expanded would result in greater power and possible achievements in the future. There are a total of 9 levels in the stage. At the 9th level before the promotion to the spirit building stage, if you are able to open 99 spirit channels, you could very well become an expert. Does this mean a cultivator can open at most 99 spirit channels? There were still way too many things that Mo Wuji did not know. Xin Lian nodded, then shook her head. To be capable of opening 99 spirit channels is already very rare. It is considered to be very impressive to have one or two of such people in an empire over a century. However, opening 99 spirit channels is not the limit. There were myths about a genius being able to open the 100th spirit channel and then proceeding to the 10th level. However, this is only a myth and there was no such person capable of doing this. What is the purpose of proceeding to the 10th level if it wastes so much time and effort? Mo Wuji questioned. Xin Lian said, it is not a waste of time. Do you know about the 3 realms of cultivation? Mo Wuji shook his head in embarrassment as he did not know much at all. Chapter 54, 10 Breaths. Xin Lian silently watched Missouri Wuji place the basics of cultivation by the side, and explained, cultivation has 3 realms, the mortal realm, earth realm, and heaven realm. Each realm is separated into 3 stages, each stage separated into another 9 levels. The channel opening stage is the first stage of the mortal realm. The second stage of the mortal realm is the spirit building stage, and the third stage is the transcending mortality stage. Beyond the transcending mortality stage is the earth realm. The earth stage's first stage is the Yuan Dan stage, the second stage is the true lake stage, and the third stage is the nihility god stage. Seeing that Xin Lian could no longer carry on, Mo Wuji anxiously asked, what about the 3 stages of the heaven realm? Heaven realm? Legend has it that experts from quasi-heaven sects have crossed into the heaven realm. However, those people do not show themselves, and most of them remain at the first stage. So the 3 stages of the heaven realm are completely unimportant to us. Knowing them serves no purpose, Xin Lian said while sighing. In the past hundreds and thousands of years, how many experts within the 5 empires actually managed to cross into the heaven realm? Mo Wuji also knew that Xin Lian was not spouting nonsense. The heaven realm was indeed too far out of his reach. Thinking of what Xin Lian just said, he asked with a tinge of uncertainty, you previously mentioned that cultivating to the 10th level of the channel opening stage was not a waste of time, but what does all that you just said have to do with the 10th level of channel opening that we were talking about before? Xin Lian replied, because at the 9th level of transcending mortality, many people will try everything to go beyond the mortal realm, and take a step into the Yuan Dan stage, the first stage of the earth realm. Isn't that very normal? Mo Wuji was really puzzled. Even if he did reach the 9th level of the transcending mortality stage, he would also try all that he could to get into the earth realm. Yes, it's normal, but very few people are aware that there is one more stage after the 9 levels of transcending mortality, Xin Lian said. What stage is it? Mo Wuji wanted to know. A tinge of desire appeared in Xin Lian's eyes. It is called the extreme mortal stage, and it is the 10th level of the transcending mortality stage. Even though there aren't many who know about this 10th level, but there are still some who do. But there has never been someone who could really force their way into the 10th level of transcending mortality. Not because they didn't want to, but because they simply couldn't. In order to force your way into the extreme mortal stage, you must cultivate to the 10th level for the first of the 3 stages of the mortal realm, first for the channel opening stage. After that you would have to cultivate until the 10th level of the spirit building stage 2. Only then would you have even the slightest chance of stepping into the 10th level of the transcending mortality stage, the extreme mortal stage. At this point Xin Lian took a quick look at Mo Wuji, before continuing slowly, in reality, simply cultivating to the 10th level of the transcending mortality stage is nearly impossible, what more of doing that for all 3 stages of the mortal realm? Wouldn't you think that going for the 10th level of the transcending mortality stage is just a waste of time and effort? Then how would it benefit anyone to step into the extreme mortal stage? Mo Wuji knew that there would be countless benefits to the extreme mortal stage after listening to Xin Lian's explanation, but he did not know any of them. Even if it were something out of his reach, he also wanted to know what it was. Xin Lian replied, firstly, cultivators that enter the extreme mortal stage would have a brighter future. Secondly, they would be stronger than others at the same level of cultivation. Normally, for those in the mortal realm, even if they are at the peak of the 9th level of the transcending mortality stage, or halfway into the Yuan Dan stage, their strength is still greatly inferior to those really in the Yuan Dan stage. But for those in the extreme mortal stage, they can actually go beyond their current stage and barely be able to fight against experts in the Yuan Dan stage. This is the greatest difference. Even though Shen Lian said many things, Mo Wuji did not hear about any of them before. But he knew that Xin Lian's level of wisdom was sufficient for him to ask her to be his master. Senior Xin, I know nothing about cultivating. Please guide me. Mo Wuji stood up and bowed respectfully. Xin Lian took a sip of tea and said, I can see that. I'll explain the distribution of spirit channels in the body and how to absorb spiritual energy. For the rest, I am unable to teach them to you. You'll have to learn them by yourself. Thank you, Senior. This was precisely what Mo Wuji lacked. He had no idea how to start cultivating. On the other hand, Xin Lian did not selfishly withhold anything from him, and taught Mo Wuji how to utilize the open spirit channels to circulate and then absorb spiritual energy. She also taught him how to do a minor circulation and a major circulation, even telling Mo Wuji how to synchronize his mind and the open spirit channels to absorb spiritual energy. Not able to memorize everything on the spot, Mo Wuji even took out pen and paper to record all of it down. The teaching and learning went on for a good half day. Xin Lian's mouth was parched and she stood up to say, I need to rest now. Sigh, staying in a room with you isn't easy. Thank you, Senior Xin, I will never forget your kindness of teaching me today. Mo Wuji humbly replied. What Xin Lian had taught him today was definitely not something that he could normally learn elsewhere. Even if he became a basic disciple, it would still be difficult for him to learn so many useful things. Forget it, I don't want to take you in as my disciple anyway. Shen Lian walked into the room on the right after she finished speaking. She used almost a day's time to just enter this apartment and a room within it. Mo Wuji chuckled sneakily, saying to himself that he did not intend to ask her to be his master. When Shen Lian reached to the room's door, she suddenly stopped and turned around, asking, That's right, how's your spirit roots? How many spirit channels did you open before opening your spirit? Mo Wuji paused slightly. What spirit roots did he have? If he said that he did not have spirit roots, and never opened half a spirit channel, who knew whether Shen Lian, who spoke until her mouth went dry, would pounce on him and strangle him? Well, my spirit roots are only average, and I'm not very comfortable to disclose how many spirit channels I have opened. In all, my talent and quality definitely is a far cry from Senior Shen Lian. Mo Wuji sheepishly replied with an awkward laugh. Shen Lian calmly spoke, I naturally know that your talent is beneath mine. I only want to remind you that even for those with supreme spiritual roots who are absorbing spiritual energy for the first time, they require around a day before they can sense the spiritual energy. For spiritually sensitive people, sensing spiritual energy within 2 hours is not impossible. People with high-quality spiritual roots require 3 to 5 days before sensing spiritual energy. People with intermediate quality spiritual roots need around 10 days, while those with low-quality ones require a month or even years. Completing her last sentence, Shen Lian pushed the door open and entered her room. The last sentence seemed to be targeted towards Mo Wuji. He laughed and grabbed his technique manual, swiftly entering the room on the left. He did not have spiritual roots at all, who cares if he would take a few months to sense spiritual energy, he already had the method in manual, what was left was to attempt it. What he learned from Shen Lian was too much, so he decided to use the 2 months here to try it out non-stop. Back in the room, Mo Wuji immediately began to follow the method that Shen Lian had taught him to absorb spiritual energy, and start the round-the-body circulation. Aware that those with the worst spirit roots would require at least a month to sense spiritual energy, Mo Wuji was completely calm. He did not have spirit roots, and it had not even been half a day yet. It would be unusual if he could actually sense spiritual energy. Cultivation was originally an orderly process with slow improvement, so why the rush? Taking in a deep breath, Mo Wuji closed his eyes and began to sense the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth. In that moment his heart was calm, without even the slightest bit of anxiety. Nonsense, even those with supreme spiritual roots would need a day to sense spiritual energy. What good would it be if he was riled up? Not even at his 10th breath, Mo Wuji could feel a cool airflow through the first of his open meridians, then after half a minor circulation it entered his second meridian. Mo Wuji got a shock and opened his eyes. The airflow disappeared. This was only half a minor circulation, and Mo Wuji could feel that his whole body was significantly lighter. This was too simple, right? Could this be cultivation? But he clearly did not have spiritual roots. Mo Wuji exploded in happiness after being stunned for a moment. As long as he could cultivate, who cared if he had spiritual roots? The next instant, Mo Wuji immediately pulled out and opened up the basics of cultivation, cleared his mind, and furiously started the circulation process. TL note, we changed hierarchy of cultivation to realm-stage-level for better clarity. Chapter 55, Channel Opening Stage Level 1. After an unknown amount of time, Mo Wuji suddenly opened his eyes. He felt as though his cultivation had met with a bottleneck, without any way of breaking through. It was written in, once spiritual energy fills the body through the spirit channels, the first level would be complete. Mo Wuji could feel his entire body filled with spiritual energy, it's just that he used his meridians instead of spirit channels. Was this channel opening stage level 1? Mo Wuji examined his hands in shock. He could smell a hint of rancidity. Mo Wuji immediately understood that this was the smell of the body's expelled impurities. He had really reached channel opening stage level 1 and he just met with his first bottleneck. However, Mo Wuji was clear why he met this bottleneck. It wasn't because he couldn't cultivate, but because he had progressed too fast. All 3 of his open meridians were filled, resulting in this bottleneck. Cultivators would need to open more spirit channels to overcome this bottleneck and continue their progress. For him, he would need to concoct more channel opening solution and find a lightning source to open more meridians. More meridians would mean more progress. Ha ha! Mo Wuji laughed heartily. Cultivation did not amount to much, it was so simple. He felt hungry, but he wasn't that hungry till he couldn't move. He had probably cultivated for a day. In a single day, he actually reached channel opening level 1. What other thing could bring him that much joy? Mo Wuji rushed to the washroom to wash off all the impurities. After putting on a clean set of clothes, his entire body felt refreshed. At this moment, he felt like he could eat an entire cow. Even though he was hungry, he also felt relaxed both in body and spirit. He merely took a few light steps, but he could travel a great distance. Perhaps this was the lightened steps which Han Ning mentioned. His body felt light and nimble. Even though his methods were different from conventional cultivators, Mo Wuji decided to step on this cultivation path. The truly deserved its illustrious name. Now, even if someone offered him a higher grade cultivation manual for the Mo Wuji would not agree. Wait. Why did people treat this as trash when it actually could help him produce such immortal results? Could it be due to the fact that he had opened meridians and not spirit channels? What was the exact difference between meridians and spirit channels? Mo Wuji could not understand, so he simply put it at the back of his mind. He might not understand the theory behind it now, but who says he wouldn't understand it in the future? As he was about to open the door, Mo Wuji was sure that Xin Lian would ask him why he was cooped up in his room for so long. However, Mo Wuji did not expect that Xin Lian wasn't even outside. Mo Wuji brushed his nose embarrassedly, chiding himself for thinking too much. There was still more than a month to the Spring Immortals Gate Conference. He would need to purchase ingredients and concoct channel opening solutions before that happens. Even though he only had mortal roots, he could cultivate, and at a fast pace at that. Having 3 open meridians was really too lacking. If he wanted to progress faster, he would need to open more meridians. You're leaving? Just as Mo Wuji was about to leave, Xin Lian opened the door from the room on the right. Mo Wuji must have been cultivating for a day or two. Xin Lian couldn't have been cultivating for the same time, right? Yes, I'm going out to buy some ingredients. Mo Wuji suddenly came to the realization that he would also need to purchase some drug refining equipment, which would cost quite a bit of money. Furthermore, things would naturally be more expensive in Changluo than Shangyu. Do you have money to lend me? I will definitely return you the leftovers. As this was a matter regarding his cultivation, there was no reason why he needed to be shy about borrowing money. Shen Lian stared at Mo Wuji. Didn't you reject the money I offered you for the room? Mo Wuji waved his hand. Naturally, I won't ask for that money. It's just that I'm buying ingredients now, and I'm afraid that I might not have enough gold. If there's money I did not spend, I will definitely return it to you. Suddenly, Xin Lian's face turned red as she stuttered, about that. I don't have any money right now. But I will get some when the Spring Immortals Gate opens. Mo Wuji's eyes widened as he looked at Xin Lian. You don't have money? Didn't you offer to pay rent previously? Were you lying to me? The blush on Xin Lian's face extended down to her neck and she said awkwardly, I taught you the important fundamentals of cultivation. That should be more than enough to pay for the rent. Mo Wuji understood that this lady here was simply speaking empty words when she offered to pay rent. If he really did ask for it, she would probably come up with some other excuse. Knowing that her lie had been seen through, Xin Lian lowered her head and said, It's because I ran out of money that I had to move out. Shen Lian was speaking the truth. She returned to the hotel knowing that this suite had 2 rooms. She wanted to negotiate with the current guest. When the Spring Immortals Gate opens, she would be able to repay him twofold. Seeing Mo Wuji's frustration with cultivation, she put in great efforts to teach him the basics of cultivation. If Mo Wuji had a conscience, he would not pursue for the rent. What happened in reality was actually in accordance with her expectations. Mo Wuji did not ask for rent, and was even extremely grateful to her. How could she expect that Mo Wuji would actually ask to borrow some money? If she knew that would happen, she would definitely not open her room door. But she had no other choice, she could no longer bear the hunger. Goo goo, Xin Lian's stomach rumbled loudly. Mo Wuji subconsciously looked downwards. Shen Lian's entire face swelled a bright, rosy red. She had not eaten ever since she first entered this suite. She had been paying close attention to Mo Wuji's door. The moment it opened, Mo Wuji would definitely be leaving to have a meal, and she would hop on for a free meal. You don't even have enough money for a meal? Mo Wuji patted his forehead speechlessly. This was his first time meeting a woman who did not even have enough to eat. It would seem normal if her circumstances were like his and Yan'er's. But she was someone who previously stayed in this Grand Tianluo hotel. She was definitely not someone poor, she probably spent all her money unknowingly. Xin Lian became more awkward, but she raised her head in a straightforward manner. That's right. I don't have any more money, and I was just intending to follow you for a meal. If you are willing to lend me money, I would answer any questions you have on cultivation. Mo Wuji answered weakly, let's go and eat. He was intending to borrow money from Xin Lian, but now he was the one lending her money. He was even treating her to a meal. What logic was that? You truly cannot judge a person by her cover. Rest assured. I will pay you back twofold. As the 2 left Tianluo Hotel, Xin Lian noticed Mo Wuji looking a little frustrated. She thought that Mo Wuji was still worried about the money, so she took the initiative to console him. Mo Wuji waved his hand, don't worry, this is just small money. What he was worried about was the concoction of the channel opening solution. More importantly, he was also concerned about where he could find a place to force open his meridians. After all, his meridians required lightning to open. You look like you have something on your mind? Shunlian asked curiously. Mo Wuji was too lazy to answer her. Pointing towards a nearby restaurant, he said, "Let's eat here. I still have something to do afterwards." Chapter 56, Expensive Drug Refining Equipment. With two stunned waiters looking at them, Mo Wuji and Shenling gobbled down a table full of dishes. The waiter's gaze soon changed to one of reverence, and they looked on as Mo Wuji and Shenling left. Those waiters had met men who had large appetites in the past, but never before was there a woman who could eat that much too. Not only did she have a big appetite, but more importantly she also possessed a level of beauty that neither waiter had seen before. Such a gorgeous woman wolfing down a table of dishes was the complete opposite of what they had expected. "Senior apprentice Sister Shin, since you have already had your fill, how about you head back first? I'll go attend to some issues." Mo Wuji urgently wanted to shake Shenlian off before going to buy medicinal ingredients and drug refining equipment. Shenlian was still wary of Mo Wuji when she initially interacted with him, but now after a meal together and a long discussion about cultivation, she felt more familiar with him. Shenlian threw that bit of caution to the wind. "I have nothing to do back at the apartment and was planning to go shopping anyway. What are you going to buy? Perhaps I can give you some suggestions." It became apparent that he would not be able to get rid of this nuisance. Mo Wuji had no choice but to reveal his plan. "I intend to go to buy some equipment for refining drugs." "Why would I need you to tag along for that? You are going to buy a pill furnace? How does one who has not even started cultivating buy a pill furnace?" Shenling asking in a surprised tone. Mo Wuji explained himself, "I'm not going to buy a pill furnace, only some normal equipment for refining drugs to try my luck on the path of a drug refiner. You're also aware of my lack of talent in cultivating. If I can become a drug refiner, even if I fail to cultivate, I'll still be able to earn a living." Shenlian nodded empathetically. "You're not wrong, but there's no future for a drug refiner. If there's something that's worth learning, it would be the skills of a pill refiner. Will you teach me pill refining techniques?" "If you're willing to, then I won't mind learning how to refine pills," snorted Mo Wuji. Awkwardly, Shenlian replied, "There's too much investment required to become a pill refiner. Since you can't cultivate, it'll still be better for you to learn the ways of a drug refiner." How could she not know how hard it was to train in pill refining when her own father was a pill refiner? Realizing that her suggestions were not that realistic, Shenlian added on, "In the whole of Changluo City, Xingyi Pill Pavilion has the best pill furnaces. Not only are the pills there top-notch, but they also make the highest quality pill furnaces. But my recommendation is for you to go to Luo High Merchant House. Even though their pill furnaces are not as good as those at Xingyi Pill Pavilion, but their drug refining equipment is the best in the whole Xingyi Empire." "Let's go to Luo High Merchant House then," Mo Wuji said without hesitation. He was not going to refine pills anyway, and what's more was that he knew Luo High Merchant House pretty well. "Sir, what are you looking for today? I'll definitely show you the highest quality goods with the lowest prices." Mo Wuji immediately found the shop assistant that sold him the "Do you have any immortal grade drug refining equipment, something on the same level as the?" Mo Wuji said while patting the assistant's shoulders. The shop assistant felt rather embarrassed. He had tricked Mo Wuji into buying the manual, and now Mo Wuji brought it up, obviously reminding him not to fool him with something similar. Kakik, a crisp laugh came from the side, as she heard Mo Wuji praise that, she could not hold it in any longer. It was one thing to skillfully package a book that could be found everywhere, but it was another to describe it as a top-notch technique. What a joke! Mo Wuji turned around to see two women, one of which he recognized. Chu Wan-er, the woman he had met on the ship, was the last person he expected to meet here. "So it's Senior Chu. Thanks for helping me defuse the situation on the ship." Mo Wuji greeted her with a heart full of gratitude. Slightly embarrassed, Chu Wan-er replied, "Sorry about that, my friend was not intentionally laughing at you." However, it was apparent that it was Chu Wan-er's friend who laughed. After Chu Wan-er finished speaking, she instinctively took a glance at Xin Lian. She could not understand why Xin Lian, someone who appeared to be a cultivator, would hang around Mo Wuji, who had only mortal roots. Mo Wuji waved her off. "It's fine. Maybe to you it's just a mere, but for someone like me who has never cultivated before, it is the highest quality which can make a mortal immortal. Just take it as I'm ignorant about the outside world." This time even the cold and unfeeling Chu Wan-er could not keep it in anymore and burst out in laughter. "Sir, I have a set of the drug refining equipment that you're looking for. It's called the Eternal Evergreen. Unlike it's really named the Eternal Evergreen. It was imported from a faraway land, and has been idling in the shop because not many people use machines to refine drugs. The quality of this set of equipment definitely outclasses the rest by many times, and the drugs that it produces are of high purity." The shop assistant frantically added on to his description of the equipment, seeing that Mo Wuji was staring at him again. "How much does it cost?" Mo Wuji asked directly. He had bought many low-quality equipment back in Chengyu State at around 1 to 2,000 gold coins. Even if the equipment were much better here and there were a tenfold increase in price, he would still be able to afford it. 370,000 gold coins. The shop assistant's words completed rained on Mo Wuji's parade. He barely had 30,000 gold coins on him, nowhere close to 370,000. "While I have a stock of 2-leaved firegrass with me, will you accept it as payment instead?" Mo Wuji asked hopefully. By his estimates, the 2-leaved firegrass was worth far less than the clear sight fruit, but he had no other way than to try his luck. "Ah, you have a stock of 2-leaved firegrass? Could you sell it to me? I'll pay 400,000 gold coins." Chu Wan-er suddenly screamed out. "You want the 2-leaved firegrass?" Mo Wuji doubtfully asked. Chu Wan-er nodded. "Yes, I need the 2-leaved firegrass, here's the 400,000 in gold notes." Without waiting for Mo Wuji's reply, Chu Wan-er took out 4 100,000 gold notes. All 4 were from Luo Hai Merchant House, so there would be no issues with exchanging them for gold coins here. Mo Wuji swiftly retrieved a wooden box and passed it to Chu Wan-er, thanking her at the same time. "I should be the one thanking you. I'll be making a move first, until next time." Chu Wan-er grabbed the wooden box, tugged at the woman beside her, and quickly exited the merchant house. The 4 gold notes went into the shop assistant's hands. "Could you help me get the highest quality drug refining equipment that you mentioned?" The shop assistant never thought that he would close such a big deal this fast, and he rushed to keep the gold notes, before replying respectfully, "Please wait for a moment, I will deliver that set of drug refining equipment to you immediately." Once the shop assistant left, Xin Lian started to speak. "I find this very weird. Even though the 2-leaved firegrass is quite rare, but it's still not worth that much. The senior Chu that you're acquainted with seems to train mainly in water-style techniques too. Why would she pay such a high price to buy your stock of 2-leaved firegrass?" Mo Wuji replied coldly, "None of your business." In reality, once Chu Wan-er said that she urgently needed the 2-leaved firegrass, Mo Wuji knew that she was lying. She was not well versed in telling lies, as it did not suit her personality at all. However, since she already made her offer, it would not be polite for him to refuse. Regardless of the reason behind her actions, Mo Wuji still accepted this act of goodwill, taking note of this instance of kindness. "Wan-er, don't tell me that you have feelings for that kid? I know that you need the 2-leaved firegrass too, but why would you give him 400,000 gold coins?" Chu Wan-er was grilled by the woman beside her the moment they stepped out of Luo Hai Merchant House. Chu Wan-er calmly replied, "He only has mortal roots." Upon hearing that Mo Wuji only had mortal roots, Chu Wan-er's partner immediately knew that she definitely did not fancy him. But she still looked at her with eyes full of doubt. Chu Wan-er continued, "Even though he is just a mortal, the level of determination and resilience is something that I've never seen before in my whole life. Being struck by wave after wave of lightning, even cultivators would have retreated, but he didn't. Time after time he was beaten back by the streaks of lightning from the lightning crocodiles. Time and again he forged forward, at last using his mortal body to kill both lightning crocodiles. So what? He's just another musclehead. Chuaner shook her head. If he were a musclehead, he would not have killed 2 lightning crocodiles. This incident proved that he knows where his limits are. He knew that during the fight to the death, both lightning crocodiles would die in his hands. Unfortunately, he's just a mortal. Chapter 57, Always Friends. The sales assistant quickly brought over a set of drug refining equipment. Mo Wuji had seen such equipment countless times before. In fact, he had been among the few who used the most premier equipments back on Earth. The moment the Eternal Evergreen was brought over, Mo Wuji could tell that it was good stuff. It was far better than the trashy equipment back in Chengyu. Even though its features were not the same as those on Earth, Mo Wuji actually felt that it was more suitable for refining drugs. Your Eternal Evergreen has arrived. It looks quite advanced, Shenling spoke in a disapproving tone. It would be fine if Mo Wuji had a lot of money. However, she knew that Mo Wuji did not have that much money. As a person who was not wealthy, not only was he staying in a grand suite which cost 10,000 gold per month, he even spent 370,000 on useless drug refining equipment. It was simply preposterous. She did not believe that Mo Wuji would be successful, albeit in drug or pill refining. Not everyone could be a drug refiner, one needed knowledge as well as talent to be one. Mo Wuji thoroughly checked through his equipment and said casually, I already have the Immortal Mortal technique. I should call this equipment, Basic Drug Refining Kit. If not, people would get jealous. Shenlian almost laughed out loud. This drug refining equipment and that basics to cultivation would call for jealousy? Sister Shenlian, can you help me bring this equipment back to the hotel? I still need to get some ingredients. Mo Wuji saw Shenlian's face revealing an unhappy expression and he did not continue talking. He hurriedly took out a 1,000 gold note and said, if I return late, Sister Lian can take this and have a good meal. You don't have to wait for me. Shenlian did not even have money for a meal. When Mo Wuji took the note out, she immediately snatched it and kept it. The reason she followed Mo Wuji was to find a chance to borrow money from him. She couldn't have been waiting and following him for meals all the time, right? 1,000 gold was enough to last her for some time. After sending Shenlian off, Mo Wuji started exploring and shopping for ingredients. Changluo was the royal empire of Xinghan Empire. As long as you had money, there was nothing you couldn't buy in Changluo. At the end of the day, Mo Wuji returned to Tianluo Hotel with a huge bag. He purchased enough ingredients to brew 50 batches of the channel opening solution. The price of the ingredients he required wasn't high, so he bought as much as he could. For instance, for Lingji fungi, he tried to purchase those above 200 years old. For Lingji, anything below 1,000 years in age would not be considered a spiritual ingredient. Furthermore, 1,000-year Lingji itself was graded as a low-grade spiritual ingredient, and wouldn't cost much. Additionally, he bought a whole pile of dried rations. The worst thing that could happen while refining drugs is interruptions and disruptions in refining. Thus, it would be quite some time before he would actually leave his room. When he returned to the suite, he did not see Shenlian. Shenlian had put his equipment in the living room. Mo Wuji did not need to know much about Shenlian to know that she must be from great origins. Naturally, Mo Wuji would not try to find out what she was doing or intended to do. Returning to his room, Mo Wuji immediately started the concoction of the channel opening solution. Mo Wuji had concocted tens of batches of channel opening solution before. Thus, it was as simple as flipping his palm to him. For a few consecutive days, Mo Wuji did not leave his room. Shenlian could smell herbal smells emanating from Mo Wuji's room and knew that he was refining drugs. As a cultivator, she knew that it was taboo to disturb others, whether it was in cultivation or drug refining. Furthermore, she was not familiar with Mo Wuji, so she wasn't really concerned about what went on throughout the night in Mo Wuji's room. After every 3 days, Mo Wuji would take a break and go out for a stroll before returning to his work. In such a manner, Mo Wuji spent approximately 20 days to finish all 50 batches of his ingredients. In these 20 days, he lost a lot of weight. With 50 batches of ingredients, he managed to concoct 46 bottles of channel opening solution. If he was not doing it in a hurry, he would not have wasted any of the ingredients. When he came out again, he still did not see Xinlian. Spring Immortals Gate was opening in the coming few days. Mo Wuji had to grab all the time he could to find a lightning source to force open his meridians. It was not entirely impossible to find a lightning source here. Changluo was near the sea, so he might actually be able to find some 6-footed lightning crocodiles. However, Mo Wuji did not dare to find the lightning crocodiles alone. It took him so much to finally cultivate, he wasn't going to simply send himself to die. Perhaps he could look around Changluo, and maybe find a team to hunt for lightning crocodiles. Wuji, as Mo Wuji was about to enter the Changluo Union Gate, a familiar voice called out to him. "Jini, why are with Beware?" Mo Wuji was pleasantly surprised, but before he continued, he stopped abruptly and asked, "Beware, who hit you?" A whole half of Ding Buer's face was swollen, a red palm mark was still visible on his face. "This is not the right place to talk. Let's enter the Union first," Yuan Jini said, and dragged Ding Buer and Mo Wuji into the Union. What happened? Mo Wuji did not even sit down as he stared at Ding Buer and asked. Ding Buer was not as carefree and generous as Yuan Jini, but he was still a good friend. Furthermore, if not for his calls back in the Thunder Fog Forest, Mo Wuji might not end up where he was today. Ding Buer waved his fist angrily and said, "It was Cao Hao. If I ever have the ability in the future, I will definitely trample that B*****'s head right under my feet." Ding Buer did not continue, he knew he was merely talking nonsense. Cao Hao was a genius with impressive spiritual roots, unlike him, who only had mortal roots. How could a person without spiritual roots compete against Cao Hao? Talking about trampling Cao Hao was just an attempt to vent his frustrations. Mo Wuji said calmly, "You can take your time and talk.